A girl from the Dragon Gate defeated Fairy Hua and Yuan Yu in the God of Cooking restaurant. Fairy Hua was humiliated and Yuan Yu was defeated. The one who made the move was a girl from the Dragon Gate. The pathetic beauty Fairy Hua and the heaven's favorite Yuan Yu were easily defeated by a girl from the Dragon Gate. Fairy Hua and Yuan Yu claimed that the disciples of the Dragon Gate were trash. In the end, they were severely humiliated by a girl from the Dragon Gate. A girl from the Dragon Gate humiliated Yuan Yu. Could it be that the Dragon Gate is going to make an enemy out of the Yuan clan? The Dragon Gate has brought this upon themselves. First, they made an enemy out of the holy medicine holy doctor, and now they are provoking the Yuan clan. On the first day of the grand competition, while the Jianghu was still discussing the matter of the Dragon Gate making an enemy out of the holy medicine Immortal sect, another explosive news suddenly appeared on the internet. On the Jianghu internet, not only were there posts, there were also several pictures of Fairy Hua and Yuan Yu in a sorry state. Especially Fairy Hua, her face was covered in blood and she was lying on the ground, not having the grace of a fairy at all. Looking at the pictures and the posts, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. This Fairy Hua was too miserable and Yuan Yu was also in a sorry state. However, seeing the miserable state of the two, many people were shocked. A girl from the Dragon Gate could easily defeat Fairy Hua and Yuan Yu? Fairy Hua was in the infant realm and might not be very strong among the infant realm. But Yuan Yu was a heaven's favorite who entered the finals today. And with his strength, he was basically on the 21st heaven's favorite list. In the end, he was actually defeated by an unknown girl from the Dragon Gate. Moreover, she didn't even have the strength to resist. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. This face-smacking is too miserable. In the God of Cooking restaurant, they said that the Dragon Gate was inferior to them. Yuan Yu even said that she alone could crush all the young disciples of the Dragon Gate. In the end, she was instantly smacked in the face. Fairy Hua was in a sorry state. Yuan Yu was smacked in the face like this. Will the Yuan clan react? Will they become enemies with the Dragon Gate? That girl is the sister of the Dragon King. Her strength is very terrifying. She is at least at the half-step immortal god level. Following that, 3 replies that were more popular were pushed up. The miserable Fairy Hua and Yuan Yu. Will the Yuan clan stand up for Yuan Yu, the younger sister of the Dragon King? This incident made the Heavens Pride competition even more interesting. And the battle tomorrow was even more exciting. Brother, that pair of bastards Yuan Yu and Fairy Hua are really annoying. On the guest reception peak of the Shenyuan clan, Wang Xian and Xiao Yu were sitting in front of a table. Xiao Yu said to him angrily, "Yuan Wei." Wang Xian smiled. "If they don't offend me, we won't offend them. If they offend us, don't hold back." They still dare to spout such arrogant words. I alone can teach them a lesson. If the people from the Yuan clan dare to cause trouble, I will teach them a good lesson in the Heaven's Pride competition tomorrow. Xiao Yu pouted and said unhappily, "There's no need for you to do anything. The Golden Swordfish clan will be here tomorrow. Let's eat. All of you can enjoy yourselves here." Wang Xian smiled. He wasn't too concerned about the matter with Yuan Yu. Night fell very quickly. The Jianghu internet was still bustling with activity as they discussed what happened today. When the bell rang the next day, one by one, the Immortal sects flew towards the arena. Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest of the members of the Dragon Gate also flew towards the spectator stand. When they arrived, they instantly felt the gazes of the crowd. The group of Immortal sect disciples stared at the members of the Dragon Gate with curiosity as they swept their gaze over Xiao Yu. The fact that Xiao Yu defeated Yuan Wei yesterday shocked many people. Many people guessed that the person who went up to the arena to duel with the Holy Medicine Holy Doctor Immortal sect was most likely the girl from yesterday. Because it seemed that only that girl in the Dragon Gate had the strength to do so. "Brother, it's that girl, it's her." At this moment, in front of the Yuan clan's platform, Yuan Yu's face was filled with anger as she looked at little Yu in the distance. She gritted her teeth and said, "You can't even defeat a girl. You were forced to use up the defensive array that father spent a lot of money to build for us. You're really embarrassing." Beside Yuan Yu, a thin youth coldly glanced at his younger brother. She's very strong. Yu lowered her head with an embarrassed expression, her clenched fists filled with fury. All right, since she dared to hurt you, I'll naturally teach her a good lesson. Don't say that you're my younger brother, but if you dare not give face to my Yuan clan, I'll let everyone know the consequences. As the thin and weak youth spoke, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Their words were not concealed at all, and the few immortal gods from the Yuan clan heard them. Especially a middle-aged immortal god. He glanced at them indifferently and did not say anything with a smile on his face. Regarding the fact that the second most outstanding disciple of the Immortal sect was defeated by the girl from the Dragon Gate last night, they were not the least bit affected. They would not order their disciples to make a move, nor would they stop them from doing so. Everything would be settled by the disciples of the Immortal sect themselves. However, they were very supportive of the disciples of the Immortal sect taking revenge. As the top existence of the 20 Immortal sects, the disciples of the Immortal sect should have been able to get back at them for humiliating them. No matter who the other party was, this was the dominance of their Yuan clan. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect was not afraid of the Dragon Gate, and they were even more fearless. One by one, the Immortal sects arrived, and the 22 platforms filled with itinerant cultivators. The immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the sect masters of the two immortal sects slowly stood up and looked coldly in the direction of the Dragon Gate. Holy Medicine Immortal sect, disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, step forward. It's the sect master. In an instant, 10 youths of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect stood in front. Hua Guzheng was in the center. The 10 elite disciples of the two great immortal sects had the lowest strength of the infant realm. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Dragon Gate. Their eyes were filled with provocation and fighting spirit. Disciples of the Dragon Gate, come out and fight. Today, our Holy Medicine Immortal sect will kill all the elite disciples of your Dragon Gate. Come out and die. Hua Guzheng waved his arm and a 2-meter-long dark green staff appeared in his hand. He pointed it directly in the direction of the Dragon Gate. It was extremely domineering. 2 minutes. Ao Jian sat beside Wang Xian. He looked into the distance and said faintly, "Then, before that, let me do it first." Just as Wang Xian finished his words, a thin voice flew down from the Yuan clan's platform. He landed on the stage in the middle. The ground was slightly distorted under the control of the earth elemental energy. He turned his head and stared at Xiao Yu coldly. There was no expression on his face. "How dare you insult my younger brother? You don't put the Yuan clan in your eyes. Come down. I want you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you will die." Domineering. Whether it was the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, or the Yuan clan's Yuan Hua, everyone stared in the direction of the Dragon Gate with a domineering air. Their eyes were filled with ice-cold battle intent. In particular, Yuan Hua's appearance shocked everyone. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that Yuan Hua would actually stand up for his younger brother. His younger brother was humiliated last night, and now he has become a laughingstock in the Jianghu. He is known as the arrogant heaven's favorite, and even the Yuan clan has been ridiculed. Yuan Hua naturally wants to get back at them. However, you see, the immortal gods of the Yuan clan didn't stop him, because the Yuan clan doesn't think that a Dragon Gate can contend with them. A weak immortal gate provoking a powerful immortal gate. The consequences are obvious. Now, the Dragon Gate is going to be attacked from behind. Now that the Yuan clan wants to get back at them, the Dragon Gate will definitely be embarrassed in front of all the immortal sects. All the disciples of the immortal sects looked at this scene in shock. Humph! Xiao Yu looked embarrassed when she saw Yu Wenhua pointing at her. She immediately stood up and glared at Yu Wenhua angrily. Xiao Yu, sit down. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at the group of Dragon Palace members who were flying over with a cold expression. Get down. When Yu Wenhua saw Xiao Yu sitting down again, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Everyone held their breaths and looked at her in shock. Yu Wenhua was qualified to fight for the first place in this competition. That girl, the sister of the Dragon King, was not a match for Yu Wenhua. They wanted to see how the Dragon King would react. Would he admit defeat and apologize? The entire arena watched this scene in silence. Dragon King. Dragon King. However, at this moment, A steady voice came from afar. The voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Wang Xian stood up slowly and looked at the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect. He shouted in a deep voice, "Get in the arena! It's the Dragon King!" A cold and metallic voice rang out. 20 figures flew directly toward the stage. All the disciples of the Immortal sect were stunned, including all the immortal gods of the Immortal sect. Some of the immortal gods of the Immortal sect even stood up abruptly and looked at the sky with solemn faces. In the sky, 20 young men with cold faces and golden longswords in their hands flew toward the stage. There were 2 other people standing there. No, it should be said that there was a strange old man with a turtle shell on his back and a monkey-like demonic monkey. The 2 of them stood in the air as a terrifying energy churned within their bodies. Black demonic chi that seemed to have substance. Earth energy that was as thick as the earth. 2 immortal gods. These were 2 immortal gods. Everyone was shocked, and the disciples of the Immortal sect revealed expressions of shock. The strength of these 2 immortals was definitely not something that an ordinary lower-level immortal could compare to. They wondered if they had reached the level of a middle-level immortal. Wang Xian waved his hand. Prime Minister Gui and Ao Qitian moved and left immediately. His gaze swept across the area below him. He looked at the group of 20 golden swordfish people on the arena and turned to look at Yu Wenhua. After the disciples of the Dragon sect have killed the disciples of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine sect, I will come and kill you, Wang Xian said expressionlessly. He looked in the direction of the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect and said, "There are 20 disciples of the Dragon Gate. If you don't have enough people, I can withdraw some of them. If you have enough people, then let's begin. A life and death battle will not end until one of you is dead." Hiss! Upon hearing Wang Xian's voice, all the disciples of the Immortal sect around sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were sparkling as they looked at the 20 young men standing in the arena with swords in their hands. First, they killed the disciples of the Holy Medicine sect. Then they killed Yu Wenhua. Just the Dragon King's words had shocked everyone. However, the scene where the 2 immortal gods brought 20 disciples was simply too shocking. 2 immortal gods. Apart from the 3 immortal gods on the surface, 2 more immortal gods appeared in the Dragon Gate. Furthermore, one of the immortal gods was a terrifying demon monkey. This was the strength of the Dragon Gate? Was this the so-called foundation of the Dragon Gate that had only been established for a few years? 5 immortals had already appeared, and at least 2 gods had appeared. Could it be that there were still other immortals who hadn't appeared? There were also those 20 youths who had directly appeared. Although their strength couldn't be seen, the ones that the Dragon King could bring out would definitely not be lower than the infant stage. Was this the foundation of the Dragon Gate? This was simply too terrifying. That devil monkey just now was very powerful. Even if he wasn't a mid-level immortal, he was still at the peak of the lower immortal realm. In the Beast Clan's seat, there was also a monkey that was over 2 meters tall. He spoke in human language and his eyes flickered as he spoke. The few immortal gods of the Beast Clan slowly nodded their heads. The few immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Holy Doctor Immortal sect slightly frowned. The few immortal gods exchanged glances and stared at the 20 youths below the arena. Then they waved their hands at the 10 disciples in front of them. I didn't expect your dragon sect to have such capable disciples. This is what makes it interesting. Today I shall kill you all. Hua Gujiang swept his gaze across the group of golden swordfish below. He snorted coldly and a strong aura erupted from his body. "Follow me. Come kill." He shouted softly and flew directly towards the stage. "Withdraw the 10 disciples," Wang Xian said to the golden swordfish below. "It's the Dragon King." The 10 nascent realm experts withdrew immediately. On the arena, Yu Wenhua stared at the golden swordfish with a cold expression. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Kill me. I'll wait. I hope you won't disappoint me when the time comes." He withdrew his long saber and flew towards the direction of the Yu Wen clan. Boom! After Yu Wenhua left, the 10 young disciples of the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect landed on the arena. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a terrifying aura. The dazzling green light, the blazing fire light, and the bone-piercing golden light instantly clashed head-on. One at a time or together. Standing in the middle, a golden swordfish expressionlessly stared at the 10 disciples of the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect and coldly said, "Interesting. I want to kill all of you as soon as possible. Hee hee. Then let's kill all of you together. It'll be more fun this way." Hua Gujiang extended his arm and pointed his emerald green staff forward. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a confident expression appeared on his face. Boom! 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 Beside him, the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect raised their staffs at the same time. The fire staff and the wood staff, one red and one green. When the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect joined hands, they would be able to display even stronger combat strength. They even had combined combat techniques. The 10 of them coldly pointed at the golden swordfish and the others, their faces revealing a strong sense of confidence. The battle is about to begin. When the surrounding disciples of the Immortal sect saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Their gazes were fixed on the arena below. The life and death battle between the disciples of the Dragon Gate and the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. At the beginning, no one was optimistic about the Dragon Gate. However, 2 immortal gods suddenly appeared and led a group of young people over. This scene made many people feel that the Dragon Gate was not as weak as they had imagined. However, looking at the 20 heaven's chosen disciples who were competing with each other, most of the disciples of the Immortal sect were still optimistic about the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. After all, Hua Gujiang was a half-step immortal god monster. One half-step immortal god could deal with at least 10 infant realm experts. At present, only 4 heavens chosen of the Immortal sects were half-step immortal gods. These were the most outstanding disciples who were nurtured by the Immortal sects with their enormous resources. Only the top few immortal gods could nurture such heavens chosen and outstanding talents. Even if the Dragon Gate is defeated, with the Dragon Gate's foundation, it's enough to make most immortal sects fear it. Even the top few immortal sects fear it. Some immortal sect disciples thought to themselves, "Haha, go to hell with cremation." At this moment, Hua Gujiang waved his arm and drops of green seeds fell to the ground. Thorns crazily burrowed out of the ground. The 5 fire element disciples tapped their scepters and the thorns were instantly covered in flames. In an instant, the terrifying flaming thorns attacked the 10 golden swordfish. The battle was about to start. The terrifying attacks instantly covered the entire arena. In an instant, the arena was filled with the terrifying flaming thorns. The arena within a few kilometers was completely covered. One could imagine how terrifying the power was. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect's attack instantly caused all the disciples of the Immortal sect to reveal shocked expressions. Even Xianyuan Fingyi of the Xianyuan clan and Yu Wenhua of the Yuan clan watched with solemn expressions. One sword. However, at this moment, an emotionless voice sounded from within the arena. One sword. The 10 golden swordfish let out a soft cry at the same time. With one sword, a resplendent golden sword light directly slashed forward. This was especially true for the attacks of the 5 golden swordfish in the center. Each sword was 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide. The aura of a half-step immortal god instantly exploded out. Boom! 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 A terrifying sword light swept out. There was nothing fancy about it, only one sword. What? The instant the sword light condensed, all the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect quickly stood up, their faces revealing an embarrassed expression. A low roar resounded throughout the entire arena. What's going on? Seeing the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect stand up with embarrassed expressions on their faces, all the disciples of the Immortal sect revealed shocked expressions. 5 half-step immortal gods. An immortal god from the Shen Yuan clan said in a deep voice as his eyes sparkled. Boom! 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 Under everyone's astonished gazes, the sword light that could easily crush a dead branch met with the flaming thorns. The terrifying flaming thorns were like fireworks as they emitted a flash of light on the stage. Soon after, they were drowned by the terrifying sword radiance. It was so overwhelming that there was no way to block it at all. The flames and thorns disappeared at a terrifying speed. Block! Block! Hua Gujiang's shocked voice rang out on the stage. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The emerald scepter in his hand emitted a dazzling green light. This was an immortal god's weapon. It was specially given to him by the immortal gods for today's battle. The other 9 disciples of the immortal sect were greatly shocked. They looked at the terrifying sword light that was attacking them in terror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, the young geniuses placed the scepters in their hands in front of them. The fire shield and the wood shield instantly appeared in front of them. If you don't die with one strike, then one more strike. The cold voice sounded again like a curse that could kill. The disciples of the Saint Medicine Immortal sect, who had just blocked the sword light, had a terrified look in their eyes. There were 5 half-step immortal gods, and the opponent had 5 half-step immortal gods. This was a fucking unequal combat power. The opponent only had 1 person and 1 sword, and they had already used all their strength to block. If one more strike came, everyone's eyes revealed a terrified expression. Even Hua Gujiang, who had arrogantly and domineeringly stared at the position of the Dragon Gate and demanded a battle, felt his heart tremble. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. I can't block it. I can't block it. A terrifying sword light once again formed. A young man from the Saint Medicine Immortal sect shouted out in fear with eyes filled with fear. The other 8 infant realm disciples also had despair on their faces. They had used up all of their strength just now. If they attacked again, they wouldn't be able to defend at all. Even the sword light attack from the 5 infant realm young swordsmen made their hearts palpitate. Not to mention the 5 half-step immortal gods. Run! A young heaven's favorite's eyes flashed with panic. Under the shocked gazes of all the disciples of the immortal sects, he turned around and ran out of the arena. Fuck, run. This is too embarrassing. All the immortal sects are watching, and he's actually running away. If he doesn't run, he'll definitely die. This disciple of the Saint Medicine Immortal sect has completely collapsed. The gap is too big. 5 half-step immortal gods. There are 5 of them. Even the powerful Shen Yuan clan only managed to nurture 1 half-step immortal god, Shen Yuan Feng Yi, among the younger generation. Furthermore, Shen Yuan Feng Yi has a high chance of becoming an immortal god. How can the Dragon Gate be so powerful? All the disciples of the Immortal Gate had shocked expressions on their faces. Awe! Screams of pain rang out in the arena. The disciple who had just escaped had just flown out of the arena's enchantment when he heard the sounds behind him. Immediately, his scalp went numb and his eyes were filled with terror as he flew toward the Holy Medicine Immortal Gate with all his might. Can you escape? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Terrifying sword rays pierced through the young man's chest, causing his eyes to widen as his corpse fell towards the ground. At this moment, traces of sword rays were left behind on the sturdy stage. At the edge of the stage, Hua Gujiang was half-squatting on the ground. His emerald green staff was emitting a dazzling light as a green circle surrounded him. He was panting heavily and his eyes were filled with fear. A dense energy entered his chest from the staff of the artifact of the immortal god. The defense of this green circle came from a treasure on his chest. As the most powerful disciple of the Holy Medicine sect and the disciple with the most terrifying talent, he had a life-saving method. Unless the immortal god made a move, he could not break the defense on his chest. As for the other disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, they had already died under that terrifying sword light. There was only 1 sword. If 1 sword did not die, then there would be 1 more sword. 2 swords, just 2 swords. The domineering and confident Holy Medicine Immortal sect only had 1 disciple who survived while the other disciples were all killed. This result made everyone feel incredulous. Not only did the Holy Medicine Immortal sect not win, they were all instantly killed. Hiss! Seeing Hua Gujiang squatting on the ground, all the immortal sects were shocked. A complete defeat. A complete defeat. Complete crushing. My God! It's unbelievable. The entire arena was silent. Everyone had no idea what to say. Everyone stared at the arena with their mouths agape. The immortals and deities of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were slightly trembling. Their eyes were slightly red as they stared at the arena below. 9 young prodigies and 9 nascent realm cultivators. Although the deaths of 9 nascent realm cultivators couldn't hurt them at all, they were the most outstanding disciples of this generation, especially on the arena. They were instantly killed by the Dragon Gate in front of everyone's eyes. To the 2 immortal sects of the holy medicine, holy medicine, holy medicine, this was simply a slap in the face. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, on the arena, 10 golden swordfish slowly walked toward Hua Gujiang, who was surrounded by green energy. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It's a battle of life and death. They are going to kill Hua Gujiang. The defense on Hua Gujiang's body can withstand the full force attack of an immortal god. It's very difficult to break through it. Hua Gujiang is the future immortal god that the 2 immortal sects, holy medicine and holy medicine, are most focused on nurturing. How can the 2 immortal sects just watch him be killed? The surrounding disciples of the holy medicine sect looked at the group of golden swordfish that were walking over and started discussing softly. The group of immortal gods from the holy medicine sect and the holy medicine sect also looked at him with an awkward expression. Phew! The green-robed elder took a deep breath and looked at Wuxia. We, the holy medicine sect and the holy medicine sect, admit defeat. We admit defeat. Even if we don't admit defeat, we have already lost. The holy medicine sect and the holy medicine sect are completely defeated. This is really out of everyone's expectations. When everyone around heard this, they muttered to themselves, "How can we admit defeat in a life and death battle?" Wuxia stared at them with an expressionless face and said in a mocking tone, "Dragon King, we will give up after killing 9 of our outstanding disciples. The competition is over." The green-robed elder said in a low voice with an embarrassed expression, "There's still one more. It will be over soon." Wuxia revealed a smile as he looked down calmly. Boom, boom, boom. As if they were responding to Wuxia, 10 golden swordfish raised the golden longswords in their hands and slashed at Hua Gujiang's rain shield. "Dragon King, don't go too far. I'm warning you." A cold light shot out from the green-robed elder's eyes as he pointed at Wuxia. "Haha, since you dare to fight to the death, let's fight to the death. If you don't dare, why are you spouting nonsense? Is this the immortal sect that has been passed down for thousands of years? Today, so what if I, the dragon sect, kill the 2 disciples of your immortal sect?" Wuxia laughed out loud and stared at the green-robed elder with a cold expression. He did not show any signs of weakness. So what if he killed him? When he said this, everyone was shocked. Dragon King is indeed the Dragon King. If you dare to provoke him, you will have to pay a heavy price. All the immortal sect disciples and even the immortal gods stared at Wuxia with flickering eyes. The Grand Elder and sect master of the Hunyuan immortal sect had initially wanted to take revenge. Now that they saw how domineering Wuxia was, their expressions kept changing. They were considering whether they should make an enemy out of this kind of person. "Haha, good, good. Dragon King, very good. Today, our holy medicine, holy doctor celestial sect will remember that we have a long future ahead of us. Just as you said, in the near future, there will only be one between us." The eyes of the green-robed elder were filled with frost. His cold killing intent was not concealed at all. "Repeating what I said is very boring." Wuxia stared at the green-robed elder without showing any signs of weakness. "No, no." Hua Gujiang's terrified voice was heard from the arena below. Everyone quickly looked over. At this moment, the defense on Hua Gujiang's body was actually showing signs of cracking. Under the continuous attacks of 5 half-step immortal gods and 5 infant-stage powerhouses, the terrifying defensive power was actually slowly cracking. Hua Gujiang, who was on the arena, revealed a look of fear in his eyes. He might not feel fear after being killed in an instant, but now that he was slowly walking towards death, this was even more terrifying. The immortal gods of the holy medicine and holy medicine sect looked over, their eyes extremely cold. "I'll definitely make you pay back tenfold for today's matter," the sect leaders of the 2 great immortal sects said with a cold expression. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream represented the end of the life and death battle between the Dragon Sect and the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Sect. 10 of the most outstanding disciples of the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Sect were killed. Hua Gujiang, who had a high chance of obtaining the first place in this competition, was killed. Everyone could hear the conversation between the two immortal sects and the Dragon King clearly. This made everyone have a premonition that the Dragon sect and the two immortal sects would become enemies completely. It was to the extent that they were going to kill each other. This made all the disciples of the immortal sects feel the confidence and fearlessness of the Dragon King. So what if he challenged the two immortal sects? Leave one of the strongest ones behind. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice reverberated through the entire battleground once again. All the disciples and immortals of the celestial sect were slightly shocked. They looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. It's the Dragon King. On the stage, the 9 golden swordfish nodded their heads. Their bodies moved and they flew toward the stage of the Dragon Gate. Please give us your instructions, Dragon King. The last golden swordfish asked Wang Xian respectfully. Continue, fight? Wang Xian looked in the direction of the Yuan clan expressionlessly and said indifferently, Let's begin. Let's see if the Dragon Gate disciple dies or if you die. It's the Dragon King. The golden swordfish accepted the challenge. With a wave of its arm, it pointed in the direction of the Yuan clan. Its face was cold and emotionless. With a resounding voice, it said, Come and fight. You die or I die. You die or I die. The emotionless voice resounded throughout the entire battleground. The long sword of the Dragon Gate disciple pointed straight at the Yuan clan. Just like not long ago, the Yuan clan's Yuan Hua pointed his weapon straight at the Yuan clan and challenged them to a battle. However, this time it was the Dragon Gate's side. Moreover, it was a battle that would not end until one of them died. A half-step immortal god inviting another half-step immortal god to a battle that would not end until one of them died. It had to be said that this was an extremely terrifying thing. No half-step immortal god dared to invite another half-step immortal god of the same level down the arena to fight to the death. No one wanted to die. But now, the half-step immortal god disciple of the Dragon Gate had directly invited Yuan Hua of the Yuan clan to fight. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that after the disciple of the Dragon King killed the holy doctor and holy medicine disciple, he would really kill Yuan Hua again, as he said. Doing so would undoubtedly anger the Yuan clan. But the Dragon King was still the Dragon King, a strong enemy. So what? At this time, Yuan Hua, who was on the Yuan clan stage, saw the golden swordfish pointing straight at him. Hearing his words, his face changed slightly and his pupils could not help but shrink. Not only Yuan Hua, but all the disciples of the Yuan clan, as well as the immortals and gods, also changed their faces. Hiss, a fight to the death. A fight to the death? That disciple of the Dragon Gate wants to fight to the death? This. His cold face and emotionless voice. A fight to the death. This young swordsman is so terrifying. Now, does Yuan Hua dare to fight to the death with him? If Yuan Hua doesn't make a move, then the entire Yuan clan will lose a lot of face. Especially just now, Yuan Hua pointed at the Dragon King's sister and told him to get down, or else he would kneel down and apologize. All the disciples of the Immortal sect looked at this scene in shock. They looked at the platform of the Yuan clan, waiting for their response. At this moment, Yuan Hua's face kept changing. He stared at the golden swordfish on the ring with a gloomy face. He really did not dare to engage in a life-and-death battle, especially when he was facing an expert who was also at the peak of half-step immortal god realm. He did not dare to guarantee that he would win. And once he lost, what awaited him was death. As the most outstanding Heaven's Pride disciple of the Yuan clan, as the most dazzling young expert in the pugilistic world, he did not dare to gamble. He did not dare to use his own life to fight in an arena battle. If you don't dare, kneel down and apologize. Xiao Yu saw the changing expression of Yuan Hua on the Yuan clan's platform and felt very relieved. He said with slight ridicule, Kneel down and apologize. This was what Yuan Hua said to Xiao Yu towards the Dragon Gate not long ago. If he did not dare, then kneel down and apologize. But now Xiao Yu returned this sentence to him. Yuan Hua almost vomited blood when he heard Xiao Yu's words. He stared at him with slightly red eyes and his body trembled slightly. The immortals and gods of the Yuan clan also looked extremely embarrassed. This doesn't give the Yuan clan a way out at all. He doesn't put the Yuan clan in his eyes at all. He is simply offending them to the death. The Dragon King really has no scruples. The group of disciples from the Immortal sects exclaimed in their hearts as they watched. Dragon King, let's spar normally. When the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan saw this scene, he looked at Yuan Hua and sighed in his heart. He said faintly, Your Yuan clan's disciple was taught a lesson for speaking without restraint. Now another disciple has come to provoke us. Why are you cowardly now? If you don't have the strength, don't be so arrogant. Wang Xian looked at the supreme elder of the Yuan clan and said expressionlessly. Wang Xian's words made all the immortal sects of the Yuan clan turn pale instantly. An immortal who looked similar to Yuan Hua had a cold look in his eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when the supreme elder waved his hand. Let's spar normally. If Yuan Hua loses, we will compensate him with a level 2 formation. How about that? The Grand Elder of the Yuan clan said to Wang Xian. Grade 2 formation? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Currently, the Dragon Palace needed 10 Grade 2 formations to upgrade to Grade 2. Grade 2 formations were very important to him. Moreover, the Yuan clan had already regressed. If they did not relent, they might completely offend the Yuan clan. Although Wang Xian was not afraid of the Yuan clan, there was no need to provoke such a strong enemy. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Whoosh. I will definitely defeat you today. On the platform of the Yuan clan, Yuan Hua flew off the stage with an embarrassed expression. He stared at the golden swordfish with a cold expression. However, Yuan Hua's cold voice sounded extremely weak in the eyes of all the surrounding disciples of the Immortal sect. Just now, others had invited him for a life-and-death battle, but he didn't agree. Now he was just trying to hide his cowardice. Please enlighten me. The golden swordfish's ice-cold long sword pointed straight at Yuan Hua. Enlighten me. Facing the golden swordfish, he didn't dare to be careless. With a gloomy face, he moved his arm. A yellow shield appeared in his left hand, and a knight's sword appeared in his right hand. A shield and a sword were the most suitable for Earth Elemental cultivators. Earth Elemental cultivators were best at defense. Traceless sword. The long sword in the golden swordfish's hand instantly moved. The swordsmanship of the golden swordfish clan all came from Ao Jian, which could be said to be the same lineage as Ao Jian. The heartless sword principle focused on killing. The moment he attacked, an invisible long sword directly attacked Yuan Hua. Humph. I'll definitely defeat you today. Yuan Hua's eyes lit up. He raised the shield in his hand, and the traceless sword landed on the shield. The earthen yellow mist on the shield dispersed and blocked it. Earth-shattering. The earthen yellow knight's sword in his hand swung forward, and a crack instantly appeared on the entire arena as he attacked the golden swordfish. Traceless. Slash. The golden swordfish leaped into the air as terrifying metal swords were shot out. The terrifying sword radiance emitted a boundless radiance. The entire arena was instantly covered in gold. Slash. All the golden radiance condensed into tiny metal swords as they fell towards Yuan Hua. Sky high. Yuan Hua's expression changed slightly as he raised the knight's sword and shield in his hand, and khaki-colored defense appeared around him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the earthen yellow defense. When the continuous attacks landed on his defense, his expression changed drastically. Sigh. Heartless sword, although it's just a superficial attack, its attack power is also very terrifying. This child among the same level, his attack power is unparalleled. On the Yuan clan's platform, the Grand Elder looked at the short exchange of blows on the stage and shook his head slightly. The other immortals and deities also had ugly expressions, especially one of the middle-aged immortals and deities. Our Yuan clan's defense is very strong, especially when combined with the formation. Although our attack power can't compare to the explosive attributes of fire, metal, and lightning, it's not bad either. It's a combination of offense and defense. However, faced with such a violent, merciless sword, Little Hua is simply unable to win. An elderly, immortal god's eyes flickered as he spoke. The supreme elder of the Yuan clan nodded in agreement. Ruthless sword. 1,000 years ago, the strongest sword immortal, the immortal slayer Taoist, used the power of the ruthless sword Dao to suppress the entire Jianghu. No one was able to receive his sword. From then on, the ruthless sword was the #1 killing sword. It was incomparably terrifying. However, to cultivate the ruthless sword, one needed to forget, sever, and be ruthless. Emotionless, 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 and merciless. This was a kind of realm, and it was not a clever attack. However, this realm was very terrifying. It would unleash the sharpest attacks, the deadliest attacks, and the most accurate attacks. In the past, after the immortal Slayer Taoist had forgotten his feelings, in order to pursue the Tao of the sword, he had killed his family and almost destroyed the entire immortal sect. Since then, the immortal Slayer Tao had declined a lot. In just a few moves, the Yuan clan knew that their disciples were going to be defeated. Suppression. This suppression is a little obvious. This disciple of the Dragon Gate's attacks are so terrifying. The golden longswords are endless, and they can accurately strike in every direction. It's too terrifying. The young swordsman in the battle is like an ice-cold machine. His attacks are simply too sharp. When he was suppressing the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect just now, he couldn't see anything. Now he's simply too strong. Fortunately, Yuanhua didn't agree to the life and death battle just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to win at all. The group of Immortal sect disciples looked at the battle on the arena below. This battle was somewhat out of many people's expectations. Yuanhua was originally a Heaven's Pride expert who was qualified to fight for the first place this time. But now, he was completely powerless against a young swordsman. He could only use his strong earth attribute defense to block the attacks time and time again. As disciples of the Immortal sect with such a status, each of them also had their own trump cards. Yuanhua's trump card was a type of defense, an extremely terrifying defense. But under the attacks of the golden swordfish, there was no chance of winning. All the disciples of the Immortal sect could see it, let alone the immortal gods. On the arena, Yuanhua's face was extremely pale. His arms trembled slightly from the repeated attacks. On the contrary, the golden swordfish standing in the air launched powerful attacks without any expression on its face. On the surrounding platforms, the heavens chosen of the immortal sects standing at the front watched the golden swordfish's attacks with extremely grave expressions. Even Xianyuan Fini of the Xianyuan clan and a burly young man of the wild beast immortal sect watched with flickering eyes. Even if it was them, they didn't have absolute confidence in winning against this terrifying young swordsman. In fact, they might even lose. This caused the expressions of all the heaven's favorites from the immortal sects to turn ugly. Ka. At this moment, a crack appeared on Yuanhua's defense from below, causing his face to turn pale. You're not my match. The golden swordfish glanced at the cracked defense and didn't continue to attack. His body moved, and it directly flew towards the Dragon Gate platform. Hoo! Yuanhua panted heavily, and his pale face slowly recovered. He did not say anything, nor did he say anything fierce. His body moved, and he flew towards the Yuan clan's platform. He could feel that the gap between him and the young swordsman of Dragon Gate was very big. He was not a match for him. He was completely not a match for him. This was a complete suppression of his strength. The disciples of the Dragon Gate are truly outstanding talents. Our Yuan clan has admitted defeat. Level 2 Formation. Mingqing Formation. The Supreme Elder of the Yuan clan had no expression on his face. He waved his arm and 4 formation compasses flew towards Wang Xian. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xian smiled faintly. His gaze swept across the formation compasses and a faint smile appeared on his face. Mingqing Array Compass. Level 2 Array Formation. Clear Mind. This was a relatively unorthodox auxiliary array formation. Its effect was somewhat similar to the Dragon Field, which could enhance one's comprehension ability. However, in terms of effect, it was dozens of times weaker than the Dragon Field's ability. However, it was still a level 2 array formation. Wang Xian's face was full of smiles. He sat there and swept his gaze across all the immortal sections. He continued to speak indifferently. The disciples of the Dragon Sect are not participating in this prodigy tournament. Since the Dragon Gate is not participating, let's continue. The Grand Elder of the Xianyuan clan took a glance at Wang Xian and spoke to all the immortal sects. The competition continued. 41 Heaven's favorites were competing for 21 spots. However, the following competition made many disciples of the immortal sects feel that there was too much exaggeration in this Heaven's Favorites competition. That was because the Dragon Gate was not participating. The powerful 5 young disciples of the Dragon Gate who were half-step immortal gods would definitely occupy 5 seats. And according to the young swordsmen of half-step immortal gods, the strength of those swordsmen of the infant realm would definitely not be weak. There were even many disciples who guessed that the strength of those young disciples of the infant realm should be able to reach the top 21. However, the Dragon King did not let the disciples of the Dragon Gate participate. The first Heaven's Pride competition was held for 3 days. When the last day was over, the Heaven's Pride ranking came out. First place, Xian Yuanfengyi. Second place, Shou Tian. Third place, Yu Wenhua. Fourth place, Wan Qingyun. The rankings came out one by one. The Xian Yuan clan was first, the Mad Beast Immortal Sect disciples were second, the Yuan clan was third, and the True Martial Immortal Academy was fourth. As soon as this information was released, it immediately blew up the entire Jianghu. In the past 2 days, the matter of the prodigy competition had caused a huge sensation on the Jianghu internet. The 10 prodigies of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect had all been killed by the disciples of the Dragon Gate. Yuan Hua had been defeated by the disciples of the Dragon Gate. These 2 pieces of news caused a sensation on the Jianghu internet the next day, and also shocked all the disciples of the Immortal Sect. When the news spread on the internet that the 2 terrifying immortal gods of the Dragon Gate had brought 20 young disciples, it shocked all the martial artists. This was especially true for the disciples and family members of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, as well as those who supported the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect. On the 3rd day after the Prodigy tournament ended, the rankings were determined and it shocked the entire Jianghu. The first Prodigy tournament has ended. Looking at the rankings, I really have mixed feelings. If all the disciples of the Dragon Gate were to go on stage, I wonder what the situation would be like. This year's Prodigy tournament is too exaggerated. Xian Yuanfengyi's swordsmanship is very strong, but if that young swordsman from the Dragon Gate goes up, I wonder who will win first place. No one would have thought that under the pressure of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, the Dragon Gate would be able to bring out such a terrifying foundation. This time, the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect was too miserable. All the prodigy disciples were completely killed. There were 3 pitiful people in this Heaven's Chosen tournament. The Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, Yuan Yu and Fairy Hua were all courting death. Now, they've been taught a good lesson by the Dragon Gate. They deserve it. One by one, the topics were trending on the Jianghu internet. The performance of the Dragon Gate caused all the disciples of the Immortal Sect to be shocked. And the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect became the laughingstock of this year's Heaven's Chosen tournament. They became the target of ridicule. Initially, they were provoking others, but in the end, they were completely crushed. In this competition, the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect became the biggest loser. As for the Dragon Sect, their reputation soared. Powerful disciples, at least 5 immortals, and terrifying foundations. Even without the existence of ordinary disciples, the Dragon Sect's strength could rank around the 5th among all the immortal sects. However, on the Jianghu internet, many disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect clamored that they would make the Dragon Sect pay a heavy price. When everyone saw the comments made by the disciples of the 2 great immortal sects, they also became slightly solemn. The strength displayed by the Holy Medicine sects was much stronger than the strength displayed by the Dragon Gate. Moreover, in the disciple competition of the immortal sects, the sect leaders of the 2 great immortal sects had clearly stated that the Dragon Gate would wait. It was possible that the 2 great immortal sects would take revenge at any time. And after the disciple competition, there was another matter that attracted more attention in Jianghu. The Dragon Gate would hold an auction. Dragon Gate Auction. After the end of the grand competition, the Dragon King announced on the spot that an auction would be held. This was the first Dragon Gate auction. 3 days later, it would be held on a floating island in the Bohai Sea. The auction would be held for 1 day. At that time, the main items to be auctioned would be spirit weapons and elixirs. At that time, in this auction, 5 grade, 13 spirit weapons, 3 sets of grade, 12 spirit weapon sets, grade, 7 elixirs, and grade 6 elixirs would be auctioned. Once this news was out, it once again caused the entire immortal sects to be in an uproar. 5 grade 13 spirit weapons. These were weapons used by immortals, and many immortals in the immortal sects didn't have grade 13 spirit weapons to use. The other 3 sets of grade 12 spirit weapon sets also caused many immortal sect disciples to go crazy. Spirit weapon sets. When an ordinary infant realm expert wore this spirit weapon set, they were completely capable of fighting against the Heaven's Favorites ranked on the Heaven's Favorites list. Not to mention those grade 7 medicinal pills and grade 6 medicinal pills. The rarity of grade 7 medicinal pills could shorten the cultivation time of an infant realm expert by a few years or even more than 10 years. Their rarity even surpassed that of a spirit tool. If one could consume grade 7 medicinal pills to increase the cultivation speed, there was a chance of stepping into the immortal god realm in the future. Spirit tools and medicinal pills were extremely precious to martial artists. Other than spirit tools and medicinal pills, there was also the earth starfish, an earth starfish that could increase one's lifespan. An earth starfish could be comparable to a level 6 medicinal pill, a treasure that could increase one's lifespan. At that time, the earth starfish would not be auctioned but sold directly. It could be exchanged with level 6 medicinal pills and level 7 spiritual herbs. When the news of the Dragon Gate auction came out, the eyes of many immortal sect disciples lit up, filled with anticipation. Many disciples of the immortal sects rushed into Jiang City, waiting for the beginning of the Dragon Gate auction. Dragon Gate, Dragon King. At this time, in the area of Yaoding, Yaoshan was the most majestic mountain peak of Yaoding. The entire mountain peak was covered with green plants. Many plants swayed their branches, swaying without wind, and had their own lives. At the top of Mount Yao, a golden palace was built where the golden plants were. At this moment, 13 middle-aged elders were standing in the palace. In the center of the palace stood an elder. The elder was wearing a red robe and a green robe. This elder didn't appear in the sight of the other immortal sects. In the Yaoding world, there were only 2 immortal sects, the Holy Medicine sect and the Holy Medicine sect. Therefore, the other immortal sects didn't know the true strength of the 2 immortal sects. Now, there were 13 immortal gods in the entire palace, a total of 13. This was far beyond the expectations of the other immortal sects in the Jianghu. They only revealed 8 immortal gods, and now there were 5 more. This was terrifying. Moreover, if the people of the immortal sects saw the 2 sect leaders standing respectfully beside the old man in the middle, they would be even more shocked. After all, the sect leaders of the 2 immortal sects had the strength of a middle-level immortal. This meant that this old man was a high-level immortal. As of now, only the Shen Yuan clan, the Yuan clan, and the Wild Beast Immortal sect were known to be high-level immortals. The Dragon Gate doesn't put us 2 immortal sects in their eyes. We can't let this grudge go just like that. It's not just this grudge. There's also the matter of the innate immortal sect. If it weren't for the Dragon King, we could completely monopolize the medicinal pills in the entire Jianghu in the future. Our influence could surpass that of the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan. Also, we can increase the terrifying battle strength of a tree demon, a middle-rank immortal. The 2 leaders of the 2 immortal sects growled in a low voice, their eyes filled with coldness. They had cut off their business and one of their immortal sects' powerful battle strength. Now, they had even killed the 10 most outstanding disciples of their 2 immortal sects, making the 2 immortal sects, Holy Medicine and Holy Doctor, lose face. Not to mention that in the past, the Dragon King had even destroyed the clansmen that they had left behind in the real world. Moreover, they also suspected that the experts of the immortal sects who had been sent out in advance before they appeared in the real world had also been killed by the Dragon King. All kinds of hatred had already become irreconcilable between the 2 sides. The face of our Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect has been slapped so many times by the Dragon Gate. We absolutely cannot let this matter rest. Otherwise, the immortal sects in the world will think that we 2 immortal sects are to be trifled with. An old man in a fiery red robe continued to speak in a gloomy tone. That's right. Please give us your orders, Grand Supreme. We must teach this Dragon Gate a good lesson. The immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect looked at the old man in the middle and asked with eyes full of anger. The disciples of this Dragon Gate are all in the infant realm. The total number of members is at most 100. The Immortal God Treaty cannot be violated. The old man's face was full of fat, full of majesty and dominance. His lips moved slightly and the sound of a loud bell rang out. This is also what we are afraid of. The Dragon Gate has 70 to 80 infant realm experts and the number of experts is only 20 to 30 less than us. Moreover, they don't have any territory, so it's not easy to deal with them. An immortal god said with a gloomy face. All of the disciples were in the infant realm, so the Immortal Gate without any territory made it impossible for them to deal with them. No, the Dragon Gate didn't have any territory or property in the past, but according to the information I received, after the auction, the Dragon Gate will open a forging workshop to sell spirit tools and pills, and undertake the refining of spirit tools and pills. The green-robed old man shook his head, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Since he wants to monopolize the refining of medicinal pills and spirit tools in the Jianghu, then we— A middle-aged immortal god's cold lips curled up as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The crime of the Dragon Gate cannot be forgiven. Don't have any scruples. The old man standing in the middle slowly raised his head. The treacherous Spike clan has already established the treacherous Spike clan to carry out assassinations and accept any assassinations. The treacherous Spike clan doesn't have many clansmen either. They are similar to the Dragon Gate. We will pay for them to act. The treacherous Spike clan's assassinations, along with us, will be executed. If they offend our holy medicine, holy doctor, celestial sect, kill them. In the future, we will make it impossible for them to gain a foothold in the martial arts world. The old man's eyes lit up and his voice reverberated throughout the entire hall. Anyone who dares to provoke us will be killed. Yes, Grand Supreme. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the immortals. A terrifying killing intent pervaded the entire hall. Dragon King, the floating island, has been reconstructed by the puppet celestial sect. Do you want to go over and take a look? At this moment, Mo Qinglong said to Wang Xian when he had just returned to Jiang City. Let's go and take a look. There must be no mistakes in the Dragon Gate auction in 3 days. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Once the auction was successful, it would mean that half of the Dragon Gate forging workshop was successful. Once the forging workshop was on the right track, the layout on land would be completed. By then, he could enter the ocean directly and start to enter the vast ocean, sweeping across the entire ocean. At that time, the Dragon Palace would improve at a terrifying speed. Dragon King, look, this is our Dragon Gate auction house. The entire auction house is divided into 3 levels, and it can seat 3,000 people. The equipment inside are all made by the puppet immortal sect. Everything is very convenient. In addition, there are 2 shops next to the auction house. One is a spirit tool shop and the other is a medicinal pill shop. This can also be considered as the main shop of our refining workshop. Dragon King, you need to take out some spiritual weapons and elixirs and place them in the shop. The items placed in the shop must not conflict with the items being auctioned. However, there must be a treasure that can protect the shop. Upon arriving at the floating island, Mo Qinglong introduced the items to Wang Xian. Wang Xian sized up the entire floating island and nodded his head in satisfaction. This island was snatched away by the celestial puppet sect in the beginning. After that, it was sent over obediently. Wang Xian took a liking to the powerful puppet techniques of the celestial puppet sect. They used it to build special houses and items. It was definitely dozens of times better than modern buildings. Hence, Wang Xian gave the celestial puppet sect some rewards and asked them to help build it. The celestial puppet sect was naturally very willing to help. The eastern half of the floating island was built into a Dragon Gate auction house. The western part was built into a place for leisure. In the future, when he went out to sea, he didn't need to use ships anymore. He could directly control the floating island to float. All right, let me make some preparations. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a move of his body, he circled around the floating island. 3 days passed in an instant. During these 3 days, Wang Xian received a piece of good news. A Jia had broken through to the immortal realm. Originally, she was in the infant stage. Her body still contained a majestic fire attribute energy that she had yet to digest. After experiencing many fortuitous encounters, she had also taken this step. Wang Xian was not too surprised that a Jia had entered the immortal stage. Now, Lan Qingyue and Sun Lingxiu could also enter the immortal stage at any time. The same was true for the 9-headed Hui. Next was Ao Shrimps and Ao Nu. In the Dragon Palace, there were at least 4 to 5 other people who could enter the immortal stage at any time. Moreover, after the corpse of an immortal-level aquatic creature was sent back to the Dragon Palace, it would soon be able to give birth to 1 or even 2 immortal gods in the Dragon Palace. Soon, the immortal gods of the Dragon Palace would be close to 20. Is the floating island of the Dragon Gate in front of us? This is the legendary island. The Dragon Gate auction. This time, I want to auction a grade 7 medicinal pill. As long as I have this grade 7 medicinal pill, I will be able to break through to the infant realm. I want to buy an Earth Star fish as a gift for my great-grandfather. Haha. This Dragon Gates auction is simply too grand. It's an immortal-level spirit weapon. 5 of them will be auctioned at once, and there are 3 sets of spirit weapon sets. Dragon Gate is simply too rich. Look, those are the immortal gods and disciples of the natural-born immortal sect. I heard that Dragon Gate and the natural-born immortal sect are cooperating. In the future, Dragon Gate's forging workshop will provide spirit herbs. Those are the leaders of the Ming King immortal sect and the puppet immortal sect. There are also immortal gods from the Shen Yuan clan. So many immortal gods are here. 3 days later, in the early morning, the Dragon Gate auction had already caused an uproar on the Jianghu website for the past 3 days. The Dragon Gate auction was the first auction in the history of all the immortal sections. It was also the most grand auction. It was a celestial artifact, a level 12 spirit artifact set, and a level 7 elixir. With such an item, it was enough to attract the attention of the immortals. Furthermore, during these 3 days, the Dragon Gate auction also collected a lot of treasures that were put up for auction. As an auction house, it wasn't just the auction house that auctioned the items themselves. In fact, most of the auction houses only auctioned the items sent by others. Although most of the items in the Dragon Gate auction house were taken out by Wang Xian himself, he had also collected quite a number of high-value items. He would take a certain amount of commission to help them conduct the auction. The precious treasures and 3 days of publicity had attracted all the disciples of the immortal sects and even the immortals. In the morning, there were even many disciples of the immortal sects who came to the floating island. Wang Xian stood beside the entrance of the floating island and looked at the immortals who had entered with a smile. In just half an hour, 7 immortals from the immortal sects had arrived. One could imagine the attraction of the immortal artifacts, spirit chi sets, and grade 7 elixirs. Around them, the members of the Dragon Gate were guarding each and every position to ensure their safety. Ao Jian was also in charge. No one dared to cause trouble here. The floating island was considered the territory of the Dragon Gate, so the immortal god of the Dragon Gate could make a move directly. The 2 shops next to the auction house can buy pills and spirit tools. Moreover, if you have the materials, you can help forge them for free. 2 sets of metal materials can be used to forge 1 spirit tool, 3 sets of spirit herbs, and 4 pills for you. It's simply too suitable. I heard that in the future, the Dragon Gate will open a forging shop in the real cities next to the major cities of the Immortal Gate. You can buy 5th, 6th, and even 7th grade pills there. The same is true for spirit tools. In addition, you can also bring your own materials. The immortal god of the Wild Beast Immortal Sect led the 2nd-ranked Heaven's favorite, Shou Tian, and a dozen disciples into the floating island. A disciple said with a twinkle in his eyes. Their Wild Beast Immortal Sect was very powerful, but they were not very good at alchemy and refining tools. As a result, they were in urgent need of spirit tools and medicinal pills. If it's really at this price, then it's very suitable. This auction will see if there are any spirit tools that are suitable for me. If there aren't, then I can only find materials for the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop to refine. The tall and sturdy immortal god slowly nodded his head. The Earth Starfish is sold in that shop. They can be exchanged with medicinal pills and spirit herbs at the same price, or they can be bought with spirit stones. There are a total of 500 of them. It's simply too crazy. The Dragon Gate is simply too rich. No wonder they can nurture so many powerful disciples. With such resources and fewer than 100 disciples, they can naturally nurture many infant realm cultivators. Oh my God! Did you hear that? The shop that sells spiritual artifacts has a grade 13 spiritual artifact. It's too awesome. They took out a celestial artifact and sold it at a marked price without even auctioning it. Exclamations and exclamations could be heard one after another. Everyone rushed towards the Earthstar fish shop, the spiritual artifact shop, and the elixir shop. This floating island was simply a treasure trove. Even the eyes of the Celestials were burning with passion. They were itching to snatch it away. Soon, 5,000 to 6,000 people gathered on the floating island. This was because of the requirements set by Wuxia. If one wanted to enter the floating island, one had to fulfill one of two conditions. The first was to possess the strength of at least half-step infant realm. The second condition was to possess 50,000 spirit stones or items worth 50,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, more than 100,000 people or even more would pour into the floating island. After all, the Dragon Gate auction was currently the most grand auction in the pugilistic world, with the highest value of items. After this auction, the resources I will obtain will at least be able to rise to the level of a high-level immortal. At that time, among all the immortal sects, there will be no more than 5 people who can match my fighting strength. At 9:30 a.m., 5,000 to 6,000 people crowded around the 3 shops on the floating island. The items from the 3 shops, medicinal pills, spirit tools, and earth starfish, were basically swept clean. The auction house opened punctually at this time and people swarmed in. There were only 3,000 seats in the auction house and almost half of the people had to stand at the back. However, many martial artists did not have much objections. After all, 90% of them were not here to auction items, but to watch this grand auction. The Immortals had their own private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Pong! Everyone quiet down. Mo Qinglong stood on the auction stage and shouted softly. He held a hammer in his hand and his voice resonated in everyone's hearts. Wang Xian, Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing, and the rest of the girls were in a private room on the 3rd floor. They were all looking down with smiles on their faces. A half-step immortal powerhouse was still very intimidating. Sensing Mo Qinglong's faint aura, the entire auction house instantly quieted down. Thank you all for coming to participate in the first auction held by our Dragon Gate auction house. The highest bidder will get the item and can pay with elixirs and spirit stones. Without further ado, the first item to be auctioned is a grade 13 spiritual artifact, the artifact of the Immortal. Mo Qinglong waved his arm and a sharp longsword flew out from behind him. The spiritual sword emitted a dazzling sword light and the entire sword was incomparably sharp. Some half-step infant realm experts even felt a bone-piercing sword light. Caused fear in their hearts. Hiss! All the auctioneers who came to participate in the auction had shocked expressions on their faces. And all the disciples of the immortal sect who were wielding swords stared at the spiritual sword floating on the auction stage with fervent eyes. It was an immortal artifact. A spirit artifact that even immortals were interested in. It was actually the first one to be put up for auction. Currently, there was no price on the market for the immortal artifact because no one was selling the immortal artifact. The starting price is 800,000 spirit stones, or an equivalent medicinal pill. Mo Qinglong swept his gaze across everyone and said with a smile on his face, 800,000. After hearing this price, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 800,000. In terms of the value of the immortal god weapon, it's not very expensive. However, other than the immortal gods, who can afford 800,000, I wonder who will get the first immortal god weapon. Just now, I saw a total of 12 immortal gods enter the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. An infant stage expert holding an immortal god weapon can compete with a half-step immortal god expert. The disciples of the immortal sect looked at him with burning eyes. 800,000! A young man sitting in the hall raised his hand arrogantly and shouted. 7th place in this Heaven's Pride competition, the descendant of an immortal god of the path of the beheading immortal, he's really too rich. 800,000 spirit stones, my goodness. The disciples of the immortal sect stared at the young man with envious faces. 850,000. At this moment, an old man's voice sounded, shocking everyone in the auction once again. It's the Grand Elder of the Upper 9 immortal sects, an existence at the half-step immortal god realm. Everyone looked over and said with sparkling eyes, 900,000. In less than 10 seconds, another voice sounded. All the disciples looked over and saw the G character on his clothes, and their hearts trembled. It was another top-tier expert who was half a step away from the immortal god realm. 100. Everyone was shocked for more than 10 seconds when a dignified voice came from the second floor. The immortal god had made his move. Everyone looked up, their eyes shining. The immortal god's weapon was the most top-tier spirit weapon in the world. There were about 100 known immortal gods in all the immortal sects in the Jianghu. Among the 100 immortals and gods, more than half of them didn't have an artifact of immortals and gods. Only warriors who cultivated the water and fire attributes could refine artifacts. Among all the immortal sects, the ones who could refine artifacts were the Yongchang Immortal Sect, the Great Flood Immortal Sect, the Upper Nine Immortal Sects, the True Martial Immortal Sect, and the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect. Compared to the other immortal sects, these 4 immortal sects were better at refining spirit artifacts. The other puppet immortal sects, the Yuan clan, and the Shenyuan clan also had some disciples who specialized in the fire element to learn the art of refining weapons. However, it was extremely difficult for them to refine immortal god weapons. In the entire Jianghu, there were no more than 5 great artifact masters who could refine immortal god weapons. However, if an ordinary great artifact master wanted to refine a spirit weapon, not only did they need enough materials, but they also needed a long time. Refining an immortal spiritual tool might take a few months, and there was a high chance of failure. Immortal spiritual tools were different from ordinary spirit tools. They needed to engrave arrays or runes. In terms of complexity, they were dozens of times more complicated than ordinary spirit tools. Moreover, there was another very important point. If one wanted to master the array runes were very rare. Some artifact masters could only master the formation runes of the staff, so they could only forge the staff. Swords and sabers could not be forged. If Wang Xian did not obtain many formation runes from Feng Luan, it would be very difficult for him to forge an immortal artifact. For an ordinary artifact master, it was already impressive to have 5 to 6 formation runes. Only the Empress of the Extraordinary Continent, Feng Luan, had 40 to 50 formation runes. At present, many celestial artifacts were passed down from the previous immortal sects. The value of celestial artifacts far exceeded Wang Xian's imagination. 1,100,000. Another celestial artifact made a move, causing the group of immortal sect disciples sitting in the hall to fall silent. They could only watch as the big shots fought over them. Haha! I didn't expect that a celestial artifact could be sold for so much money. With this, I can complete the first transformation within half a year at most. Wang Xian looked at the auction below and revealed an excited expression. A celestial artifact that hasn't even reached the level of a broken weapon is actually sold for more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. There are so many idiots. A cold and disdainful voice came from the side. Wang Xian turned his head and saw Feng Luan occupying Guan Shuqing's body. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked curiously, "Low-grade spirit stones? There are middle-grade and upper-grade spirit stones in your Transcendence continent. How do you forge a celestial artifact? Your strength is too weak." Feng Luan said coldly and arrogantly with an expressionless face. Wang Xian pursed his lips. The 5 girls at the side were already used to seeing Guan Shuqing suddenly transforming into a person. "When you and I reach the Transcendence realm, I will tell you. At that time, I want you to help me rebuild my body." Feng Wan's cold expression eased up a little as she said to Wang Xian, "All right, of course there's no problem." Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He continued to look downwards. Helping Feng Wan rebuild her physical body would naturally help Shu Qing recover as well. Right now, both of their souls occupied the same physical body. Other times, it was fine. However, when they were clapping lovingly on the bed, both of their souls would change from time to time. 1 second, it was still Guan Shuqing. The next second, it was Feng Luan. However, Wang Xian felt a strange excitement towards this situation. The Empress. GA. The first celestial artifact was sold at a price of 1.5 million. This price had far exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. At the same time, it also stunned the disciples of the Immortal sect in the hall. 1.5 million spirit stones. Such a terrifying amount of spirit stones was enough to create a few infant-stage powerhouses. When martial artists cultivated with spirit stones, their cultivation speed was 7 to 8 times faster than usual. With 1.5 million spirit stones, they could definitely create quite a number of infant-stage powerhouses. However, the value of an immortal artifact could not be measured in this way. There was a huge difference between an immortal god with an immortal artifact and one without an immortal artifact. The first spirit sword was auctioned off for the first item. It was auctioned off at a terrifying price by the immortal slaying path immortal god. Following that, the value of the second item dropped. It was a grade 6 medicinal pill, a medicinal pill that was very useful to any attribute martial artist. Although the value of a grade 6 medicinal pill was far from what an immortal item could compare to, there were many people competing for it. One bid after another, causing a grade 6 medicinal pill to be sold at the price of 50,000 spirit stones. Following that, one item after another was quickly auctioned off. Every item was fought over by many martial artists. There were a total of 5,000 to 6,000 martial artists who came, and all of them were relatively strong and had a lot of spirit stones. Each of them could buy a grade 6 medicinal pill. The atmosphere of the auction was extremely heated. Celestial artifacts, spirit artifact sets, and grade 7 elixirs had become the items with the most intense competition in this auction. When the auction reached its climax, the celestial sect disciples' eyes lit up as they shouted out their bids one by one. Wuxia, who was sitting in a private room on the 3rd floor, revealed a smile on his face. This auction had made a huge profit. Those spirit weapons were refined from the materials that Wuxia had obtained from the Cauldron of You. There was no cost involved. The materials used to refine the weapons in the Cauldron of You were obviously far superior to those in other worlds. He had obtained a lot of level 13 materials. If these materials were used to refine level 13 celestial artifacts, there would be at least dozens of them. Not to mention, there were even more level 12 materials. Spiritual artifacts have their own accumulated materials. Elixirs have the materials provided by the natural-born celestial sect. In the future, there will be an endless stream of resources coming in. Wuxia laid on the chair with a satisfied expression. One item after another was auctioned off. When the last celestial artifact was bought by a celestial, the first auction of the Dragon Gate was considered to have ended successfully. A group of celestial sect disciples walked out with excited faces and chatted with each other. Even if the people who came to the auction today were the most elite among the disciples of the Immortal Gate, their eyes were still burning with excitement as they talked about it. It was their first time seeing so many precious items. This trip is really worth it. The items that the Dragon Gate took out for auction this time are too valuable. TSK, it's a pity that I can't afford any of them. Fuck. A dignified infant realm expert, thought that I was very rich, but I didn't expect that I could snatch a grade 7 medicinal pill without snatching anyone else. Look, the spirit tool set was bought by a descendant of an immortal god of the G clan. Now that I'm wearing it, my aura has directly increased by a lot. The next auction will be in 2 months' time. At that time, there will still be immortal god tools. TSK, within these 2 months, I must think of a way to get some spirit stones. I must buy an item that is useful for my cultivation. The immortal sect disciples walked out with some regret. Most of the martial artists left empty-handed. Their eyes were burning with passion as they left. One could not imagine how upset they were. Wuxia stood on the 3rd floor of the auction house and watched the group of martial artists leave with a smile on his face. Dragon King. At this moment, Mo Qinglong walked into the room and shouted with a smile on his face. Dragon King, we have gained a lot this time. An immortal from the G clan took out 4 grade 8 pills in exchange for a celestial artifact. However, this pill is a little useless. He took out another 500,000 spirit stones to compensate us. In addition, we have obtained a total of 5.3 million spiritual stones, 50 grade 6 elixirs, and 13 grade 7 elixirs in this auction, as well as all kinds of grade 6, grade 7, and even grade 8 spiritual herbs. Mo Qinglong handed an interspatial ring to Wuxia. Can the Dragon Gate Forge be open for business tomorrow? Wuxia took the interspatial ring and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, Dragon King. Please hand over all the elixirs and spiritual artifacts to me. We will be able to open for business tomorrow. Moreover, we have already publicized the Dragon Gate Forge. There are a total of 8 cities. 8 shops will open for business tomorrow at the same time. Mo Qinglong nodded and said, "All right. Taking advantage of the popularity of the Dragon Gate auction house, we will open for business directly tomorrow. We must ensure the safety of each shop. Send 4 members of the Dragon Gate to guard it." Wang Xian said slowly, "It's the Dragon King. I will deal with it now." Mo Qingwei bowed and walked out immediately. Xiao Xian, once the Dragon Gate forging workshop is set up, our Dragon Palace's strength will be greatly enhanced within half a year. At that time, no other immortal sex will be our match. Lan Qingwei hugged Wang Xian's arm happily. Of course. Wang Xian nodded confidently. Let's go. Let's go to the entertainment area on the other side of the floating island. You guys have fun there. I want to improve my strength. Let's go, let's go. I took a look at the modifications after yesterday. It's too beautiful. The group of girls walked towards another area of the floating island happily. Wang Xian came to one of the villas with an area of 1,000 meters. He took out the pills from his interspatial ring. These pills are enough to increase my dragon energy by 100 to 200 million. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he threw the pills into his mouth one by one. Name Wang Xian. Race: 5 elemental divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level 9. Dragon energy: 84 000 3421/100 000 000 Supernatural ability: rule the water tribe. Rule the water tribe that is lower than your own level. Devour living things. Devour living things to extract dragon energy. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method: divine dragon transformation. Fire refining technique: use the fire of origin to refine all living things. Water refining technique: use the water refining technique to refine them for fun. Combat skills: water clone, elementary; blade storm, intermediate; instantaneous water, elementary; roar. On the top floor of the villa, Wang Xian transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The huge amount of dragon energy allowed his body to reach the size of 15 meters. A terrifying, awe-inspiring aura emanated from his body. As he felt the strength in his body, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Superior Immortal. After consuming all the elixirs, his dragon energy had reached 840 million. He was only 160 million away from completing the transformation. Wang Xian moved his body and transformed back into his human form. He opened his mouth slightly and 3 level 13 dragon pearls appeared in front of him. Fire dragon pearl, wood dragon pearl, and water dragon pearl. All of them had reached level 13. 1 dragon pearl alone could rival a lower immortal. I still need 2 more dragon pearls. I have to collect them as soon as possible. In addition, with my strength, I can even fight against the 2 grand elders of the Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan. The first large-scale auction in Jianghu, the Dragon Gate auction, had ended. This auction caused a great sensation on the Jianghu website. There were 12 immortal gods present, and some of them had reached the half-step infant realm, or they had enough spirit stones to enter the venue. The entry requirements for the participation of immortal gods were extremely high, making this auction much more pretentious. In particular, there were 12 immortal gods who came and participated in the auction. The standard was very high. 12 immortal gods competing for 5 immortal god weapons, and a group of heaven's favorites competing for the spirit weapon set. The highest price of 1 immortal god weapon reached 1,650,000 spirit stones. This is crazy. The Dragon Gate auction house has completely succeeded this time. The next auction will be held in 2 months. When that time comes, I'm afraid there will be even more experts going over. Each and every spiritual weapon and medicinal pill is a precious treasure to every martial artist. Unfortunately, there are too many competitors. A grade 7 medicinal pill will be fought over by dozens of infant realm experts and even half-step immortal gods. This time, There are more than 40 items being auctioned. Every item that is taken out will attract a fight for it, and even a life and death fight. And the Dragon Gate has taken out so many at once. I don't dare to imagine how rich the Dragon Gate is. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. the 8 shops of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop will open at the same time. At that time, they will sell grade 12 spiritual weapons and grade 7 medicinal pills. They will also be used to refine pills and weapons. Damn it, I don't have the qualifications to go to the auction. Tomorrow, I will be the first one to enter the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. In the future, the Dragon Gate will very likely monopolize the refining of medicinal pills and weapons. However, based on the price that the Dragon Gate has offered, the Dragon Gate is welcome to monopolize it. Whether it is the refining of medicinal pills or spiritual weapons, the price of the Dragon Gate is simply too cheap. It is even cheaper than the refining of our Immortal Gate elders. Tomorrow, bring all of my family assets to the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. The end of the Dragon Gate auction caused a great sensation. At this time, Mo Qinglong also officially announced that the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop would officially open for business tomorrow. As soon as this news was released, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire Jianghu. All the disciples of the Immortal Gate, even some immortals, were prepared to go. On the same night, martial artists were already heading to the city where the Jiang City and the other 7 Longmen Forging Workshop were located. As the opening of the shop was relatively close to the area of a cauldron, it wouldn't be so troublesome. After Wang Xian's strength increased, he smiled when he saw the information on the Jianghu website. The success of the Longmen Forging Workshop was just around the corner. At this moment, on the towering mountain peak covered by plants in the Yaoding. In the palace, 2 people who were completely shrouded in shadows were standing at the entrance. Their black eyes were staring at the group of immortals and deities in front of them. Make your move tomorrow. Out of the 8 shops, you have to destroy at least 3 of them. An old man in a green robe and an old man in fiery red clothes stood in the middle and spoke to the 2 shadowy figures. It's very easy. The opening day tomorrow will be the day we become ruins. Don't worry about us, Slythorn, doing things. A voice came from the shadow man's mouth. His tone was calm, as if to them it was a very simple matter. All right then. As long as it's completed, we will send the reward on time. The old man in green robes nodded and spoke to the 2 shadow men. All right. The 2 black shadows nodded and slowly disappeared. The immortals of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect looked at each other when they saw the 2 leaving. We will directly destroy the shop closest to our Xiaoding. We will destroy it openly. The members of Dragon Gate will be killed immediately. In addition, we will send people to destroy at least 2 more shops. In the deepest part of the hall, an elder with a fat face slowly walked out and ordered. It's the Grand Supreme. In addition, we must be prepared for the Dragon Gate's revenge. However, this is a battle between a cat and a mouse. If they want revenge, we can make use of it to ambush them. Hee hee. Those who provoked us, the holy doctors, the holy medicines, and the immortal sects will know how terrifying the price they will have to pay. This time, we will play with the Dragon Gate to the end. Tomorrow, we will make the Dragon Gate the laughingstock of the entire Jianghu. Ha ha, as long as we are here, it will never be possible for us to monopolize the pill refining and artifact refining. The Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the other immortals laughed confidently. As a powerful immortal sect that had been passed down for 1,000 years, when they showed their fangs, it would definitely shake the entire Jianghu. Tomorrow, it would be the time for their Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect to suppress all the immortal sects. A crisis regarding the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop had already arrived. The next morning, Wang Xian and a group of girls walked towards the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop on the ancient street. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop was filled with decorative items such as flowers. The plaque of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop was hung up. The entire Dragon Gate Forging Workshop had been modified by the Puppet Immortal sect. It was a very luxurious shop. Wang Xian and a group of girls entered the shop. The shop assistants were all ordinary people who were responsible for the sale of elixirs. On the rooftop, 4 members of the Dragon Gate were guarding the safety of the items in the shop. For nascent Soul Realm warriors, the power of guarding the shop was sufficient. Dragon King, congratulations on the opening of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. Before the opening of the shop, many martial artists who were waiting for the opening of the shop had gathered in front of the shop. Most of these martial artists were also disciples of the Mingwang Immortal sect and the Puppet Immortal sect. At this moment, the voices of the sect masters of the two immortal sects came from outside. A few immortals came over to congratulate them. Ha ha! Congratulations on the opening of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. A cheerful voice was heard. The two immortals of the Xian Yuan clan had arrived. Wang Xian went up to them with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Dragon King, you guys are going to monopolize all the elixirs and spiritual artifacts in the martial arts world this time. In the future, the Dragon Gate will be really rich. There will be an endless supply of resources. The two immortals from the Xian Yuan clan said with some envy. Haha, if you two want elixirs and spiritual artifacts, you can come to me directly. I'll give you a bargain. Then Dragon King will take it seriously. We came here this time to look for Dragon King to help us refine spiritual artifacts. Then, I thank you for taking care of our business. Leave your spiritual artifacts to us. Dragon Gate. Wang Xian laughed and chatted with the 5 or 6 immortals. As the time for the official opening of the shop approached, the number of disciples of the Immortal Gate at the entrance increased to a few thousand. This was not only the case in Jiang City. It was the same in other cities as well. Before the opening of the shop, there were already more than 1,000 disciples of the Immortal Gate waiting outside. The opening of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop was something that many disciples had been looking forward to for a long time. However, among the crowd of people in the city, there were many people with strange gazes staring at the shop in front of them with smiles on their faces. In a city next to Xiading, the experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect slowly surrounded the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. The opening of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop was a grand event for the entire Jianghu. At around 9 o'clock, thousands of disciples of the Immortal sects gathered around each shop. Only in the real city next to the Xiading area, there were not many martial artists who came to buy. The staff and members of the Dragon Gate were not too surprised by this situation. After all, there was hatred between the two sides, so it was impossible for them to come over to support the opening. However, they also believed that it would not be long before the disciples of the two great immortal sects came, because the items in the shop and the price of refining weapons and pills were enough to tempt them. At 9:30, the doors of all the shops were opened. The moment the doors of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop beside Xiading were opened, a special atmosphere condensed in the air. The bustling street instantly became cold and quiet. One after another, ordinary people hurriedly left into the distance. The expressions of the 4 Dragon Gate members standing on the second floor slightly changed, and they immediately stood up to look around, revealing embarrassed expressions. Not good. The expressions of the 4 people suddenly changed, and they directly broke out of the window and fled into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Right at this moment, a terrifying attack directly covered over, and a thick pillar of fire directly blasted towards the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. There wasn't the slightest bit of mercy, and there wasn't the slightest bit of leniency. Directly, over 10 infant stage experts exploded out with terrifying attacks. In an instant, the entire Dragon Gate Forging Workshop had turned into ruins, and even the traces had been completely wiped away. No one would have thought that the flourishing Dragon Gate Forging Workshop that was just a moment ago would disappear in the next moment. The people of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, they want to completely start a war with us. The 4 Draconids had a shocked expression on their faces. They had directly dispatched dozens of top-tier experts to destroy their Dragon Gate shop. This meant that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was going to become their enemy. They were going to start a war. No, it was possible that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was going to make a move to intimidate the Dragon Gate. However, the 4 Draconids' eyes revealed a cold light. They looked at the infant realm and half-step immortal god experts who were surrounding them and roared, "Kill!" They knew that they couldn't escape this time, so they could only kill. The 4 Draconids didn't fear death at all and directly attacked an infant realm expert. "Ha, Dragon Gate, today, my Holy Medicine Immortal sect will let you know the consequences of offending us. Today, I will make you have no place in the Jianghu anymore." the experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect shouted with excitement on their faces. The 4 draconids looked at each other and roared, "Die! Stop them! Today, all of you will die here! Haha!" The expert of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect laughed loudly. When an infant stage expert saw that the draconids wanted to break through from his side, his face revealed a trace of ridicule. He waved his arm and a terrifying pillar of fire directly shot out, blocking in front of him. If they wanted to pierce through this pillar of fire, even an infant realm expert would be injured. Once they were injured, they would be dead for sure. His eyes revealed an excited expression as he muttered, "A small dragon gate actually dares to embarrass our Holy Medicine Immortal sect. I wonder if you guys will be able to withstand our revenge." What? Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. The 4 draconids didn't slow down and charged into the pillar of fire without any hesitation. However, what shocked him even more was that these 4 draconids didn't flee to the side. Instead, they stared at him with bloodthirsty eyes. "Not good, they aren't trying to flee. They are trying to kill me." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a terrified expression as he hurriedly fled to the side. This time, their Holy Medicine Immortal sect dispatched over 20 infant realm experts and a half-step immortal god. Although there were many of them, they were all in an encirclement manner. Each person was about 500 meters apart. However, at this distance, only the 2 experts beside him could save him. "Save me!" He roared loudly, but he felt the terrifying demonic dragon claw clawing towards his body. His face was filled with terror as he raised the scepter in his hand, forming a flame defense. Boom, boom, boom. However, the 4 devil dragon claws directly pierced through the flame defense, tearing his body apart. "Ah!" A miserable scream rang out, causing the expressions of the surrounding experts from the Saint Medicine sect to change drastically. Despite being besieged by so many people, one of them was actually killed. This caused their expressions to be somewhat unsightly. "Kill!" The 4 draconids didn't hesitate at all. They knew that they wouldn't be able to escape this time. If they could kill one, then they would fight to the death. Death, the draconids weren't afraid at all. "Kill them all for me." Seeing that the 4 draconids didn't show any signs of escaping at all and were fighting to the death instead, the experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were shocked and shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill!" Although the strength of the 4 draconids far exceeded that of ordinary infant realm experts, they could only fight one of the 20 or so experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The gap was too big. Even though they were all equipped with grade 12 spiritual weapons, they were still killed 1 minute later. The 4 draconids died and the Dragon Gate forging workshop was directly turned into ruins. Along with them were more than 10 ordinary employees. While the Dragon Gate forging workshop on Xiaoding's side was being attacked by the experts from the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the other Dragon Gate forging workshops were also attacked at the same time. There were a total of 8 Dragon Gate forging workshops. One of them in Jiang City had Wang Xian and the others guarding it, while the other 7 were all attacked. The Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect sent out more than 40 infant realm experts to attack the 3 Dragon Gate forges. In addition, a group of infant realm and even half-step immortal god realm assassins from the Slythorn clan directly charged into the Dragon Gate forges. The moment the shop opened, it shocked all the disciples of the Immortal sect who were waiting at the entrance. "Ha! Dragon Gate. Today is the end for provoking our Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect." In front of a Dragon Gate forging workshop, a terrifying force directly caused the forging workshop to collapse. More than 10 infant stage powerhouses floated in the air and stared at the 4 draconids with cold faces. "Dragon Gate." A cold voice resounded throughout half of the city. They wanted to let everyone know that this was the fate of the Dragon Gate. In front of another Dragon Gate forging workshop, 7 to 8 black shadows rushed into the shop, directly killing all the staff members, snatching all the medicinal pills, and completely destroying the forging workshop. Apart from Jiang City, the other forging workshops were all attacked horribly. In every place, there were at least 7 or 8 infant realm experts, and even more than 10 infant realm experts. The 4 dragon men guarding the workshop didn't have the time to resist at all, and the Dragon Gate forging workshop was instantly destroyed. This caused the eyes of the dragon men guarding the workshop to be filled with killing intent. The battle instantly erupted. As long as it was a dragon man who hadn't died once, they would directly fight it out with them. Life and death, a real war, is about to start. Kill, kill, kill. You leave first, we will kill. In 7 cities, 7 Dragon Gate forges were located. Apart from the Dragon Gate forges in the Xiading region, which had been destroyed in an instant. In the rest of the cities, a group of draconids began to fight. Most of the people sent by Wang Xian to guard the Dragon Gate forges were draconids who had never died before. Most of the more than 30 draconids who were subdued by the Chaotic Sea region were sent to guard the workshop. However, there were also a few of the first batch of draconids who had died once. However, this was only a small number of them. The instantaneous outbreak of the battle caused all the disciples of the Immortal sect who were preparing to enter the Dragon Gate forging workshop to reveal shocked expressions. Quick, quick, retreat. Retreat to the back. It's the experts of the Saint Medicine Immortal sect. All of them are at the infant realm. They are completely making an enemy out of the Dragon Gate. They are directly sending over a dozen infant realm experts to attack the Dragon Gate forging workshop. Oh my god. The Saint Medicine Immortal sect is taking revenge. The group of disciples of the Immortal sect hurriedly retreated to the back. They looked at the over a dozen infant realm experts attacking the 4 members of the Dragon Gate. Kill! However, what shocked everyone was that not a single one of the 4 Dragon Gate members escaped. Instead, they instantly erupted with terrifying strength and charged forward. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Are the people of the Dragon Gate crazy? Instead of escaping, they're directly fighting to the death. This is completely not on the same level. The difference in numbers is too great. Look at their attacks. The members of the Dragon Gate are risking their lives. All the disciples of the Immortal Gate were shocked when they saw the members of the Dragon Gate fighting to the death. An infant stage powerhouse did not run away when he had the chance to run away. He was fighting to the death with his opponent. This kind of meaningless attitude was rarely achieved. In fact, very few people even dared to do this when they knew that they would be killed if they didn't run. But the draconids did. First, they were 100% obedient and didn't fear death. Second, they had the chance to be resurrected. Therefore, those draconids who had never died attacked without fear of death. Haha, you still dare to attack us? You're simply courting death. In the future, there will be no place for your Dragon Gate to stand in the Jianghu. The group of experts from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect laughed out loud with cold expressions. The 4 draconids didn't have the slightest fluctuation on their faces. They wore a set of grade 12 spirit weapon and were going all out. This caused the expressions of the group of experts from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect to slightly change, and they surrounded and attacked with vigilant expressions. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect was still fine, but the expression of the expert from the Strange Thorn clan was extremely unsightly. 7 or 8 infant realm experts from the Thorn clan were more than enough to destroy a shop. However, the Thorn clan didn't expect the draconids to fight back with their lives. 2 infant realm experts against 1 could completely suppress them. However, they were draconids and they were wearing a set of grade 12 spirit tools. 2 against 1, they could barely draw. This shocked the assassin. However, what made them even more terrified was that the other party didn't seem to fear death at all. As long as they could seriously injure their opponent, even if they were stabbed with a dagger, they wouldn't dodge. They were fighting with their lives. The disciples of the Immortal sect who were watching from the surroundings also had shocked expressions on their faces. The experts of the Dragon Gate are too terrifying. They actually gave up their lives to fight. Some of the experts of the Immortal sect gulped as they watched in horror. The battle didn't last very long. The entire battle could be described as tragic. There was death without life. There really was death without life. Out of the dragon people of the 7 cities, only 9 survived and 18 died. The only one that was safe in the Dragon Gate forging workshop was the forging workshop next to the soup cauldron area. That was also because during the battle, the natural-born Immortal sect experts were by the side, protecting the entire forging workshop with thorns. The rest of the Dragon Gate forging workshop was directly turned into ruins. This news quickly spread to the Jianghu web, instantly causing a sensation in the entire Jianghu. In the ancient street of Jiang City, 5 minutes after the Dragon Gate forging workshop was attacked. He also received a message from Mo Qinglong. 9 of the dragon men survived. The rest died in battle. The ones who died were all dragon men who didn't die once. However, only one of our forging workshops survived. Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. None of them expected that after the Heaven's Pride competition ended, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect would send out 50 to 60 infant stage or even half-step Immortal God powerhouses to take revenge on the Dragon Gate. Under the circumstances where the Dragon sect had displayed such strength, they still dared to start a war. Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, Immortal sect? Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing coldness as he asked coldly, how much of the medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts were lost? Dragon King, this time, it wasn't just the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, Immortal sect that took action. There was also the Strange Thorn clan. The Strange Thorn clan belonged to the Assassin clan, and half of the medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts were lost. Mo Qinglong said in a deep voice. 18 draconids were killed and 6 forging workshops were destroyed. Very good, very good. Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the treacherous Thorn clan. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ao Jian, go to the Dragon Palace and ask Prime Minister Gui to announce the emergence of the Dragon Palace. Ao Yao, go back and bring all your treacherous demon clan here. Also, bring all your golden swordfish clan's infant stage clansmen here. Since they want to play, let's play with them. Once the 9-headed Hui breaks through. I don't care about your immortal agreement. It's the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and Ao Jian stood in front of Wang Xian and said respectfully, Little Xian, is the Dragon Palace about to appear? Beside them, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the other girls frowned slightly and asked in surprise. The Dragon Palace was located in the ocean. Even to the Immortal sects, it was a place of miracles. They were not prepared to make the Dragon Palace appear when they did not have absolute power. The Dragon Palace will appear sooner or later in the war with the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, Immortal sect, and the Thorn tribe. Now is the perfect time. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Although the 9-headed Hui had not broken through yet, it was about time for the Dragon Palace to appear. It's good that it's happening now. We have to let all the Immortal sects know that we are not to be trifled with. Those who dare to provoke us will have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Yu and the other girls also spoke with frosty expressions. This time, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, Immortal sect, and the Strange Thorn tribe had destroyed 6 Dragon Gate forging workshops and killed 18 draconids. In addition, they had also killed more than 100 ordinary workers hired by the shop. They would have to pay an unimaginable price for this grudge. Ao Jian and Ao Yao left and flew toward the Dragon Palace. When they returned, not only would there be the 2 of them, but there would also be the terrifying race of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace would appear. It would be like an immortal sect, appearing in front of the world. Brother, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and these bastards actually announced on the Jianghu website that today is just a small lesson for us. The matter of humiliating the 2 immortal sects is only the beginning. Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and the rest returned to their room. Xiao Yu looked furious when she saw the information on the Jianghu website. Is it only the beginning? Wang Xian revealed a cold expression as he took out his phone and started reading. Just as Xiao Yu had said, the account of the Holy Medicine sect was directly posted on the Jianghu website. Today was just the beginning. In the future, long men would have no place in Jianghu. Looking at this post, Wang Xian revealed a cold expression. Today is indeed just the beginning. His eyes flickered. He logged into the account of the Dragon Gate and posted a post announcing something. The war has begun. If we want to stop, we must destroy all the disciples of the Dragon Gate. It was a very plain declaration, but it showed the determination to fight to the death. At this moment, the Holy Medicine sect's sudden attack to destroy the Dragon Gate forging workshop had caused an uproar on the entire internet. Many disciples of the Immortal sect had personally witnessed today's great battle. The experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were like an army crossing the border, directly charging out a dozen people and destroying the Dragon Gate forging workshop with terrifying offensive power. Secondly, The involvement of the strange Thorn clan had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, thinking about how the strange Thorn clan was a clan of assassins, they would act after giving money, so it was no longer too surprising. When the Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the Dragon Gate announced this on the Jianghu website, the war was completely ignited. No one expected that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect would suddenly make a move today. I'm afraid that even the Dragon Gate would not have thought that they would be so swift and decisive. The moment they made a move, they directly destroyed the Dragon Gate forging workshop. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect has started to make a move. I told you that the two immortal sects would definitely take revenge for the humiliation they had suffered. As expected, at the peak of the Dragon Gate's glory, they directly dealt a heavy blow. The crafty Thorn clan has actually interfered. Now, the Dragon Gate will be in big trouble in the future. The Holy Medicine and the crafty Thorn. Just as the two immortal sects said, the Jianghu might not have a place for the Dragon Gate in the future. The two immortal sects are completely furious. Together with the crafty Thorn clan, the Dragon Gate will be finished in the future. When some people heard the news that the Dragon Gate forging workshop had been destroyed and saw the announcement made by the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, they said with shock on their faces. After all, they were a powerful force with a 1,000-year foundation. Even if the Dragon Gate had many experts, they were still slightly weaker. Moreover, the two immortal sects had actually invited the assassin clan Slythorn to attack. The Dragon Gate had no room to resist at all. However, some disciples of the immortal sects felt their scalps go numb when they saw the declaration made by the Dragon Gate. 18 of the Dragon Gate's experts were killed this time. However, if the Dragon Gate's experts had run away at the beginning, they would definitely have been able to escape with their spiritual weapons. At most, they would have lost 6 or 7 people. However, the members of the Dragon Gate didn't run away. Instead, they exchanged their lives for each other's. The Dragon Gate's declaration this time will not rest until one of them is dead. Moreover, it might be the kind of declaration where I will slash you even if I can't beat you. The experts of the Dragon Gate are too fierce. They don't care about death at all. I saw it with my own eyes. The 8 assassins of the secret Thorn sect fought with the 4 experts of the Dragon Gate, and 5 of them were killed by the experts of the Dragon Gate. It's too terrifying. They exchanged injuries for injuries and their lives for lives. Next, the Dragon King might have to fight to the death. The Dragon King is completely furious. This time, the Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the Secret Thorn sect took the initiative to sneak attack the Dragon Gate, but they were killed by 11 Infant Realm experts. According to the Dragon King's character, even if the Dragon Gate is destroyed, the 3 immortal sects will suffer heavy losses. The entire Jianghu was in complete chaos. All the immortal sect's martial artists were discussing the enmity between the Dragon Gate and the 3 great immortal sects. Especially when the performance of the Dragon Gate's experts was known by everyone took a deep breath. The Dragon Gate's experts were not afraid of death and fought to the death, which shocked everyone. No matter what, even if the Holy Medicine Immortal sect could win this war, they would definitely pay a heavy price. However, on the Jianghu website, all the martial artists didn't think that the Dragon Gate would be a match for the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Especially now that they had added the treacherous Thorn clan, it was even worse. In the Yaoding region, when the disciples and descendants of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect saw the Dragon Gate's reply on the Jianghu website, they clamored to destroy the Dragon Gate. If it wasn't for the agreement between the immortals and gods, your little Dragon Gate would have already been destroyed. All the immortals and gods would have been killed. What Dragon King? We have already slaughtered the Dragon King. That's right. Today is just the beginning. Soon, your Dragon Gate will pay the price for what happened in the past and kill all the powerhouses of your Dragon Gate. It would be great if there was no agreement between the immortals and gods. Then, our 2 immortal sects would be able to directly destroy the Dragon Gate. The disciples of the 2 immortal sects were very confident in their own strength. Tens of millions of people posted mocking and disdainful posts on Jianghu. They even said that if there was no agreement between the immortals and gods, the Dragon Gate would have been destroyed a long time ago. The other immortal sects didn't say anything. They just quietly watched on the internet. Next, there was no doubt that the disciples of the Dragon Gate and the 2 immortal sects were going to fight to the death. The Dragon Gate is completely no match for the 2 immortal sects or even the 3 immortal sections. It's a stupid move to fight to the death. Some immortal gods thought to themselves when they saw the Dragon Gate's declaration. In terms of strength, the Dragon Gate was still much weaker. Today, the Dragon Palace will appear. Anyone who offends us will be killed. Today, the Dragon Palace will appear. Anyone who offends us will be killed. Suddenly, the immortal gods' voices resounded throughout the entire Jianghu. 7 voices, a total of 7 voices, resounded throughout the entire Jianghu. Just like when the immortal sects appeared, they used their powerful strength to spread their voices throughout the entire Jianghu. They announced their return to the world. Today, it was the same for the Dragon Palace. When this voice rang out, all the experts of the immortal sects in the Jianghu suddenly stood up with shocked expressions on their faces. 7 voices. 7 completely different voices. 7 immortal gods. Which faction is the Dragon Palace? How come I've never heard of it before? 7 immortal gods. 7 immortal gods. All the immortal gods from the immortal sects looked into the distance with shock on their faces, their eyes shining. No, the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Sect? What relationship do they have? Why did they say that anyone who offends us should be killed? At this moment, some of the immortal gods thought of what the immortal gods had said, and their eyes were filled with shock. Dragon Palace? Dragon Gate? And that Dragon King? If this was a power, then this was simply too shocking. Some of the immortal sect disciples also listened to the domineering and majestic voices in a daze. A terrifying power had appeared out of nowhere. Once upon a time, when the immortal sects appeared, their awe-inspiring voice spread throughout the entire Jianghu. Now that the Dragon Palace has appeared, the 7 immortal gods have shaken the world. Dragon Palace? With the appearance of the world at this time and the mention of any enemies who have offended you, killing them should be the power of the Dragon King. Among the 7 immortal gods, there isn't the voice of the Dragon King or the female immortal god beside him. If this Dragon Palace is also the power of the Dragon King, then this Dragon Palace is simply too terrifying. The immortal god's voice spread throughout the entire Jianghu, and all the Jianghu warriors listened to the voices with faces full of shock. Very soon, the entire Jianghu online was in an uproar. Just a moment ago, everyone was still discussing the Dragon Gate and the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal Sect. Now, in the blink of an eye, the Dragon Palace had appeared. A force that was very likely to be the Dragon Palace had arrived, and this caused an uproar in the entire Jianghu. The Dragon King now has at least 9 immortal gods. Even if it's to fight against the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal Sect, the immortal gods have the strength to do so. It's really unbelievable. This is too crazy. It seems that this war is not as bad as we expected. There might be a change. If the Dragon Palace is really the Dragon King's force, then it seems that the Dragon King is really angry. All the martial artists in the Jianghu were talking about the appearance of the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, in the Yaoding Holy Doctor Medicine Immortal Sect, the immortal gods of the 2 immortal sects gathered together with solemn faces. There are at least 9 immortal gods. This Dragon Gate is really beyond our expectations. No matter what, since we have made a move, we will fight to the end. So what if there are 9 immortal gods? Now we are competing with the strength of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that the disciples of the Dragon Palace will be more powerful than us. So what if we contact the Thorn Clan and drag the Thorn Clan to our side? The Dragon Palace? Hee? In the main hall, the immortals said with cold faces. The appearance of the Dragon Palace had indeed made them a lot more solemn, but since they were enemies, they were not afraid at all. Moreover, the 9 immortals were far inferior to them, especially since they were supreme beings with superior-level immortals. They weren't afraid even if a battle between immortal gods broke out. Moreover, with the agreement between immortal gods, they could only fight among disciples. With a 1,000-year foundation, the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect had enough confidence and strength. Since we've made a move, we can't take it back. Let's fight. In the treacherous Spike Clan, 4 to 5 immortals gathered in a shadowy palace. They spoke with slight regret. This time, the treacherous Spike Clan had interfered. 8 of the infant realm experts had been killed. Now that the Dragon Palace had suddenly appeared, they would have to suffer revenge. It was not worth it. However, as an assassin clan that had been established for thousands of years, they had their own professional rules. Just as the entire Jianghu was in an uproar, in a villa along the coast of River City, Wang Xian stood at the top and looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace with a faint smile on his face. There were 2 more immortals in the Dragon Palace, Ao Nu and Ao Xia. Under the energy of the immortal level aquatic creature, they had finally stepped into the realm of immortals. On the horizon, a group of figures flew over at a terrifying speed. Ao Jian had brought the remaining 50 infant realm experts of the Golden Swordfish clan here. Including those who had just arrived, there were a total of 70 infant realm experts. What could not be seen by the naked eye was that beside the Golden Swordfish, more than 150 strange demons were hiding in the void. Wang Xian did not ask the other immortal-level members of the Dragon Palace to come over because it was not the time yet. Dragon King! Dragon King! The group of Dragon Palace members arrived and their hidden figures appeared immediately. A terrifying and majestic energy filled the area within 1,000 meters. There were more than 220 infant stage powerhouses in total. Among them, there were 20 half-step immortal-level existences. Dragon King, the soul returning would has absorbed the souls of the dead draconids. All information has been collected. Mo Qiglong led the rest of the draconids and rushed over. There were more than 30 of them. At this point, more than 250 of the strongest experts in the immortal sect had gathered. All right. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The treacherous Spike clan is located in the Xiading region and belongs to the Assassin clan. There aren't many disciples under them. Ao Yao leads 70 of them to assassinate the treacherous Spike clan. As long as they are from the treacherous Spike clan, kill them all. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded his head heavily. All the other members of the Dragon Palace, follow me and head to the Yaoding region. From today onwards, the entire Yaoding will be in chaos. More than 200 infant stage powerhouses could follow the example of the Hunyuan celestial sect and block the city gates of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine celestial sects. However, Wang Xian would not do that. Blocking the city gates would instead make them wary and put up a defense. This time, Wang Xian wanted to make the other party tremble in fear. Let's go! Wang Xian shouted softly. He did not stay any longer and flew directly toward the area of the celestial sect of Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine. Let's go! Ao Yao led his men and flew toward the location of the strange thorn tribe. It's about to start. Half an hour later, Wang Xian looked into the distance with a cold smile on his face. This morning, the Holy Medicine sect had destroyed his Dragon Gate forging workshop. Tonight, it was time for all of you to pay the price. Revenge never lasts forever. Dragon King, the holy city below the Holy Medicine sect, is right in front of us. There are over 10 million people in the city. All the disciples of the Holy Medicine sect live in it. The green dragon pointed to the distance and looked at the huge city, frowning. He said, "The Holy Medicine Immortal Sect's foundation is not something the Hunyuan Immortal Sect can compare to. They have an array formation in their city. Once their strength surpasses that of the infant realm, the array formation will react. No wonder the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect dares to be our enemy. Once the battle breaks out, we will be discovered instantly, and the immortals will be able to act immediately." Wang Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment. In other words, we can only kill the disciples who leave the city. Yes, Dragon King. Among the 20 sects, the top few sects have powerful formations. Some of them can even defend against the attacks of lower-level immortals. Mo Qinglong replied with an unpleasant expression. It's fine. We will just fight them. As long as they come out, we will kill them all. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. It wouldn't take too long. The city gates haven't closed yet. There are still many disciples of the Holy Medicine sect coming and going. They sure are confident. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. When the Holy Medicine sect made their move, they directly annihilated all the ordinary workers in the Longmen forging workshop. The lives of more than 100 workers should be repaid 100-fold. This was the way of war. There was no mercy. Begin the cleanup. Wang Xian and Ao Jian stood in the air. One golden swordfish after another flew rapidly toward the city gate. Let's go, let's have fun these 2 days. In a few days, there might be some danger outside. What danger? Don't tell me that the Dragon Gate still dares to block our Immortal Gate like they did with the Chaos Origin Immortal sect? Haha, as long as they dare to come, we can directly kill them.
You can't say that. Now that the Dragon Palace has appeared, we can't underestimate the power of the Dragon King.
Coward, who cares about the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King?
Since our Immortal sect dares to make a move, we are not afraid at all. Haha, let's go.
That's right. Today we can destroy the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. Tomorrow we can destroy the Dragon Gate. Humph! What Dragon King? At the gate of the holy city of the Holy Medicine and Immortal sect, more than 10 young men dressed luxuriously, holding fans in their hands, walked out like elegant scholars. After the appearance of the Immortal sect, these disciples of the Immortal sect were very popular among those infatuated girls in the real world.
As long as they hooked their fingers, many beautiful girls would pounce on them. This made them very proud.
They didn't care too much about the grudges between the two Immortal sects and the Dragon sect. They had great confidence in their Immortal sect. The group walked out. At the city gate, besides them, there were many disciples of the Immortal sect. Some went to the outside city to deal with matters, and some went out to play.
The sun had just set. From the outside, one could see that the entire sacred city was bustling with activity. People were also coming and going at the city gate. Sword slash.
At this moment, a voice without any emotion suddenly came from the sky. Then, without any warning, terrifying golden lights fell toward the ground.
In an instant, the 3 city gates of the sacred city shone like the setting sun.
Golden sword lights fell directly from the sky. Each sword light was 1,000 meters long. When more than 10 sword lights fell, the terrifying golden lights illuminated the sky. Boom! 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 Soon, a terrifying explosion sounded.
What? What a terrifying attack!
Run! Run!
The disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect raised their heads and saw the terrifying sword rays. Their faces were filled with fear. They roared in fear and wanted to escape into the city.
However, the sword rays were too fast. The disciples of the Immortal sect who had not reached the infant realm were easily killed. It's the Dragon Gate. It's the people of the Dragon Gate. A sharp cry sounded from the south gate, and the terrified voice traveled far.
The sword light disappeared one after another, leaving more than 10 gullies that were thousands of meters long.
In front of the 3 city gates, more than 10 figures stood in the air. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they moved and disappeared. The people of the Dragon Gate are here for revenge. From the position of the city gate, angry roars rang out in the sacred city.
The guards of the sacred city trembled and stared at the mess outside the city wall with an embarrassed expression.
In less than 5 seconds, the terrifying sword light directly split the road in front of their city gate.
All the disciples of the Immortal sect at the city gate didn't resist at all and became dead souls under the sword.
This made the disciples of the Immortal sect who were about to leave the city look terrified.
What a fast speed!
We destroyed their forging workshop in the morning, and they came to take revenge on us in the afternoon, and they are so arrogant. Damn the Dragon Gate! How dare they kill the disciples of our Immortal sect?
Kill them! The disciples of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect looked gloomy. They didn't expect the Dragon Gate to be so fast that they came to attack them in the afternoon.
And it was still so open, so arrogant. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the immortal gods led the elders and deacons of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect and flew toward the city gate. When they saw the terrifying sword lights and corpses outside the city, their expressions turned slightly ugly.
I didn't expect the Dragon Gate to counterattack so quickly.
They left immediately after our city gate attacked. It seems that they were afraid that we would rush over. Hehe. I thought that the Dragon Gate would be so brave and fearless. The immortals looked at the marks left by the attacks outside the city, and their eyes revealed a cold expression. However, when they saw the Dragon Gate experts leave immediately after one attack, a cold expression appeared on their faces. They didn't dare to stay here, which meant that the Dragon Gate was afraid that their experts would come out.
We have a formation in the city, so don't worry. The Dragon Gate doesn't dare to stay too long because they are afraid of us, so they only dare to attack and leave quickly. If that's the case, then let's have a cat and mouse fight. An immortal god looked at the corpses on the ground, his voice full of coldness.
Sir, should we inform all the disciples to return to the city and forbid them from leaving the city?
An elder asked in a deep voice.
No need. Tell all the disciples to forbid them from leaving the city. Others might think that our holy medicine Immortal sect is afraid of them. Today we will set up an inescapable net at the city gate and wait for the Dragon Gate to come again. In addition, we will spread the word on the Jianghu website that we will fight with the Dragon Gate to the end and see who will admit defeat first. Haha! But from today onwards, all disciples can only leave through the East City Gate.
An immortal god sneered and flew directly towards the Immortal sect. The Dragon Gate's speed of revenge was so fast. Although it was beyond their expectations, they were not worried at all.
When everything was ready, it was not certain who would kill who.
At this moment, the city closest to the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was Xia City. Xia City was one of the larger and more prosperous cities in China. At the same time, it was also a city where the Holy Medicine Immortal sect disciples were more active.
In the evening, the red lights and lush greenery of the city made the entire city seem like a white night. At this time, a group of more than 30 Dragon Gate members stared coldly at the location below, sensing everyone below. Brother Fei, can you show me how to ride a flying sword?
Yes, Brother Fei, your sword is so handsome. Can I touch it? Haha, beauties, you might not know this, but I'm best at stick techniques. Do you want me to show you tonight? How annoying.
Beside a street, a few gorgeous women were standing beside a long-haired young man wearing the clothes of the Holy Doctor Immortal sect. They were laughing and playing.
That young man had a hint of arrogance on his face and his eyes were filled with pride.
Whoosh!
Bang! However, in the next moment, a demonic claw directly descended from the sky and instantly crushed his body.
Ah! The screams of the women could be heard. In the sky, the Draconids did not have the slightest bit of emotion as they coldly swept their gaze downwards. Once they encountered the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, they would all be killed.
However, this was only the beginning. In the Xia City, over 30 people were killing the disciples of the Saint Medicine Immortal sect.
This action caused all the ordinary people in the Xia City to be dumbstruck.
The Xia City could be considered to be within the Yaoding region. In the Xia City, who would dare to offend the disciples of the two immortal sects?
Even the second generation of the richest people in the Xia City were like grandsons in front of the disciples of the immortal sects. However, today, the two disciples of the immortal sects who were showing off in Xia City were killed one by people who were hovering in the air.
At this moment, it caused a huge sensation in the entire city.
However, what was even more shocking was the martial artists of the pugilistic world.
In the morning, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect directly destroyed the forging workshop of the Dragon Gate. In the afternoon, the experts of the Dragon Gate directly flew to the gate of the two immortal sects and killed a group of people. They even made a move to kill the disciples of the two immortal sects in Xia City. An eye for an eye, an eye for a tooth. Revenge doesn't last overnight. It was said that the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were directly killed by more than 1,000 people, which made everyone extremely shocked.
The Dragon Gate sent out a total of about 60 Infant Realm experts. After being killed by 18 Infant Realm experts, they were actually able to send out more than 60 people. It's really terrifying.
This should be the full strength of the Dragon Gate. It seems that the battle of the three immortal gates has completely started.
All the experts of the Dragon Gate have come out. I wonder how the two immortal sects will deal with them. The Dragon Gate has no territory and no ordinary disciples. On the Jianghu website, all the disciples of the immortal sects read the messages inside.
The revenge of the Dragon Gate also made all the immortal gods of the immortal sects feel fear in their hearts. There were more than 60 Infant Realm experts, and most of the immortal sects didn't have so many experts.
Haha, so what if it's the Dragon Gate? They only dared to sneak attack and leave immediately. Since you want to fight, then let's fight.
The Dragon Gate doesn't dare to confront our holy medicine immortal sect directly. Cowards, it won't be long before we completely exterminate you.
Soon, on the Jianghu website, a group of holy medicine immortal sect disciples ridiculed and replied on the Jianghu website. Moreover, there were many such posts. Seeing the posts of the holy medicine immortal sect, the rest of the disciples of the immortal sect were also slightly silent.
Indeed, the number of infant realm experts in the holy medicine immortal sect was definitely more than 60. It was even double the number of words.
The reason why the Dragon Gate didn't dare to block the city gate of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect like the last time was because they were afraid of the experts of the two immortal sects. The martial artists in the martial arts world took out the strength of the Dragon Gate and the holy medicine immortal sect to make a detailed comparison. From this, they came to a conclusion that the holy medicine immortal sect was not comparable to the Chaos Origin Immortal sect at all. The strength of the Dragon Gate was not comparable to the two immortal sects, and there was even a huge gap between them.
As for the forces in the Dragon Palace, some people guessed that those terrifying swordsmen belonged to the Dragon Palace. This post of analysis attracted the approval of many people.
Hehe, your holy medicine immortal sect underestimating the Dragon sect will have to pay a heavy price. At the position of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect, the three immortal gods listened to the information reported by their subordinates, and their faces revealed a cold expression. The result of the battle between the three immortal sects involved the Chaos Origin Immortal sect. Now, the Chaos Origin Immortal sect was considered a relatively weak existence by the disciples of the immortal sects.
I'm afraid they don't know about the existence of the Dragon sect and that terrifying strange creature. It's a terrifying concealment. A middle-aged immortal god said coldly.
Dragon King, all the disciples of the two immortal sects outside the holy city have been cleaned up. The holy city has closed 2 city gates and the east gate is still open. Clearly, they are very confident in their own strength.
On a mountain peak, Wang Xian stood at the top of the mountain peak. Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian.
Hehe, this is good too. Tomorrow they will definitely set up an ambush at the east gate. That is their territory. They are more familiar with the terrain than us. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile as he looked at the holy city 20 kilometers away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter what, as long as their disciples from the east gate dare to go out, they will attack. It's not certain who will ambush who. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded. Night had fallen, and the Jianghu internet was still bustling with activity. Within the holy medicine immortal sect, the two great sects had started to set up an inescapable net at the entrance of the city. Once the Dragon Gate's experts appeared, they would definitely be able to instantly sense it and kill it. They were extremely confident that they had the strength. The two great immortal sects experts hid at the two sides of the city gate. As long as they gave the order, dozens of experts would be able to act instantly. Moreover, there were dozens of infant realm experts at the city gate that were ready to provide assistance at any time. Once the Dragon Gate powerhouses appeared, they would be completely annihilated. However, what they didn't know was that many pairs of eyes were staring at them coldly in the sky. The sky broke into dawn and the entire sacred city was bustling with activity. Compared to the chaotic origin city, the attack of the Dragon Gate at the city gate yesterday didn't affect them too much. Except for the family members of the disciples of the immortal sect who were killed, they didn't cause much panic. This was their confidence in the strength of the immortal sect. Take the things, act according to the plan, and leave the city. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the holy city of the holy medicine immortal sect, a few infant realm experts said to the hundreds of disciples around them, "Don't worry, elder. Leave it to us. I hope that the people of the Dragon Gate can kill their way over."
The corners of a young disciple's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke with a face full of smiles.
All right. A few elders revealed smiles on their faces as they watched them walk out. Bait, they were acting as bait. However, even if it was a bait, this group of over 100 young disciples didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Not to mention that they were holding a formation. Even if there were dozens of infant realm experts lying in ambush at the side, there were still 30 to 40 infant realm experts within the city that were ready to provide assistance at any time. They had almost reached 100 infant realm experts. So what was there to be afraid of? A group of Immortal sect disciples walked out from the east gate of the sacred city with smiles on their faces. The group of people walked out and just happened to be facing the sunlight. They walked forward with their heads held high and swaggered over 1,000 people, their gazes sizing up their surroundings. Where are the experts of the Dragon Gate? Why haven't they come out yet? Could they be afraid? Our trap this time is very obvious, but it doesn't matter. Originally, the elders didn't have much hope this time. However, we have to provoke those that we should provoke. Haha, that's right. Yesterday, they dared to kill so many disciples of our two great immortal sections. Today, we stand here and see if they dare to make a move. Such an arrogant Dragon Gate. Today, we will kill their spirit. More than 100 young disciples continued to walk forward with smiles on their faces. After walking for more than 2,000 meters, they were already far enough from the city gate. A young man standing in the middle looked around. Dragon Gate brat, are you only good at sneak attacks? Now that your grandfather is here, come and attack me. Haha. Haha, cowards, you only know how to launch sneak attacks. If you have the guts, fight head-on with our holy medicine Immortal sect. We're out of the city. Dragon Gate's trash, where are you? You only know how to launch sneak attacks. If we dare to kill you openly, you only know how to hide. After a young man finished speaking, a few young men around shouted loudly. There were also a few youths who took out their phones with smiles on their faces and posted mocking posts on the Jianghu. Dragon Gate cowards. This young man has already left the city gates. Come and kill us. Haha. Cowards. All you know how to do is sneak attack. One by one, similar posts were posted on the Jianghu website. The mocking voices continued without end. When the disciples of the Immortal sect who had just woken up saw how lively the Jianghu website was, they were also slightly stunned. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect has started to provoke the Dragon sect. They may have set up an inescapable net in the surroundings to wait for the Dragon sect to attack again, and then set up an ambush. The Dragon sect doesn't dare to come out anymore. It looks like the Dragon sect is really weaker than the two great immortal sects in terms of strength. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect has provoked the Dragon sect so much. This time, the Dragon sect is a little embarrassed. In terms of momentum, the Dragon sect has been completely suppressed. Haha. I want to go to the scene to take a look. A group of Immortal sect disciples looked at the information on the page. Some of the Immortal sect disciples even expressed that they wanted to go to the scene to take a look. Although the Dragon Gate experts killed the Holy Medicine Immortal sect disciples yesterday, this was, after all, a trivial matter to them. However, the Dragon Gate had lost 6 forging workshops and 18 infant realm experts. The Dragon Gate's losses were much greater than the two immortal sects. Today, the two immortal sects had provoked them once again. It was obvious that the Dragon Gate was at a disadvantage. Dragon Gate brat, hurry up and kill your grandfather. Another voice resonated in a radius of more than 10 kilometers. More than 100 disciples of the two immortal sects roared mockingly. Dragon King, should we give them a surprise? Mo Qinglong looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting on a chair and playing with his phone. There's no rush. We'll wait. He looked at the posts on the Jianghu website and said with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Elder, the people from the Dragon Gate haven't appeared yet. Will they be too timid to come out? In the holy city, a disciple said to the elder beside him with a smile. There's no rush. If he dares to come today, we'll kill him once and for all. If he doesn't come, it's within our expectations. We can continue to set up our plans. We have time to play with them. An old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. There was no rush. Neither Wang Xian nor the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was in a rush. As expected, the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect are mocking the Dragon sect outside the city. The Dragon sect doesn't dare to make a move like yesterday. It seems that the Dragon Palace is bluffing. There are many immortals in the Dragon sect, but they are still far from the two great immortal sects. When it was almost noon, some other disciples of the immortal sects who came to watch the show rushed over and discussed with smiles on their faces. It seems that there won't be a fight today. The Dragon Gate can only cower. Can't be helped. The difference is too big. Although it's very embarrassing, at least we won't lose our lives. Let's stay here for a few days and watch the show. But we have to be careful in a few days. If we're not careful, we'll be affected by the battle between the infant realm experts. One after another, several hundred people came to watch the show on the road outside the sacred city. They stood at the road in front and watched with a smile. Hey, brothers in front, did you see those cowards from the Dragon Gate? If you see them, tell them that their young masters are here. Don't let them cower like cowards. That's right. Fuck, if the Dragon Gate had a base, our experts from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect would have blocked the entrance of their base long ago. If they dare to sneak attack us, they are courting death. Suddenly, 1,000 meters ahead, the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect greeted a group of people who were watching the show. This made the group of people who were watching the show slightly stunned. Then they shook their heads with a smile. The difference in strength was obvious. The difference in strength between the Dragon Gate and the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was simply too great. Perhaps it was, as they said, if the Dragon Gate had a base, the powerhouses of the two immortal sects would have already gone to block the gate. Excuse me. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind them. When the crowd heard this voice, they felt their breathing become sluggish and they hurriedly turned their heads. When they turned their heads to look, their faces revealed a stunned expression. A group of more than 30 people were dressed in black, and there was a ferocious devil dragon embroidered on their chests. It's Dragon Gate. When the crowd of Immortal sect disciples saw the group of more than 30 people, their faces were filled with shock as they stammered and their bodies hurriedly moved to the side. A faint smile appeared on Mo Qinglong's face as he slowly walked forward. Eh? Who is that? However, at this moment, the 100 or so young men from the two immortal sects saw the group of draconids who suddenly appeared and strolled towards them. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They're here, they really dare to come. The 100 or so disciples from the two immortal sects were stunned, and then a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. They looked around and found that there were only more than 30 members of the Dragon Gate, and the smile on their faces became even wider. I don't know whether they are stupid or idiots, ha ha ha. A young man said with a mocking smile. Children of the Dragon Gate, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. I thought you would be cowards. Not bad, you are men. Ha ha. Do you dare to come and kill us? Come on, haha. Wild laughter came from their mouths. They raised their heads and looked down at Azure Demon Dragon and the others. So what if they were infant realm experts? They still dared to curse. Hee hee. Azure Demon Dragon saw that they were fearless and revealed a faint smile on his face. They slowly walked towards the group of young men. Activate the formation. The youth saw that the distance between them was less than 1,000 meters and immediately said, Wang. The formation was activated and a green protective barrier surrounded them. This made them feel at ease. Their gazes swept towards the surrounding areas, and their eyes were filled with smiles. A bunch of fellows who are seeking death. In a while, we'll be here to enjoy their deaths. A young man laughed lightly and said in a low voice, They're here. I didn't expect that they would actually come looking for death. Then we'll treat you well. I really didn't expect that there would actually be such a stupid person in this world. Be careful. Be careful of any traps. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? There are 50 infant realm experts lying in ambush around us. Including us, there are a total of 90. Moreover, the Lord Immortal God is also paying attention to this matter. Be prepared. Within the sacred city, the elders revealed a trace of excitement on their faces as they said with a loud laugh. Since you all are courting death, then we will fulfill your wish. Mo Qinglong and the others came to the front of over 100 disciples of the two great immortal sections. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they raised their palms and prepared to attack. HMH, you all are courting death. Elders. When they saw Mo Qinglong's attack coming, they hurriedly shouted towards their surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the roar sounded, the figures on both sides flew towards the road. However, the flying posture of these figures was a little strange. They didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Haha, the experts of our immortal sect have come out. Just wait for your death. The hundreds of disciples in the array looked around and saw the experts of the immortal sect flying out one after another. Their faces were filled with excitement. They raised their heads and stared coldly at Mo Qinglong and the others. Their faces were filled with pride. A bunch of idiots! Mo Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. He stretched out his arm and directly became 3 meters in size. The terrifying devil dragon claw directly attacked towards the formation. Pong! The terrifying force caused waves of ripples on the formation. If an infant realm expert wanted to break it, it would at least take a few minutes. Even if more than 10 infant realm experts attacked at the same time, they would be able to hold on for more than 10 seconds. You still dare to be arrogant? Just wait to be slaughtered by the experts of our immortal sect. A young man's expression was slightly malevolent as he stared at Devil Abyss and said coldly, "What? What's going on?" However, at this moment, the terrified and shocked voices of his companions came from beside him. Pong, pong, pong. At the same time, the sound of heavy objects falling onto the ground was heard. The young man turned his head around with a face full of shock and was instantly dumbstruck. Those peak experts of their immortal sect, terrifying existences at the infant stage, had actually landed heavily on the road. Their bodies had already lost their vitality and had already become corpses. Corpses. This caused everyone's faces to reveal an expression of shock, and their eyes were wide open as they stared at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. 50 corpses were thrown neatly in the middle of the road. Their eyes were wide open as if they were filled with disbelief. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. Elder and Deacon, how could this be? How could this be? They felt as if their scalps had exploded and their eyes were filled with fear. 50 infant realm experts, the most powerful existences in their immortal sect. Yesterday, a group of deacons and elders had been lying in ambush in the surroundings, waiting for the dragon gate to appear. Each infant realm expert lay in ambush at a distance of only 500 meters. 50 infant realm experts lay in ambush on both sides of the road. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an area of 10 kilometers was within their control. To the infant realm experts, they could clearly see even a mosquito. However, the 50 infant realm experts who were lying in ambush were actually turned into corpses. When were they killed? They didn't know. They also didn't know when they died. However, looking at their fresh blood, they definitely hadn't died long ago. Just died not long ago? There were immortal gods watching this place in the sacred city. In other words, there were absolutely no immortal god-level experts participating. Without the immortal gods taking action, they actually killed 50 of their infant stage experts without anyone noticing. How terrifying was this? Come, continue to shout arrogantly. Mo Yuan looked at the over 100 disciples of the two great immortal sects in the formation and stared at them with a face full of ridicule. You guys! No, I don't believe it. The hundreds of disciples inside the formation still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their bodies were trembling. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, terrifying attacks came one after another. Ripples appeared on the formation. Soon, cracks appeared on it. What's going on? The disciples of the immortal sects who were watching the show widened their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. The situation just now was obviously a trap set by the two immortal sects of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Gate. If the powerhouses of the Dragon Gate came, they would be directly ambushed and killed. If they didn't come, they could also kill the spirit of the Dragon Gate. It was the best of both worlds. However, the corpses that were thrown out one by one. At the beginning, they were like the disciples of the two great immortal sections. They thought that the experts of the ambush were going to make a move, and then the experts of the two great immortal sects who flew over in strange postures actually landed heavily on the ground. They were just corpses. The experts of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect who were ambushed in the surroundings were actually killed. Moreover, there were a total of 50 infant realm experts. This was the 50th place. The immortal sect that was ranked in the bottom 10 didn't even have 50 infant realm experts. Yet, today, 50 of them died in one go. This was too terrifying.
The Saint Medicine Immortal sect lost 50 infant realm experts. Moreover, they were ambushed in advance. This was simply a complete defeat. Ka ka ka. Right at this moment, the sound of the formation breaking could be heard. Along with the sounds of terror, despair, and trembling, more than 100 disciples of the two great immortal sects could be heard. The spectators behind them pursed their lips and widened their eyes. Just a moment ago, these 100 or so people were arrogantly shouting for the people of the Dragon Gate to come and kill this young master. Now it had come true. How can this be? In the sacred city, the elders and deacons of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect stared with wide eyes. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they stared at Cheng Wei in disbelief. Just now, when they were about to fly over to support Cheng Wei, they discovered that the experts of their immortal sect had already turned into corpses. At that moment, their bodies trembled a little. They knew better than anyone else how secretive and safe the experts lying in ambush around were. As long as one person was attacked, everyone else would be able to discover it immediately. However, they were actually killed, which made them feel terrified. The death of 50 infant realm experts would directly cause them to lose 40% of their strength. Holy Medicine Immortal sect, you dare to destroy our Dragon Gate forging workshop and kill our Dragon Gate members. Our Dragon King said that only one of us will survive. Now you can wait to die. Mo Qinglong waved his arm, and wisps of demonic qi directly controlled over 100 disciples of the two immortal sects. Wisps of demonic qi bound their necks and suspended them in the air. He slowly walked toward the holy city of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. With a wave of his other hand, the bodies of the 50 infant realm experts on the road were also directly controlled into the sky. Save me, Elder. Save us. Save us, we don't want to die. More than 100 young disciples had terrified expressions on their faces as they shouted loudly. Dragon Gate, all of you deserve to die. On the city wall, a group of 50 to 60 infant realm experts from the two great immortal gates were floating in the air. Their eyes were blood red as they roared loudly. They stared at the corpse that was floating in the air and clenched their fists tightly. But now they didn't dare to go out. They really didn't dare to rashly charge out. 50 infant realm experts were directly killed, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Haha, we've said before that this is only the beginning. Just you wait, the end result of provoking our Dragon Gate will be destruction. Mo Qinglong and the group of draconids fearlessly arrived 1,000 meters away from the city gate and arrogantly laughed out loud. Bang bang bang. Ah! The sounds of attacks and screams resounded through the city gates of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Under the gazes of the experts from the two immortal sects, the bait they had sent out was directly killed. The corpses of the infant realm experts were directly smashed onto the ground. Humiliation, naked humiliation. Even if the Holy Medicine Immortal sect destroyed the Dragon Gate forging workshop, it didn't cause such humiliation. Back then, the members of the Dragon Gate fought to the death. Even if they knew they were going to die, they still fought. But now, it was the Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the other two immortal sections. They just stood in the city and watched this scene. Boom! 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 At this instant, terrifying figures appeared in the sky. Violent flames and exploding wood filled the entire sky. The clouds in the sky that were 1,000 meters high instantly turned into burning clouds that were completely red. 5 figures floated in the sky. Their eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent as they stared at the people from the Dragon Gate with bloodthirsty eyes. The prelude to the war has begun. I hope you can endure it. Ao Jian's figure appeared in the void far away. He stared at the 5 immortals from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, his face filled with coldness. One day, we will kill all of you with our own hands. The elder in the middle, dressed in fiery red clothes, stared at Ao Jian with a cold expression. Let's wait and see. Ao Jian replied indifferently. Haha, let's go. Holy Medicine sect, from today onwards all of you will hide in the city. Once you come out you will die. Mo Qinglong laughed maniacally, and his voice spread throughout the entire holy city. More than 30 draconids slowly walked away with their heads held high. The person who killed you then left in a carefree manner. This made everyone from Holy Medicine Immortal sect extremely embarrassed. Just how terrifying will the strength of the Dragon Gate be? In the future,
Which immortal sect will dare to provoke the Dragon Gate? Holy medicine, immortal sect has lost. The immortal sect that was arrogant yesterday. From today onwards, I wonder if they still dare to leave the city gates. From today onwards, the Dragon sect will be famous throughout the martial arts world. No one will dare to provoke them. They are almost comparable to the Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan. Not far away, the disciples of the immortal sect who were watching the show were filled with astonishment as they watched the Dragon sect's powerhouse fly away. Their eyes were filled with shock. Dragon King. Ao Jian and the rest of the people of the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine Immortal sect greeted Wang Xian respectfully from a position 20 kilometers away. Very good. We will continue to stand guard here. Once the disciples of their sect dare to come out, we will kill them immediately. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. 50 infant realm experts wanted to ambush the surroundings of the road. To Wang Xian, this was simply courting death. To the strange demons, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. 50 infant realm experts were easily killed by the strange demons without anyone noticing. It's the Dragon King. The group of draconids nodded respectfully. In this battle, even the 70 members of the Golden Swordfish clan didn't make a move. In this situation, it won't be long before 9 Hui breaks through. Wang Xian raised his head slightly with a smile on his face. Just like the declaration of the Dragon Palace, anyone who offended the Dragon Palace would be killed. The first battle of the Dragon Palace would be sacrificed by the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Mo Qilong and the strange demon went into hibernation again, waiting for the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect to come out. At this moment, there was a huge commotion on the Jianghu website. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect was killed by the Dragon sect by 50 infant realm experts. The 2 immortal sects were defeated, and the Dragon sect showed their terrifying strength. In the morning, they even shouted that the children of the Dragon Gate would come and kill us. However, in just a few hours, they were all killed, and 50 infant realm experts died. These are 50 infant realm experts, and they were ambushed in the surroundings, yet they were killed by the Dragon Gate unknowingly. How is this possible? How did the Dragon Gate do it? Just how strong is the Dragon Gate? The experts of the Dragon Palace must have arrived. The Jianghu internet was in an uproar. The originally arrogant Holy Medicine Immortal sect was completely silent. Now, it seems that the Dragon Gate has blocked the Holy Medicine Immortal sect's city gate. Once they come out, they might be killed. At this moment, all the disciples of the Immortal sect realized that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect could only hide inside the city gate. They once launched a sneak attack on the Dragon Gate forging workshop, but now they've been beaten into dogs. These 2 immortal sects are so disgraceful. Some mocking voices were heard, causing the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect to feel extremely aggrieved when they saw these posts. However, they had no other choice. They could only reply with an angry expression. If it weren't for the Immortal God Agreement, the Dragon Gate would have been destroyed by us long ago. Without the agreement between the immortals and gods, the Dragon Gate would have been destroyed long ago. The disciples of the 2 immortal sects could only comfort themselves on the Jianghu website. The east gate of the sacred city was still open, but no one dared to walk out of the gate. The 2 immortal sects were completely helpless. 50 infant realm experts were killed. Their strength was no longer enough to fight against the Dragon Gate. In this situation, it was tantamount to admitting defeat. Without the help of the immortal gods, they killed 50 infant realm experts without anyone knowing. It seems that there are many terrifying creatures in the Dragon Palace. In the Chaos Origin Immortal sect, the 3 immortal gods looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Even the immortal gods couldn't do anything about the terror of those creatures. They were glad that they did not fight to the death back then. Otherwise, they would be in a much worse situation than the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect. In fact, the entire Immortal sect would be destroyed. Just as all the immortal sects were discussing about the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect, a strange battle began to erupt in the Xia region. Wang Xian led a group of members of the Dragon Palace to the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect, while Ao Yao led a group of strange demons to the Xia region. There were 2 great immortals in the Xia region. One was the Strange Thorn Tribe and the other was the Wild Beast Immortal sect. The Wild Beast Immortal sect was extremely powerful and could be ranked in the top 5.
The Strange Thorn Tribe was not to be underestimated either.
1,000 years ago, they were a terrifying assassin organization that walked in the dark.
The strength of the Strange Thorn Tribe lay in their assassinations.
No one dared to provoke a terrifying assassin organization because one would not know when one would die if they provoked them. The crafty Thorn clan possessed the most powerful concealment technique of all the immortal sects.
To strike with a single strike and flee into the distance, this was the description of the crafty Thorn clan. On the surface, the crafty Thorn clan had 3 immortal gods and 1 god, but it was unknown whether they had any hidden strength.
The number of infant stage experts was unknown, and so was the number of Dan stage experts. Their base was located within a small city in Xiading. Although it was called a small city, it was actually just a small town. There weren't many people within. Most of them were wearing a shadow robe and were extremely mysterious.
Have you gathered all the information? Leader, we've gathered all the information in one day. Then let's begin. Thorn clan, let our strange demon clan challenge you.
The sun was high in the sky, and the small town of the treacherous Spike clan was deserted. All the houses were tightly shut. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets. As the treacherous Spike clan, they usually rested during the day and came out to take action at night. The treacherous Spike clan cultivated the dark attribute, and their combat strength in the dark far surpassed that of the day. Their assassinations would often be carried out in the dark. The strange Thorn clan in the dark was incomparably terrifying. The strange demons hid in the void, staring coldly at a black mountain peak in front of them. Black demonic chi surrounded the mountain peak, making it seem eerie and terrifying. That was the place where the strange demon clan's immortal gods cultivated. Naturally, they would not assassinate the immortal gods. Instead, they would prevent the strange Thorn clan's immortal gods from discovering them.
Aoyo stood there quietly. 70 strange demons had already entered the strange Thorn tribe and started to assassinate them.
The strange demons who had special skin and cultivated the divine light dragon transformation were the kings of assassinations. Even the immortal gods would find it very difficult to sense the strange demons of the infant realm. Only when the strange demons of the same level appeared would they be able to see clearly and discover them. The strange Thorn clan would never have thought that an assassin would openly enter their lair and assassinate them during the day. As the strongest assassin clan in the pugilistic world, he would never have thought that.
Ah, there's a demon. Time slowly passed. After an hour, a terrified scream came from the center of the town.
The scream instantly spread to a radius of more than 10 kilometers.
Ah!
Soon, another scream came. Ao Yao frowned slightly and shouted, "Go!" Ripples appeared in the air, and the whole town was woken up. From the back of the town, black-robed assassins of the strange Thorn clan walked out. "We are the strange demon clan of the Dragon Palace, the strange Thorn clan. Please give us your guidance in the future."
At this moment, a cold voice came from the air, echoing throughout the entire Xiading region.
The strange demon's voice echoed with the screams just now, startling the entire strange Thorn clan and the Mad Beast clan. The screams and the immortal god's voice. Everyone was slightly startled. One immortal god after another flew out of the gate of immortality, especially the strange Thorn tribe's immortal gods. 3 immortal gods dressed in black robes appeared in the sky above the small town, looking towards the direction of the sound. Below, the members of the strange Thorn tribe came to the road of the small town. They looked towards the immortal gods in the sky and bowed respectfully. "The smell of blood is very strong." A strange Thorn immortal god's voice was somewhat hoarse. He looked down and his face, which was covered by black robe, was somewhat embarrassed. "Black robe, what's wrong?"
A golden bird, half a meter in size, was emitting a resplendent golden light. Beside it were 2 burly old men.
The one who spoke was the golden bird. Because the strange Thorn clan and the Wild Beast clan were in the same Xiading, their relationship could be considered quite good. The golden bird was somewhat similar to the golden bird from the school of imperial beasts. They looked over in confusion. "Someone broke into our Thorn clan." An old man in the middle revealed a pair of slightly red eyes. His gaze was fixed on the road below.
There were only over 100 members of the Thorn clan gathered there. This gave them a bad premonition.
Disciples of the Thorn clan, come over here. A Thorn immortal god shouted softly. The dignity and voice of the immortal god directly covered the entire town.
However, what made them feel embarrassed was that there was no movement. Other than the group of Thorn disciples on the road, there was no movement at all. The three immortal gods of the wild beast immortal sect looked at this scene in astonishment. The strange Thorn clan was completely nurturing their disciples as assassins. The loyalty of each disciple could reach 100%.
It was impossible for them not to come out under the orders of the immortal god experts. However, other than the 100-odd members of the strange Thorn clan, the entire town was filled with a deathly stillness and a bloody stench. One of the strange Thorn clan's immortal gods waved his arm, and the buildings below were overturned one by one, revealing the scenes inside. Hiss! The pupils of the 6 immortal sects could not help but shrink, and their faces revealed an embarrassed and solemn expression.
In the houses, on the beds, and on the sofas there were numerous assassins from the Thorn clan.
The number of members of the Thorn clan was very small to begin with, only 1 to 2,000 in total. But now there were only 100 or so people standing on the road.
The atmosphere fell silent and the 3 immortal gods from the Thorn clan trembled slightly.
It's the Dragon King.
An immortal god from the wild beast immortal sect said with a solemn face. The immortal god in the void just now said that they are members of the Dragon Palace's spiky demon clan. A few days ago you assassinated members of the Dragon Gate and destroyed the Dragon Gate forging workshop. An immortal god next to them glanced at the 3 spiky immortal gods and his eyes flickered with a solemn face. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Gate, cough, cough.
The black figure in the middle looked into the distance and slowly closed his eyes. We admit defeat. A slightly bitter voice sounded, and the immortal gods of the strange Thorn clan felt a little powerless. Yesterday, 50 nascent realm experts of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were killed, and the 2 immortal sects didn't dare to leave the city gate now. Now, when the Dragon Gate was dealing with the 2 immortal sects, they were actually able to spare some people to deal with the strange Thorn clan. For an immortal sect that was good at assassination, 90% of the disciples of the immortal sect were assassinated. More than 20 infant realm members were directly killed, and 2 half-step immortal gods were also assassinated. What could they use to fight back? It was even uncertain whether the Dragon Gate would stop at this point. With such a terrifying assassination method, in addition to the immortal gods of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Palace, the assassination clan was completely defeated. The power of the Dragon King is really too terrifying. While suppressing the 2 immortal gates, he was also able to take out his hand to assassinate the experts of the clan. With their strength, I'm afraid that even the Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan might not be his match. The immortal god of the Mad Beast clan looked at each other and said in a low voice, "Let's go. I believe that in the future, no immortal gate will dare to provoke the Dragon Gate." The immortal god of the Mad Beast clan left, and the strange demon in the void also left. He moved and led the strange demon toward the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect. On the same night, what happened to the strange Thorn clan was reported on the Jianghu web, and the entire Jianghu was shocked again. As expected, the Dragon Palace is also the Dragon King's force. When the Dragon King led a group of experts to suppress them, the strange demon clan of the Dragon Palace almost exterminated the strange Thorn clan. The strange Thorn clan has kicked a metal board this time. The Dragon King's influence is too strong. It's really hard to imagine. The strange Thorn clan is an assassin clan. Now, 90% of their disciples have been assassinated by the strange demon clan of the Dragon Palace. All the disciples of the Immortal sect were discussing in shock. The 2 Immortal sect disciples who received the news were even more terrified. While the disciples of the Immortal sect were discussing, Wang Xian was planning something. Assassinating the immortal god. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the treacherous Spike clan have thoroughly angered the Dragon King. Now, the disciples of the 2 immortal sects don't dare to leave the city gates. The treacherous Spike clan was almost completely exterminated. The treacherous Spike clan's immortal god announced that the mountain would be sealed for 10 years. Just how many immortal gods does the Dragon King have under his command? How many infant stage subordinates does he have? 100? 150? Or even more? It's very difficult for a single Dragon Gate to suppress the three great immortal sects, even for the Shenyuan clan and the Yuan clan. On the Jianghu website, the battle between the Dragon Gate and the three great immortal sects had exceeded the expectations of all the disciples of the immortal sections. In particular, the strength that the Dragon Gate had displayed had shocked everyone even more. At the moment, the disciples of the two great immortal sects did not dare to leave the city. Even if there were matters that needed to be dealt with, the immortal gods would personally lead a team to prevent the Dragon Gate powerhouses from attacking. This made the disciples of the two immortal sects extremely aggrieved. We clearly have the strength to destroy the Dragon Gate, but because of the restrictions of the Immortal God agreement, we are simply too aggrieved. If the Immortal God can make a move, we will definitely teach the Dragon Gate a lesson. That's right, the damn Immortal God agreement has forced us into a corner. We, the Immortal God, disregard the agreement and still want to destroy the Dragon Gate. The disciples of the two great immortal sects were venting their anger on the pugilistic world. However, many of the other disciples of the immortal sects were replying with a hint of mockery. Even without the immortal sect agreement, the immortal gods of your two great immortal sects might not necessarily be a match for the Dragon Gate. They have nearly 10 immortal gods and at least 2 gods. What about you? Only 3 gods. There's not much of a suppression. Right now, the disciples of the two immortal sects can only brag on the pugilistic world's internet. They don't even dare to go out. The winner takes all. There was no shortage of people on the internet who would beat up a drowning dog. When the disciples of the two immortal sects saw their replies, they almost vomited blood. Even the faces of the infant stage experts of the immortal sects turned black. Time passed slowly, and half a month passed very quickly. Let's give it a try. We can't keep closing the city gate and see if there are any experts of the Dragon Gate guarding outside. How great would it be if the immortals and gods could make a move? In the early morning, several elders of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect said to the 10 or so young disciples in front of them. The eyes of the 10 or so elders were filled with fear. They gulped and said, "It's the elders." The elders were all white-haired. They were disciples of the Immortal sect and did not have many years of lifespan. Now, they could only send them out to see if the experts of the Dragon Gate were still lying in ambush. Originally, the Immortal God could scan the surroundings to see if there were any experts of the Dragon Gate lying in ambush. However, the appearance of the strange demon race made the Immortal God feel helpless. It was very difficult for the Immortal God to find the members of the Dragon Gate who had terrifying concealment techniques. Therefore, they could only use people to go out and investigate. This was also the most helpless choice of the two immortal sects. Let's go! More than 10 elders walked out. They looked at their surroundings with fear and trepidation as they walked forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flew over one by one. Terrifying sword rays directly slashed towards them. Boom! However, before the golden swordfish's attack could reach them, a terrifying flame appeared in front of the dozen or so elders, forming a huge flaming hand. The huge flaming hand wrapped around the dozen or so people, protecting them as they returned to the city gates. Following that, terrifying figures flew towards the golden swordfish. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, they stared coldly at the 20 or so golden swordfish standing there. Humph! The expressions of the 3 immortal gods changed drastically. They were very strong and wanted to kill them directly, but with the agreement between the immortal gods, their hearts were filled with fear. They still did not dare to openly violate the agreement between the immortal gods. Who? The 3 of them took a deep breath with ugly expressions and headed directly toward the Immortal Gate. Bang! It's been half a month. And the people from the Dragon Gate have actually been waiting here for half a month. Damn it! Damn it! On the peak covered by plants, an immortal god could no longer hold back his anger and roared. The other 13 immortal gods also had ugly expressions on their faces. They were not afraid of the Dragon Gate's strength at all, but now they were actually forced to hide in the Immortal Gate. Not to mention the disciples of the Immortal Gate, even the immortal gods had ugly expressions on their faces. If there's no agreement between the immortal gods, I'll kill them. The sect masters of the two immortal sects were extremely gloomy as they shouted coldly. Wait a little longer. If they dare to block us for a month or two, then we will take action no matter what. The facial muscles of the fat-faced old man in the middle twitched slightly as he said fiercely, "If the disciples of the immortal sects can't go out, then what should we do when we buy supplies? No one dares to enter our holy city now, and neither do we dare to go out, but we have to deal with some things."
An immortal god said with a gloomy face.
"At the moment, we can only lead a team out personally." The sect master of the Holy Doctor Celestial sect said with a gloomy face. The rest of the immortal gods nodded with a gloomy face. This was the only way. The immortal god was leading a team out to purchase supplies.
It had to be said that this was a great irony.
Dragon King, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal God have started to lead a team out of the city. There has always been the protection of the Immortal God. Our people don't dare to make a move.
Mo Qiglong came to Wang Xian's side and reported.
It had been 3 days since the last test. In these 3 days, once someone from the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect came out, there would definitely be an Immortal God following them.
The Draconids and Golden Swordfish didn't dare to make a move. This was because once they made a move, the Immortal God would be able to make a move directly.
After all, the Immortal God agreement was an agreement between the Immortal God and Immortal God. The power of the Immortal God could not be violated.
Do you know how many immortals and gods are there? Wang Xian stood up slowly and said to Mo Qiglong while fiddling with the dagger in his hand.
There's only one lower immortal, Mo Qiglong replied. Lower immortal?
Where are you going?
A cold look flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he asked with a smile.
There are a total of 2 immortals and gods leading a team out. One of them is going to Xia City while the other is going to the Yuan clan. They should be purchasing items.
Mo Qiglong reported. The Yuan clan. Wang Xian flicked the dagger in his hand lightly and let out a crisp sound. The dagger was emitting a green color and was coated with a type of poison. It was a level 13 celestial artifact. With the full strength of a half-step celestial being, it could break the celestial being's defense.
The Yuan clan is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Holy Medicine celestial sect. If we make a move midway, the other celestials won't be able to rescue us in time.
Ao Jian Ao Yao.
Wang Xian looked to the side and shouted directly.
Dragon King. Bring everyone. Let's go and kill the god. A hint of excitement flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Ambushing immortals and assassinating immortals. He had this thought when the Holy Medicine sect closed the city gates and did not come out. Immortals were very powerful. Even a lower-level immortal would have terrifying power. However, 20 half-step immortal gods holding immortal god weapons and over 200 infant realm experts were more than enough to kill an immortal god. I told you. I will let your Holy Medicine immortal sect slowly walk towards destruction and fear. When the Holy Medicine immortal sect destroyed the Dragon Gate forging workshop and killed the group of Draconids, Wang Xian was already prepared for a long-term battle. Let alone a month, he could even play for 2 months in a year. Everything was waiting for the 9-headed Hui to break through. However, during this period of time, Wang Xian would not let them have a good time either. The disciples of the Immortal sect did not dare to come out. Since the Immortal God was leading the team, fine, then he would kill the Immortal God. In the past few days, Wang Xian had forged more than 20 level 13 spirit weapon daggers. It was difficult for a half-step Immortal God to break through the Immortal God's defense with his sharp claws. However, a level 13 Immortal God's weapon could.
Moreover, the attacks launched by more than 200 infant stage powerhouses were enough to drown the Immortal God.
If the quality was not enough, the quantity would be sufficient. According to Wang Xian's estimation, 100 infant stage powerhouses and 20 half-step immortals were enough to easily destroy a lower immortal. Of course, the prerequisite was to be fully prepared.
The return city was a 3rd-tier city located next to the Yongchang region.
Sir, the marriage between us and the Yuan clan has succeeded. It will be very beneficial to us in the future.
Hehe, the little fairy and the kid from the Yuan clan can be considered to be in love. The marriage this time is mainly to prepare for the future. My lord, if the Yuan clan is willing to help us, our 3 immortal sects will be enough to affect the agreement between the immortals and gods. At that time, my lord will directly destroy that damn Dragon Gate. On the way back to the city, a group of more than 100 people were walking on the road. Behind them was a special horse beast pulling boxes of items. Because entering the city, they could only slow down. The group of Holy Medicine, and Immortal Sect Immortals were talking with Fairy Hua and the other disciples. If the Dragon Gate evacuates them as soon as possible, then they still have a chance of survival. If they dare to oppose us, then the Dragon Gate will be destroyed. A cold look flashed across the middle-aged immortal god's eyes, followed by a faint smile on his face. The conversation with the Yuan clan this time was relatively smooth. If they could get the Yuan clan to speak up for them in the future, and if the Dragon Gate still dared to ambush around their immortal gate, then their immortal god would have to make a move. Those are the people from the Holy Medicine Immortal Gate. It's true. How dare the people from the Holy Medicine Immortal Gate go out now? No, there's an immortal god there. So there's an immortal god following them. Sure. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. The Holy Medicine Immortal Sect is too pitiful now. They even need an immortal god to escort them out. At this moment, sounds of conversation could be heard from the surroundings. The faces of the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect stiffened and an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. Even the immortal god's expression was ice-cold as he swept his gaze over them. Shut up. It won't be long before we teach that Dragon Gate a lesson. Fairy Hua and a few infant stage experts said with ice-cold expressions. The few passers-by not far away shrunk their heads and hurriedly left. Their strength was far from that of an infant stage expert. They were afraid that the other party would vent his anger on them. Damn Dragon Gate! Once we settle the matter of the Immortal God Agreement, we will immediately destroy them. The disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect said with an unsightly expression. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire world suddenly changed color, and the originally clear sky instantly became irritable. Everyone in the city felt as if the sky was falling, and a situation that seemed like the end of the world suddenly appeared. From all directions of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, terrifying attacks instantly attacked. Dazzling and explosive golden light, demonic chi that was like an abyss, and terrifying power radiated throughout the entire city. Someone is ambushing us, courting death. Countless golden light and demonic chi shot towards the 2 Immortal Sect experts. The middle-aged immortal god instantly sensed it and his expression turned cold. He actually dared to ambush an immortal god, courting death. Boom! He moved his arm, and a fiery red staff appeared in his hand. Instantly, towering flames covered all of them. What? He actually dared to ambush us? He's courting death. Sir, kill them. Kill them. The expressions of the other disciples of the Immortal Sect changed drastically. As they felt the energy that was coming towards them, their eyes revealed a trace of fear. It was too terrifying. That energy that was like an ocean was definitely not something that an infant stage or even a half-step immortal god could withstand. Could it be that the immortal god was attacking them? Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying attack? A group of infant realm experts actually dared to ambush me. They're courting death. The middle-aged immortal god's eyes shot out dense flames and his entire body was like a god of fire. The flames rose as he roared. This. However, some of the surrounding martial artists almost wet their pants when they saw the terrifying attack that suddenly appeared. That energy that could almost destroy the world. That group of infant realm experts actually dared to attack the immortal god. The experts of the Dragon Gate actually dared to ambush the immortal god of the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect. At least 100 infant realm experts. Some of the surrounding disciples of the Immortal Sect had faces full of shock. The Dragon Gate's over 100 infant realm experts actually dared to besiege the immortal god. This was too fucking awesome. Boom boom boom. As if the attack was going to destroy the world, everyone in the city looked over. The attacks of more than 100 nascent realm experts collided with the fire defense of the middle-aged immortal god. The terrifying energy collided and extinguished the flames. The golden light dissipated and the demonic chi disappeared.
The full-strength attack of 100 nascent realm experts was only able to clash with the Immortal God's attack. One could imagine how terrifying the Immortal God was. Stupid thing. You actually dared to ambush the Immortal God. The terrifying energy dissipated. The middle-aged Immortal God swept his gaze around and roared with a face full of frost. All of you must die.
He roared loudly, and flames instantly rose from his body.
Courting death. Courting death.
Beside him, the two disciples of the Immortal sect looked around excitedly.
The infant realm experts dared to ambush the Immortal God. This was something they had never expected. However, they had come to seek death. This was an opportunity for their immortal sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, figures that were emitting white light appeared around the middle-aged Immortal God.
Numerous daggers that contained a terrifying aura directly attacked the middle-aged Immortal God.
What? Damn it! The middle-aged Immortal God's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and a terrifying flame directly blocked it. Bang! A terrifying collision occurred as the white shadow was sent flying.
Papa! However, at the side, the terrifying white shadow's daggers landed on the flame defense on his body. The terrifying attacks instantly pierced through the flame defense. Cracks appeared. Scram!
The middle-aged Immortal God's body trembled as the terrifying power spread out in all directions. Pung pung pung! The 5 strange monsters were once again sent flying. All of you have to.
The middle-aged Immortal God was enraged. Flames danced in his eyes as he raised the staff in his hand.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
However, before he could finish speaking, terrifying white shadows appeared once more and terrifying daggers once again pierced through. Continuous attacks.
100 infant realm experts released their strongest long-range attack. Following closely behind, the 6 half-step Immortal God-level strange demons released their sharpest attacks.
Terrifying attacks came one after another, especially when the strange demons held Immortal God-level daggers in their hands.
The terrifying penetration tore through the Immortal God's defense.
After the 6 half-step Immortal God-level strange demons were repelled, 4 white figures appeared once again.
They were still terrifying daggers and sharp attacks. This time, the middle-aged Immortal God's defense had just been broken through.
Do you think you can kill me just like that? The middle-aged Immortal God's expression changed slightly. The surrounding flames instantly entered his body, and his entire body turned dark red. He contained a terrifying power like a human-shaped nuclear bomb.
Bang! 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 The 4 daggers landed on the middle-aged Immortal God's body, and they emitted a sound like colliding rocks. However, the Immortal God's weapon-grade daggers still entered the middle-aged Immortal God's body.
However, they only entered half an inch and didn't cause any harm.
However, even so, the middle-aged Immortal God was already bleeding. What was even more terrifying was that the daggers were coated with poison. Although it was only a grade 7 poison medicinal pill, it was still equivalent to receiving a full-strength attack from an infant-stage expert.
The middle-aged Immortal God's expression changed slightly.
In a short instant, in less than 10 seconds, everyone around was stunned.
The terrifying power and attack caused all the surrounding disciples of the Immortal sect to roll and crawl far away.
When they saw the attacks landing on the middle-aged Immortal God's body, their faces revealed shocked expressions. Especially when the Immortal God was bleeding and injured, they were even more shocked. That white shadow, every one of them has the strength of a half-step Immortal God. And that terrifying dagger, they are all Immortal God artifacts. An Immortal sect expert widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Besieging and killing an Immortal God.
This was besieging and killing an Immortal God.
Scram! Scram! The middle-aged Immortal God became irritable, and his face was extremely ferocious. He waved his arm, and like an unerupted volcano, he swung his body toward the 4 strange demons.
Pung pung ping ping.
Even though the middle-aged Immortal God specialized in long-range attacks, his Immortal God-level fleshly body still caused the 4 strange monsters to fly backwards.
The might of an Immortal God was so terrifying. So.
However, what shocked everyone was that when the 4 white figures flew backwards, another 5 white figures appeared.
They were still terrifying daggers as they attacked the middle-aged immortal god's wide-open body. The middle-aged immortal god's expression changed. His eyes revealed a trace of fear and anxiety. Pung, pung, pung. Another 5 daggers landed on the middle-aged immortal god's arms, chest, back, waist, legs, chest, and back. This time, the daggers were directly embedded into his body. The middle-aged immortal god could not help but take 2 steps back. Die! He roared with a ferocious expression. Waves of blood accompanied by terrifying flames charged towards the strange monster. The powerful force instantly caused the 5 strange monsters to be heavily injured as they flew backwards. At the same time, his face was deathly pale. Stab! Stab! The attack was still not over. In the sky, a metallic cold sound rang out as rays of extreme metallic cold light shot out. From the front, back, left, right, and in the sky, the 5 half-step immortal god golden swordfish unleashed their strongest attack. Stab! They transformed into the golden swordfish's true form. From the outside, they looked like metal longswords. The golden light of the longswords was restrained, and the terrifying energy contained within them condensed together. No! The 5 continuous waves of attacks finally caused the middle-aged immortal god's expression to change completely, and fear appeared on his face. Feeling the last 5 terrifying metal longswords, his body trembled slightly as he let out a sound of despair. The flames burned his body, leaving only a sliver of defense. Boom, boom, boom! The golden swordfish's attack arrived, causing the ground to explode, and cracks that were thousands of meters wide appeared. And at the middle-aged immortal god's original location, a deep pit that was 100 meters deep appeared. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. The disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were shocked. All the surrounding disciples of the Immortal sect were also shocked. They stared blankly at the location of the deep pit, and their hearts chilled. Those terrifying attacks seemed to be able to destroy the world. A dignified immortal god had no ability to resist at all. Wang Wang! At this moment, 5 figures emitting golden light flew out from the deep pit, and burn marks appeared on their bodies. However, these burn marks weren't fatal. Boom boom! At this moment, more than 100 infant realm experts surrounded them, and each of their bodies emitted an icy cold aura. Dead! The golden swordfish that flew out said coldly. Dead! The 2 words entered the ears of the surrounding people, and in an instant, everyone's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Dead, an immortal god actually died. He was directly killed by the experts of the Dragon Gate. This was simply too fucking crazy. No! No! The bodies of all the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect trembled slightly. They couldn't believe that an immortal god had been killed. This was an immortal god, an invincible existence in the world. But now he had been killed. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying figures flew over from the sky. The battle between immortal gods had attracted many immortal gods. There were 10 immortal gods in total, and 10 immortal gods had come from the 3 great immortal sects in the Yongchang region. They flew in the air and looked at the immortal gods that had been killed in the deep pit. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes swept over the 100 or so infant realm experts and the strange demon who was hiding and unstable due to his injuries. This middle-aged immortal god could be considered as the first immortal god to be killed since the immortal sect had appeared. In the past, even if there were immortal gods that fought, no immortal gods had died. He was the first. He didn't die at the hands of an immortal god, but was attacked and killed by a group of Dragon Gate experts. Do you think that with an immortal god following us, we can't kill you? At this moment, Mo Qinglong turned around and looked at the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect with a smile on his face. Why did this happen? The disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were completely in despair. Some of them even collapsed to the ground, their eyes lifeless and their faces ashen. Kill! Mo Qinglong did not show any mercy as he waved his arm. The group of Dragon Gate members instantly took action and were instantly killed. They could even kill an immortal god,
let alone a group of 2 ordinary disciples of the Immortal sect. There were only 4 infant-stage powerhouses. Put away the corpses and let's go. At this moment, Wang Xian and Ao Jian appeared in the sky. They looked down with a smile and said to the group of disciples, "Yes, Dragon King."
Mo Qiglong kept the immortal god's body into his interspatial ring as more than 100 infant-stage experts flew into the sky.
Today, I can kill the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal God. In the future, I will be able to completely exterminate them.
Today, I can kill the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal God. In the future, I will be able to wipe them out completely.
The voice reverberated throughout the entire sky. Everyone looked at Wang Xian and the rest who had left in a daze. Their faces were filled with shock.
The disciples of the Dragon Gate ambushed and killed the Immortal God.
This matter was simply too shocking. At present, the Immortal God was high and mighty. Even with the agreement between the Immortal God and the Immortal God still possessed an inviolable dignity that surpassed ordinary people.
However, even so, an Immortal God was still killed by the disciples of the Dragon Gate.
The 10 immortal gods of the Yongchang world stared at Wang Xian's figure with complicated and fearful expressions, especially those lower-level immortals. At present, the Dragon Gate had the strength to kill a lower-level immortal. Thinking about it, this was a terrifying matter, especially the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The Dragon King had already wanted to fight to the death with them. Now, even a lower immortal's life was in danger.
Then, would another immortal be killed?
How would the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect fight back? There was no way to fight back.
Even if the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect went out, they would need at least 2 lower immortals together. Only then would it be safer.
It is astonishing that a fairy should be forced into such a position.
Holy Medicine Immortal Gate of an Immortal God was killed by Dragon Gate strong ambush. This matter first in the Yongchang world caused a huge sensation.
Soon, this matter spread to Jianghu Online, spread to the Holy Medicine Immortal Gate there.
At first, no one believed that an Immortal God would be ambushed and killed by a strong person below the Immortal God. With the strength of the Immortal God, it was very difficult to kill. However, when an Immortal God came out to verify it, the entire Jianghu web seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake in an instant. An Immortal God was killed?
How is this possible?
This is too unbelievable.
Heavens, heavens, an Immortal God has fallen. An Immortal God has actually fallen. How can the Dragon Gate be so terrifying? Over 100 infant realm experts directly attacked from afar, breaking through the first defense of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect's Immortal God. Following that, terrifying half-step Immortal God white shadows shot toward the Immortal God one after another. Wave after wave, they held Immortal God weapons in their hands, and in the end, they died at the hands of 5 half-step Immortal God swordsmen.
This time, the Dragon Gate sent at least 20 half-step Immortal God experts. They are so powerful that it's unbelievable. Which force will dare to provoke the Dragon Gate in the future?
Even the Yuan clan of the Shen Yuan clan can't do it. Everyone was shocked. Even the high and mighty Immortal Gods were looking at this piece of information with shocked faces. We have to make a move. Regardless of the Immortal God agreement, we have to destroy the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, our entire Saint Medicine Immortal sect is no different from a stray dog. An angry roar came from inside the Immortal God Hall of Holy Medicine Immortal Gate.
Inside the hall, the green-robed old man roared with a face full of fury. His face was full of anger, but it was also filled with a trace of fear. The Dragon Gate had actually ambushed and killed one of their immortals. It would have been better if their disciple had died, but now the Immortal God had died.
The Immortal God represented the pillar of his Holy Medicine Immortal Gate. If the pillar was destroyed, it would naturally shake the entire Immortal Gate.
Other than the green-robed elder, the rest of the Immortal Gods were also filled with fear. Most of them had the strength of lower-level immortals, which meant that there was a possibility of them being killed.
After cultivating for so many years, they were now killed by a group of people who had not even reached the level of Immortal Gods.
This was a great humiliation, especially by someone who was weaker than them in their eyes. Aggrieved and humiliated.
We can't go on like this. With the Dragon King's character, it's very likely that he'll keep his word. He was able to ambush and kill one of our immortal gods today, and then he'll be able to kill the rest of our immortal gods. We can't just sit around and wait for death. A lower immortal growled with a grave look in his eyes. None of them had expected that they would have to pay such a huge price just to destroy the Dragon Gate forging workshop. 50 infant realm experts were killed, and one immortal god was killed. Even the two immortal sects, Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine, couldn't bear such a loss. Now, the Dragon Gate has the power to kill immortal gods. Not only are we afraid, but the immortal gods of the other immortal sects are also afraid. The Immortal God Agreement was originally used to protect the weak below the Immortal God level. Now, because of this rule, even the Immortal God can't protect himself. At this time, the burly elder standing at the front had a cold look in his eyes. His body was filled with a murderous aura as he said, "Since even the immortals and gods cannot be protected, the agreement between the immortals and gods has no meaning at all." Grand Supreme, what are you trying to do? The surrounding immortals and gods felt the anger of the Grand Supreme Elder. They were slightly shocked and quickly asked, "Since the Dragon King wants to destroy our Holy Medicine immortal sect, then let's fight and see who will be destroyed first." The burly elder's eyes were like torches, and flames began to jump on his clothes. "Grand Supreme, with the agreement between the immortals and gods, how can we attack? Also, the disciples of the dragon sect are too powerful, so powerful that it's inconceivable," a lower immortal said with an embarrassed expression. "Even the immortals and gods have been killed, so who cares about the agreement between the immortals and gods? I don't believe that the disciples of the dragon sect have the ability to kill immortals and gods. The other immortal sects can do it. Even the Yuan clan of the Xianyuan clan can't sit still." The eyes of the burly elder were filled with coldness. "Let's go. Everyone follow me." With a light shout, he flew out of the main hall and flew towards the sky above the east gate of the sacred city. The eyes of the immortal gods flickered as they followed closely behind the elder. In the sacred city below, today was simply a nightmare for the disciples of the two immortal sects. The immortal lord was actually killed by the Dragon Gate. Perhaps it was as the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate had said, their entire immortal sect would be destroyed in the future. Everyone was terrified. Everyone was terrified. The fear brought by the immortal lord's death filled everyone with panic, especially when they saw the comments on the internet saying that the Holy Medicine would be finished in the future. It made all the disciples extremely embarrassed and angry. But now they had no way to do anything about it. The difference was simply too great. The sensation caused by the Dragon Gate killing the immortal god was equivalent to an earthquake of over 10 magnitude. Oh, the immortal god. What is the immortal god going to do? No, 12. How can there be 12 immortal gods? Hiss, that figure, the Supreme is the Supreme. Didn't they say that the Supreme has already passed away? At this moment, the disciples of the two great immortal sects in the sacred city suddenly noticed a group of immortal gods flying out, and their faces revealed a look of shock. However, when some of the disciples saw the old man at the front, their faces revealed a look of shock. That was their supreme elder, once the most powerful existence in the immortal sect. The 12 immortal gods, led by the burly old man, stood in the sky above the east gate. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an imposing aura as powerful as a prison was emitted from the burly old man's body. "Dragon King, in 3 days, I, Bianjiang II, will lead the experts of the Holy Medicine immortal sect to exterminate your Dragon Gate and wait for death. Dragon Gate, in 3 days, I, Bianjiang II, will lead the experts of the Holy Medicine immortal sect to destroy you and await your death." A voice filled with boundless anger came from the burly elder's mouth and instantly spread throughout the entire Jianghu. It was the voice of an immortal god, and it was the voice of a superior immortal. According to the division of strength between immortal gods, a middle-level immortal was able to fight against 4 lower-level immortals, and a higher-level immortal could fight against 4 middle-level immortals. If a lower-level immortal wanted to fight against a higher-level immortal, they would need at least 15 to 20.
In the entire Jianghu, only the Xianyuan clan, the Yuan clan, and the Beast clan were known to have a higher level immortal. It was unknown whether the other immortal sects had a higher level immortal. And today, when the hearts of the people of the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect wavered, their supreme elder had no choice but to come out. Moreover, today was not only a declaration, but also a declaration. He would flatten the territory and lead the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine Immortal sect to destroy the Dragon Gate. The Supreme Elder is actually still alive. Moreover, our two immortal sects have a total of 12 immortal gods. A total of 12. Haha, superior immortal, our Supreme Elder has the strength of a superior immortal. According to the Supreme Elder's words, the Supreme Elder is going to lead the experts of the immortal sect to destroy the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is going to be finished. They are going to be finished. Haha. This is great. This is simply great. Kill the experts of our two immortal sects and besiege our immortal gods. 3 days later, our Grand Supreme will exterminate you. This is too satisfying, too domineering. This is our Grand Supreme Elder. Who cares about the agreement between the immortal gods? Kill them. In an instant, the two disciples of the immortal sect below revealed excited expressions. Their eyes lit up as they shouted loudly. After being sullen for more than half a month, the news of the immortal god being killed had finally been released today. If the Supreme Elder of the immortal sect made a move, the Dragon Gate would definitely be destroyed. A dignified voice spread throughout the entire Jianghu. While all the martial artists in the Jianghu were discussing the Dragon Gate in shock, discussing the unlucky Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the voice of an immortal god reached everyone's ears. It was extremely clear. This voice was definitely not something that an ordinary immortal god could transmit. In an instant, everyone was stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Soon after, they opened their mouths slightly, and their faces were filled with shock. What is the Holy Medicine Immortal sect trying to do? Are they going to start a war and disregard the agreement between the immortals and gods? Are the immortals and gods directly participating in the battle? This voice is definitely not coming from a mid-level immortal. A high-level immortal. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect has a high-level immortal. Bian Jiangtu? Bian Jiangtu seems to be the former Supreme Elder of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Didn't they say that the immortal had passed away more than 10 years ago? He didn't die. This time, the Dragon Gate has really broken the sky. The Dragon Gate experts can kill the immortal god, and the Holy Medicine Immortal sect doesn't care about the agreement between the immortal god and the immortal god. They are going to fight to the death. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect has made it clear that if they don't care about the agreement between the immortal god and the immortal god, how will the other immortal sects react? What about the Yuan clan of the Xianyuan clan? The entire Jianghu was in an uproar again. Just as all the disciples of the immortal sects thought that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect would be beaten up by the Dragon Gate from now on, the two immortal sects suddenly turned the tables. The superior immortal directly declared that he would destroy the Dragon Gate. The words of a superior immortal were not a joke. Moreover, at this time, they clearly disregarded the agreement between the immortals and gods. According to the news from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the two immortal sects currently have a total of 12 immortals, 1 superior immortal, 3 middle immortals, and 8 inferior immortals. Heavens! This is simply too terrifying. Now that the two immortal sects have been forced to violate the immortal god agreement, if the Xianyuan clan doesn't intervene and stop them, the Dragon Gate will probably be destroyed. That's right. At this time, unless the Xianyuan clan and the Yuan clan use the immortal god agreement to suppress this matter, the Dragon Gate's strength will definitely be destroyed. The strength displayed by the two immortal sects once again shocked everyone. If they really started fighting, the Dragon Gate would probably be destroyed. At this moment, Bian Jiangtu's announcement not only shocked the disciples of the immortal sects, but even the immortal gods had solemn expressions on their faces. At the first moment, the Grand Elder of the Xianyuan clan and the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan led a group of immortal gods to gather together. More than a dozen immortal gods from the two immortal sects arrived and sat on both sides, frowning.
As expected, the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect has a superior Immortal. Now, Bian Jiangtu has announced that he will mobilize the Immortal God power to destroy the Dragon Gate. Once they make a move, the Immortal God Agreement will become a piece of scrap paper. The Immortal God Agreement was an agreement between the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan. Now that someone was violating it, they had to take the lead. Otherwise, the other immortal gods wouldn't find trouble for themselves. A middle-aged immortal god from the Shen Yuan clan said in a deep voice, "It's the Dragon Gate that has forced the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect into a corner. If they don't take action, their two immortal sects will be completely defeated by the Dragon Gate in the future. They will naturally be unwilling to be defeated by an immortal sect weaker than them." A middle-aged immortal god from the Yuan clan raised his eyebrows and said, "The two immortal sects have a superior immortal, and they're already cornered. It's not easy to solve this." Another immortal god from the Yuan clan echoed, "The Holy Medicine Immortal sect had a superior immortal, and their strength was on the surface. They were no longer afraid of Shen Yuan and Yuan. Now, one immortal god from the immortal sect had been killed. If they didn't respond, the two immortal sects would be completely finished in the future. It was reasonable for a superior immortal to personally declare that they wanted to destroy the Dragon Gate. Is the Immortal God Agreement going to be scrapped just like that?" An old man from the Shen Yuan clan frowned and said with an unpleasant expression, "The Immortal God Agreement is to protect ordinary people. Now, because of the Immortal God Agreement, if the immortal god's life is threatened..." An old man from the Yuan clan continued, but he didn't finish his words. But everyone knew what he meant. "Let's make a trip to the Holy Medicine Immortal sect first and see if there's any leeway. If there's no leeway, then so be it." The Yuan clan's supreme elder stood up and said to the Shenyuan clan's supreme elder in front of him, "All right." The Shenyuan clan's supreme elder slowly nodded. If it could be resolved peacefully, then it would be resolved peacefully. If it couldn't, then it would be very difficult for them to do so. They couldn't possibly punish the entire Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Could they? This was obviously impossible. The other party's strength was very strong. Moreover, the Yuan clan's people clearly didn't want to interfere in this matter. The Shen Yuan clan was also very hesitant. After all, the Dragon Gate's experts were able to ambush and kill immortal gods. This was too terrifying. The immortal gods from the two great immortal sects immediately headed to the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The matter of the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan heading to the two great immortal sects was not concealed. At that moment, everyone understood that whether or not this great battle would happen would depend on the conversations of the few great immortal sects. Time passed slowly. Ever since the Dragon Gate's powerhouse killed the immortal god, the Grand Elder of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect suddenly appeared and decided to destroy the Dragon Gate. The entire Jianghu was in an uproar. A day had passed. All the immortal sects in Jianghu were waiting for news from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The immortal god of the Shenyuan and Yuan clan had already passed. Everyone was waiting for the outcome. At this moment, Wang Xian and the group of girls were at the leisure area on the floating island. Wang Xian was lying on the sofa in satisfaction. Guan Shuqing was playing with the heavenly dog while Xiao Yu and the rest were playing with their phones and paying attention to the happenings on the Jianghu internet. When he was about to kill the immortals and the Grand Elder of the Holy Medicine sect, Wang Xian had brought all the members of the Dragon Palace back. It was time to end this. There was no point in blocking the city gates anymore. However, the fact that the two immortal sects had a superior immortal was a little out of Wang Xian's expectations. Even so, Wang Xian was not afraid at all. He had already reached the level of a superior immortal. Even if they were to fight now, the Dragon Palace was more than enough to accept the challenge. The Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect has made a statement. They asked Brother to apologize personally and sent an immortal god for them to kill. After that, they took out a large amount of resources to compensate us and let us off. HMPH, the people of the two immortal sects are really arrogant. They actually threatened to destroy us as long as we didn't take them out. At this moment, an angry voice came from Xiao Yu's side. "Come, let me take a look." Wang Xian reached out his hand and took Xiao Yu's phone. He looked at the statement issued by the Holy Medicine sect with a smile. Hee. He took a look and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
This result was obviously the result of the discussion between the two sects and Xian Yuan. Only when he admitted defeat and offered compensation would the two immortal sects let him go. Otherwise, they would still exterminate their Dragon Gate 3 days later.
This made Wang Xian smile coldly.
Exterminating his Dragon Gate, they were really arrogant.
It was not certain who would exterminate who. However, the news from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect shocked all the disciples of the Immortal sects.
It seemed that the result of their negotiation with the Xian Yuan clan had come out and the two immortal sects had raised this condition.
How should the Dragon sect choose? This condition is very harsh. The Dragon King may not agree, but if he doesn't agree, he may be directly destroyed. The Holy Medicine sect has a superior immortal, and the overall situation has changed in an instant. On the Jianghu, all the disciples of the Immortal sects looked at the news silently. 3 days had passed, and the next 2 days would soon come.
Another day had passed, but the Dragon Gate did not reply. The entire Jianghu was paying attention to this matter.
Once the Dragon King did not admit defeat, it would be a war between immortals and gods. At that time, more immortals would die, and even the entire Dragon Gate would be destroyed.
However, in the past 2 days, the disciples of the two immortal sects had been completely elated. They had been shouting proudly on the Jianghu website that the Dragon Gate would definitely be destroyed and the Dragon Gate would definitely die.
All the disciples of the Immortal sects also agreed very much. Now that even the Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan had compromised on the agreement between the immortals and gods, the strength of the two immortal sects was truly unstoppable. If the Dragon Gate didn't know what was good for them, the consequences would be disastrous. Other than them escaping, they must never be discovered by the two immortal sects and become a stray dog. The storm was coming, the tranquility before the storm. The closer the time was, the entire Jianghu could feel a depressing atmosphere.
Everyone's gaze was fixed on the Jiang city and the area of Yaoding.
Wang Xian stood at the highest point of the floating island and looked at the ocean in front of him. He was considering whether he should fight or wait. If he waited for some time, he would wait until the nine-headed Hui broke through. If he were to fight, it would be a draw at most. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's figure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ocean in front of him.
Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Prime Minister Gui, why are you here?
Dragon King, you once told me that if the nine-headed Hui... You mean? Wang Xian's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Yes. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Hee. Even the heavens want you to be exterminated as soon as possible.
A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Tomorrow night, call all the immortals and deities of the Dragon Palace over. It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui nodded his head heavily.
3 days later, give them a surprise.
Wang Xian looked at the Holy Medicine sect and revealed a cold smile on his face. The 3rd day had arrived. All the disciples of the Holy Medicine sect in the martial arts world were paying attention to the information on the martial arts world's internet and the situation of the Dragon sect. Just as many people expected, the Dragon King of the Dragon sect did not respond at all. The next big battle was inevitable.
Dragon Gate, today, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine Immortal sect, will destroy you.
On the morning of the 3rd day, a roar reverberated through the entire world. Destroy the Dragon Gate.
Kill the Dragon Gate?
Kill all of them. At the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine Immortal sect, located in Yaoding, 12 immortal gods were floating above the East Gate. Behind them, more than 1,000 experts from the two immortal sects were fully armed and following behind them. Each of them was full of fighting spirit and killing intent.
In the holy city, all the disciples and family members of the two immortal sects were shouting with excitement on their faces. Today's expedition will definitely eliminate every disciple of the Dragon Gate and hang the head of the Dragon King on the holy city to warn everyone of the consequences if they dare to oppose our Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The burly Grand Elder who was clad in fiery red armor shouted with a cold face.
Yes. Kill the Dragon King. Kill the Dragon King.
The group of experts from the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect roared loudly. Their voices shook the sky and filled the entire area with a murderous aura. Hiss! This is simply too terrifying. At this moment, within a range of 10 to 20 kilometers, a dense group of experts from the Immortal sects floated in the sky and looked in the direction of the two great Immortal sects. Seeing the terrifying aura coming from there, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This battle had attracted the attention of countless experts from the Immortal sections. This was a battle that attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. This time, the Dragon Gate is doomed. An immortal god hidden in the void slowly sighed. A high-level immortal, 3 middle-level immortals, and 8 lower-level immortals. This power could disregard the agreement between the immortals and gods. It was too shocking. Holy medicine, son, follow me into battle. Holy medicine, son, follow me into battle. The two immortal gods roared loudly, and their earth-shaking voices rang out once more. Fight! 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 The disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect roared loudly, their faces slightly red. Fight with the immortal gods and destroy the Dragon Gate. All of the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect brought with them the top-tier fighting power of the Immortal sect. They looked forward with a mighty momentum. Roar! 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 At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard. 9 roars and the space trembled. Roar! 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 9 whistling sounds rang out. While the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were filled with fighting spirit, the disciples of the two immortal sects were filled with fighting spirit and vowed to exterminate the dragon sect. While the disciples and family members of the two immortal sects were filled with excitement in the holy city, just as they were about to set off for battle. 9 terrifying roars rang out. The voices were filled with violence, coldness, and brutality. In an instant, the entire world seemed to shake. The eyes of the immortal gods and the experts from the immortal sects who were gathered around to watch the battle suddenly narrowed. Everyone looked toward the east with shocked expressions. This is... Heavens, this? The infant realm experts and the few hidden immortal gods suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble in the air. In the sky above the eastern gate of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, 9 roars caused the expressions of the people from the two immortal sects to change slightly. Their gazes flickered as they looked ahead. However, because the voices were too far away, they couldn't see clearly at all. However, in the next second, 9 terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. 9 green-colored behemoths with 2 horns on their heads, their bodies reaching a terrifying size of around 20 meters. Their bodies were 3 meters wide and their scales were the size of a human head. They contained a terrifying wind attribute energy. They had a ferocious head and their green eyes were filled with coldness. The 9 terrifying creatures emitted a desolate aura. Just their aura was definitely not something that an ordinary immortal could compare to. When they saw the appearance of the 9 terrifying creatures, everyone's expression changed. There's still someone up there. Right at this moment, an infant stage expert from the Holy Medicine Immortal sect couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he spoke loudly. There was someone up there. 10 figures, a total of 10 figures stood on top. One was a devil monkey that held a metal rod. One was an old man that carried a turtle shell on his back. One was a prawn that was covered in golden light and possessed 2 huge pincers. A beautiful woman with a blue shell on her back. A prawn covered in terrifying lightning had a thunder hammer in one hand and a thunder spear in the other. A middle-aged swordsman with a long sword in his hand. However, a man and a woman stood in the middle of the 9 terrifying creatures. The man was naturally the Dragon King of Dragon Gate, while the woman was the Dragon King's girlfriend. They stood on each of the 9 terrifying bodies and a terrifying energy was emitted from their bodies. Every force made the lower-level immortal's heart palpitate, especially the aura emitted by the central Dragon King. It was terrifying. 17 immortal gods? Oh my god, it's actually 17 immortal gods. That's not right. There should be another immortal god who is good at hiding in the void. According to the matter of the strange Thorn clan, there's a white shadow who is also an immortal god who is good at hiding. That means there are 18 of them. There are actually so many strange immortal gods among them.
The ferocious aura on their bodies is completely incomparable to that of an ordinary immortal god.
Everyone looked at the Dragon King and the rest in astonishment. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Each and every one of them was a special immortal god who was awe-inspiring to the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect.
Master Pledge Ceremony?
Not bad. However, there's no need for you to look for the Dragon sect. I have personally brought people here.
Wang Xian looked down at everyone from the two immortal gates of medicine and holy medicine and said faintly, "Boom." When he finished speaking, an invincible pressure was emitted. Roar. Ao Chitian, who was at the side, followed Hui directly. No, he should be called a flood dragon at this moment. Although it was only a young flood dragon, it was still terrifying enough. Ao Chitian roared loudly and his body turned into about 8 meters. He held the sea-pacifying divine needle in his hand and the pressure also covered him.
Crackle!
Crackle! The sound of thunder and lightning resounded through the void. A bolt of lightning landed directly on Aochi's body. Like a god of thunder, he flew to the side from the body of the flood dragon. Anyone who provokes the Dragon Palace, kill! Prime Minister Gui jumped lightly and stared coldly at all the people in front of him, releasing their mighty pressure.
The mighty pressure of all the immortal gods of the members of the Dragon Palace covered the sky and covered the earth. Retreat. The aura of nearly 20 immortal gods caused the expressions of some experts in the surrounding 10 kilometers to change drastically and they retreated again.
The Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect asked the Dragon King to send over an immortal god for them to kill, and then pay a sum of resources as the price for not destroying the Dragon sect. But now, before they set off, the Dragon King has led a group of immortal gods here. This power is too powerful. Too powerful. Simply too powerful.
This was the most terrifying power they had ever seen.
How is this possible? All the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect were completely dumbfounded, cold sweat slowly appearing on their foreheads. The fighting spirit and killing intent from just now had completely disappeared, and they looked forward in horror.
17 immortal gods, a total of 17, 5 more than them. What frightened them the most was that there were only a few of these 17 celestials and humans. The rest were all terrifying monsters.
Their auras were extremely violent. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate.
Bian Jiangtu's expression was extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and stared at Wang Xian with a serious expression as he growled in a low voice.
I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian stared at Bian Jiangtu indifferently and opened his mouth slightly. 3 dragon balls appeared in his mouth. Each of the dragon balls contained a terrifying energy. The dragon balls floated above his head. He raised his head slightly and shouted, "Let's fight. Today, I want to see who will be the one to destroy who. Supreme, their strength is so strong, so strong."
A celestial god revealed a look of fear in his eyes. He looked at the Dragon King and the rest who were filled with killing intent. His eyes sparkled. He was afraid.
If they really fought, their side would obviously be at a disadvantage.
Bian Jiangtu's expression kept changing. The Dragon King's strength was comparable to his, and every other creature was much stronger than a lower immortal. They really weren't a match for him.
However, his expression quickly changed and he took a deep breath. I didn't expect your Dragon Palace to be so powerful. The past grudges are over and we won't interfere in each other's business in the future.
Bian Jiangtu's voice reverberated in the surroundings, causing the faces of all the disciples of the 2 immortal sects to freeze. However, they lowered their heads slowly. This was the best choice. Hee. It's a little too late to reconcile now. Wang Xian revealed a hint of mockery on his face. What do you want, Dragon King? Don't go too far. Even if you guys are stronger than us, there will still be immortals among you if you really fight. Bian Jiangtu shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. You want to reconcile? You want to negotiate terms?
Upon hearing the voice, everyone who was staring at them from afar held their breaths and stared at them with burning eyes.
Haha, what do I want?
I want to destroy all of you.
Haha, what do I want?
I want to destroy you all. A domineering voice sounded in the entire sky and a terrifying killing intent instantly filled the entire sky.
Everyone was shocked, and even the faces of all the immortal gods from the Flat Territory, Holy Medicine, and Medicine sects changed drastically.
In the distance, all the Immortal sect experts and even the immortal gods who had been paying attention to this place heard this voice, and their pupils constricted slightly. In the war between the immortal gods, 12 immortal gods fought 18. Although the Dragon Palace could be said to be on the side of absolute suppression after the battle broke out between the two sides, even if the Dragon King could win, he would definitely lose a lot. It was even normal to lose 4 or 5 immortal gods in this battle. All the experts who had been paying attention to this place guessed that the Dragon King would make the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect pay a huge price and then reconcile. But no one had expected that the Dragon King would say such a thing. Even the people of the Holy Doctor Holy Medicine Immortal sect hadn't expected it. Destroy us. You have to think about the consequences. Do you think you can destroy us so easily? Bian Jiangtu shouted with an extremely embarrassed expression. His fat face turned red as if he was a volcano that was about to erupt. It was too sullen. They were originally valiant and ready to head to the Dragon Gate to destroy it and shake the world. In the end, when the oath ceremony was held at the city gate, all the disciples of the Immortal sect were ignited to the extreme. The 18 immortals of the other party directly pressed down on them. They were suffocated by the pressure. Now they were going to kill them. How could they not be angry? Bian Jiangtu glared at him angrily. Haha, kill. Wang Xian laughed out loud. He didn't want to continue arguing with them. He came here today to destroy the life and death Holy Medicine Immortal sect. As for reconciliation, there was no need. If he didn't have such powerful strength and influence, he would have been destroyed by the Holy Medicine Immortal sect today. Therefore, since they were enemies, he would fight. Roar! Roar! The moment Wang Xian gave the order, all the immortals in the Dragon Palace started to move. Wang Xian was the first to bear the brunt. His body moved and he let out a majestic roar. Roar! In an instant, Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon. His 15-meter divine dragon body attacked the flat territory. Beside him, 3 dragon balls were spinning above his head, emitting a terrifying power. The 9 flood dragons swayed their bodies and turned into green shadows, attacking forward. The sound of thunder reverberated through the heaven and earth, and a lightning hammer was raised. Golden and sharp metal, graceful flowing water, terrifying demonic chi, and a huge sea-pacifying divine needle. The attack that erupted in an instant made everyone from the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect look terrified. The Dragon King really dared to attack. He really wanted to exterminate them and fight to the death. Kill! Bian Jiangtu's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian turning into the legendary divine dragon. He roared loudly and went up to meet Wang Xian. Kill! The rest of the immortal sects gritted their teeth and went up to meet him. Behind them was their lair. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to hide. They could only kill. Boom! 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 In an instant, the wind attribute, the terrifying demonic chi, the explosive fire and metal attribute, the green wood attribute, the blue water attribute, the wind and cloud attribute, and the heaven and earth attribute changed. Hiss, they are really fighting. The Dragon King has turned into a divine dragon. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Dragon Palace Dragon King, so the Dragon King can turn into a divine dragon. What a terrifying pressure. It's the legendary divine beast of China. The battle between the immortal sects. The real battle between the immortal sects. 30 immortals fighting against each other. Hiss! The spectators who were watching from 10 kilometers away retreated once again. The battle between the immortals had affected a huge area. It was too terrifying. Boom! The first collision sounded. It was the prelude to the battle between the two terrifying forces. Awe! At the moment of the collision, screams of pain could be heard. The more than 1,000 disciples behind the two immortal sects, except for those who were half-step immortal gods, and even those at the infant realm were affected by the battle in an instant, they let out a series of terrified screams. Even if you can destroy us, I will still make you suffer a great loss. Bian Jiangtu's body was emitting a monstrous flame. The entire sky above his head had turned fiery red because of him. He held a bright red staff in his hand. With a wave of his arm, flaming meteorites were hurled at Wang Xian from the sky. The flaming meteorites covered an area of 5 kilometers in front of him.
Wang Xian raised his head slightly. The water dragon pearl above his head shook slightly and formed a water curtain. The water curtain covered the sky and blocked the flaming meteorites in the sky. Wang Xian swayed his body and flew directly towards Bian Jiangtu. A pair of dragon claws grabbed towards his body. The terrifying dragon claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Bian Jiangtu looked at Wang Xian's approximately 15-meter-tall body, and his expression was extremely solemn. He tapped the staff in his hand, and a pillar of fire as thick as an arm shot towards him like an aurora. Wang Xian opened his mouth and let out a roar. The fire pillar with a diameter of 3 meters went straight towards him. Fire and water attack at the same time. Bian Jiangtu's expression changed slightly and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He waved his arm, and a fire shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The fire shield only lasted for half a second, but by using this time, he had already moved to a position 1,000 meters away. The terrifying dragon flames descended, and that was the direction of the sacred city. It was covered by a green light, which was the power of the array formation. But even with the array formation, all the disciples and family members of the two immortal sects looked terrified when they saw the battle between the immortals and gods outside. After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful, and the number of immortals and gods was completely suppressed. Not good. At this moment, everyone in the sacred city looked terrified when they saw the terrifying dragon flame attack. Crack! 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 The dragon flame landed on the array formation of the sacred city, and the sound of it breaking could be heard. The green light shone brightly, and then began to flicker. Bang! Finally, the defense of the formation was broken. Everyone in the sacred city was instantly exposed to the battle between the immortals. Bang! 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 In an instant, thousands of people from the sacred city knelt on the ground. Just the terrifying pressure alone made it difficult for them to breathe. Go to the sky. Bian Jiangtu looked extremely embarrassed when he saw that the formation was broken with a single strike. If they continued to fight here, everyone in the sacred city would be affected and die. Let them go to the sky. Wang Xian did not want to affect tens of millions of humans. The group of immortals instantly arrived at a height of 10,000 meters. Ah! At this moment, a scream was suddenly heard. A holy doctor, holy medicine, and immortal god suddenly appeared behind him when he was distracted while flying into the sky. A terrifying claw penetrated his body directly. The first immortal god died. The battle between the immortals continued. Oh no! What? Everyone was shocked. They quickly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the scream in shock. Qian Jiang! A somewhat terrified roar was heard. The voices of the holy doctors, holy medicine, and the two immortal sects could be heard. It's too fast. It's simply too fast. The battle has just begun, and then an immortal god was killed. This is simply too terrifying. The Dragon King's cultivation technique should be similar to those bloodline warriors in the OU continent. As long as one has the bloodline of a creature, they can transform into such a creature. However, the Dragon King has actually obtained the bloodline of the divine dragon. This is too unbelievable. No wonder the Dragon King can rise so quickly. It's that white shadow that has been hiding in the void, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. The surrounding disciples who had been paying attention to this side looked at the immortal god who had died in shock. An immortal god had actually been killed so quickly. The terrifying white figure and the terrifying upper-level immortal Dragon King. No one had expected that the Dragon King would be able to unleash such terrifying strength. Dragon King, if you want to destroy us, I will make you pay a heavy price. Kill! Bian Jiangtu's eyes were bloodshot as he commanded the surrounding immortals. Yes, kill? The rest of the immortals were also stirred up by the blood. They attacked the enemies in front of them with grief and indignation. Kill! Wang Xian's expression did not change. He swayed his body and attacked Bian Jiangtu directly. As an upper-level immortal, Wang Xian could only suppress him at most. It was very difficult to kill him. However, he only needed to control them. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the battle at the side erupted completely. The 9 terrifying figures of the flood dragons transformed into green shadows that shuttled tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. Their entire bodies carried terrifying storm blades. Tree whirled. A middle-aged man waved his arm, and towering trees appeared in the void. Each tree grew to 1,000 meters in size, with terrifying tentacles. The other elders also sprinkled green seeds, turning into towering trees in an instant. Bladestorm. Just as the tree whirled, which covered an area of 4 to 5 kilometers, was formed, the 9 flood dragons' bodies trembled. Green energy floated up from the scales, and each energy was the same size as the scales. The 9 flood dragons moved, and hundreds of thousands of wind attribute scales charged towards the book world. Crash. The terrifying storm of blades tore apart all the trees like a level 10 gale. Careful. At this moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attacked an immortal god. Wooden ring. The old man's expression changed slightly. He waved the staff in his hand and a wooden hoop met the bolt of lightning. Crack. In an instant, the wooden hoop turned pitch black under the attack of the lightning. Whoosh! A lightning spear seemed as though it was about to tear apart the void. It carried a terrifying might as it pierced towards the old man. Following that, Aochi held the lightning hammer in his hand as he approached the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. He originally had the strength of a middle-level immortal. Even if he was facing Aochi of the lightning attribute who was restraining him, he could still resist and even gain the upper hand. However, he had to be careful of the white figure in the air, so that it did not dare to release 100% of its power. The other immortal gods of the holy medicine and holy medicine were the same. After the white figure assassinated an immortal god, it once again escaped into the air. Perhaps the next time it attacked, there would be more deaths. I'll roast you. At the side, an old man with a face full of rage raised his beard. He furiously waved the staff in his hand and attacked Ao Shrimp. Ao Shrimp's golden body was like a heavenly soldier. His huge pincers could easily break metal and rock. A set of fire rings descended from the sky and fell toward Ao Shrimp. Ao Shrimp's gaze did not change. His body continued to approach the old man. Die! Seeing that Ao Share did not dodge, the old man's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The rings of fire exploded, becoming even more ferocious. Wang! At this moment, a jade-blue stream of water appeared out of thin air on Ao Share's body. The stream of water formed an armor, instantly lifting up a space. Not good, help me! The old man's expression instantly changed and he cried out for help. However, at this moment, there was no one else who could help him. The 2 immortal sects already had 6 fewer immortal gods than the Dragon Gate. Only a middle-level immortal could deal with 2 of them. A lower-level immortal could not even protect himself. Ka! The huge pincers attacked, and the 2-meter-long metal pincers became bigger again. They actually became 5 meters in size. The pincers clamped down heavily, causing the old man's face to turn pale. His staff shone with light. Boom! His entire body was instantly surrounded by flames that were like lava. Crack! Crack! However, under the terrifying pincers, the lava directly collapsed. Fire escape. He waved his arm, and a fire tunnel instantly appeared in front of him. His body quickly retreated. What? However, at this moment, a water tentacle had somehow trapped his legs and completely pulled his body. With a wave of his arm, a fiery red liquid that was like a drop of water directly slashed at the water tentacle. Wang! At this moment, 2 pincers attacked him. Ah! The old man's face was filled with shock. With a shake of his legs were directly shattered to the knees. His crippled legs erupted like a god of fire. Boom! 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 10,000 meters in the air, it was as if a volcano had appeared out of thin air. Terrifying lava erupted from it. The lava waterfall fell towards the ground. The terrifying fire energy landed on the ground and formed a huge sea of flames. The energy contained within the body of an immortal god expert was extremely terrifying. Can you escape? At this moment, an icy voice sounded from behind. A claw pierced through the chest of the elder who had just tried to escape. Cough, cough. The elder spat out blood. His eyes were dim as his body fell to the ground. He already had a premonition that this battle was a one-way ticket to death. That was why he gave up his legs and went all out. He wanted to kill one, but unfortunately one immortal god was enough to suppress him. He was no match for the other two. The second immortal god is dead. The experts and immortal gods watching from afar said in their hearts.
Suppression, 100% suppression. They discovered that the two immortal gods of the Dragon Palace could fight against a middle-level immortal.
Two immortal gods could kill a lower-level immortal without being injured. The difference in strength between the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect and the immortal gods of the Dragon Palace was simply too great. I reckon that apart from the Supreme Elder of the upper-level Immortal sect who managed to escape, everyone else is finished. Roar! On the other side, Ao Chityen, who held the sea-pacifying divine needle in his hand and was 7 to 8 meters in size, looked like a devil monkey. It was too violent. There were a total of 3 middle-level immortals in the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. However, at this moment the violent Ao Chityen was fighting one of them with his own strength. The terrifying flames attacked him. The violent demonic chi, together with the 50-meter-long sea-pacifying divine needle, swept through everything. Whether it was the sea of fire, the flaming lava, or the pillar of fire, they were all forcibly blocked by his violent attacks.
The ocean-pacifying divine needle was an existence that far surpassed ordinary immortal god artifacts. It could become 50 meters long, and when it was waved, it could simply destroy the world. In the area where Ao Chityen was fighting with the middle-level immortal of the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine, no one dared to enter the area. On the other side, Prime Minister Gue was standing on top of a flood dragon, and a 100-meter-wide earth wall appeared out of thin air. Terrifying wind blades, storms, and the flood dragon's powerful physical body, the immortal gods in front of them were defending passively, their faces filled with fear.
There was no room for resistance at all. Move the mountain. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue's body shook, and the turtle shell on his back flew higher into the sky. Boom!
Instantly, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain appeared in the sky, and the mountain smashed heavily towards the lower immortal.
Wind domain. Binding of wind.
Below, the flood dragon's body flashed with a green light, instantly forming a wind domain of 10 kilometers in radius.
Within this space, all the wind was within their control. Terrifying green energy shot towards the lower immortal. No, save me.
The lower immortal couldn't move. He looked up at the terrifying mountain in the sky, his face filled with despair.
Boom! The mountain descended, bringing with it a terrifying power as it smashed towards the ground below. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the ground split open. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions, all the way to the sacred city.
The terrifying cracks were 1 meter wide and 100 meters deep.
At this moment, all the disciples of the two great immortal sects in the sacred city stood on the streets, their faces filled with shock and fear. They looked at the terrifying sea of fire, the terrifying mountains, and the cracks not far away, their eyes filled with fear. It was the third one. Their immortal god had already died, and not a single one of them had died. Not even a single one was injured. Ah, I'll fight it out with you.
A subordinate immortal collapsed under the combined attacks of the two flood dragons.
Terrifying speed, powerful physical body, and sharp wind blades. In addition to their incomparably powerful bodies, the two flood dragons were completely toying with the subordinate immortal. He had no ability to resist at all. Seeing his companions die one by one, despair appeared on his face. His arms turned into terrifying tree branches that directly twined around the flood dragons. Roar! With a flood dragon roar, the densely packed wind blades slashed towards the tree branches. When the wind blades landed on the tree branches, numerous wounds appeared instantly, and fresh blood flowed out from the tree branches. Ah, die! The middle-aged immortal god's body began to wither, and his black hair slowly turned white.
The terrifying tree branches that his arms transformed into were even more terrifying.
Rise of the clouds. When the two flood dragons saw that the middle-aged immortal god was actually using up his life force to attack, their expressions did not change, and a gust of wind blew over.
At the same time, a large patch of cloud and fog. The cloud and fog instantly filled an area of 10 kilometers.
The two flood dragons moved and directly entered the cloud and fog. The divine dragon was nowhere to be seen.
The middle-aged immortal god's expression changed drastically and the tree branches formed by his arms scattered in the cloud and fog.
Oh!
As time passed, his attacks became weaker and weaker and the life force in his body became less and less.
Attacks that cost his life were destined to not last long. Whoosh! 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 Just as the middle-aged immortal god fell into a state of weakness, sharp wind needles pierced through the middle-aged immortal god like terrifying hidden weapons. Oh! An anguished cry sounded out as the middle-aged immortal god's body fell to the ground at a terrifying speed. The fourth immortal god had fallen. At this point, the Holy Doctor, Holy Medicine, and Immortal sect only had 8 people left. They would fall even faster. Boom! Boom! The battle that shook the heavens and earth spread out in all directions from 10,000 meters in the sky. All of China and the entire Jianghu could hear it clearly. Even the terrifying energy that came from this place spread far, far away. Among the 30 immortal gods, there were 2 high-level immortals. This momentum shook the world. The entire sky was like the end of the world. Any random attack that landed on the ground could cause a sea of fire and a crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, one immortal god after another rushed over. The supreme elders of the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan also arrived.
The immortal gods of the 2 immortal sects watched the battle in the sky from a distance, their faces filled with shock.
Their eyes swept across the entire battlefield and instantly understood. Is this the power of the Dragon Palace? It's too powerful. For immortal gods have died from the Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine.
18 immortal gods versus 8. It's a complete suppression. The 2 immortal sects are going to be finished.
The Dragon King's strength is really unrivaled. The Dragon Palace should be the most powerful existence in the Jianghu. The immortal gods watched the battle in front of them, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Shock appeared on their faces. The immortal gods of the Dragon Palace were really invincible.
The supreme elder of the Yuan clan's face changed drastically when he saw how miserable the 2 immortal sects were.
Their relationship with the 2 immortal sects could be considered quite friendly. Not long ago, they had even discussed a series of cooperation.
Now, when he saw that the Holy Medicine Immortal sect was about to be destroyed, his expression was somewhat unsightly. Brother Shen Yuan, should we stop them?
The Yuan clan's supreme elder revealed a hesitant expression as he spoke to the Shen Yuan clan's supreme elder at the side. All the immortal sects of the Shen Yuan clan fell silent after hearing this. They did not reply as they did not want to interfere. If they were to interfere now, it was obvious that they had offended the Dragon Palace. With the Dragon King's character, the 2 of them were destined to have a rift or even hatred. Dragon King, I think we should just forget about this battle. We should be lenient when possible. You have already killed 5 of their immortals. Let them pay a little more and let's call it a day. The supreme elder of the Yuan clan saw that the Shenyuan clan did not respond. He took a deep breath and said to Wang Xian,
"What? Are the Yuan clan going to interfere?"
"What are they going to do?" The voice of the Yuan clan's supreme elder shocked all the immortals and powerhouses around. They quickly looked over. "Brother Yuan, help us get through this crisis." When Bianjiang too heard the voice of the Yuan clan's supreme elder, he disregarded his status and asked for help loudly.
For mortals were killed in just 10 minutes. He was really afraid. "You dare to interfere?" Wang Xian turned his head and stared at them with a cold gaze.
Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard. A terrifying flame suddenly shot up into the sky. Unparalleled pressure. Suppress heaven and earth.
"You dare to interfere?" The sudden intervention of the supreme elder of the Yuan clan caused all the surrounding immortals and the powerhouses of the immortal sect to reveal shocked expressions. However, a cold and dignified voice came out of Wang Xian's mouth as he stared coldly in the direction of the Yuan clan.
At the same time, the sudden burst of terrifying power caused the expressions of all the immortals to change drastically. The number of immortal gods gathered here had already reached 40 to 50. They were all watching the battle in the air.
The sudden burst of power caused everyone's bodies to tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock as they hurriedly looked towards the direction of the terrifying battlefield.
It was a woman whose entire body was emitting terrifying flames.
This flame was different from the other flames. It was even very different from the supreme elder of the holy medicine immortal sect. The flame had the form of a bird and was somewhat similar to the legendary vermilion bird. Around her body, a 10-meter-long vermilion bird rotated and emitted a terrifying light. The vermilion bird seemed to be alive and was full of spirituality. Just now, the middle-level immortal of the holy medicine immortal sect who had been fighting with it was instantly killed by this terrifying vermilion bird. Chirp, chirp. A phoenix cry sounded. Feng Yuan took control of her body and looked in the direction of the Yuan clan. For a moment, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan was completely stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and revealed an incredulous expression. Another high-level immortal. The Dragon King's wife is also a high-level immortal. Shocked voices came from the immortal god behind him. The face of the Yuan clan's first elder slowly turned ugly. Looking at the two pairs of cold eyes staring at him, his face changed drastically. What? However, at this moment, all the immortal gods in the holy medicine immortal sect were completely in despair. There was still one more. The Dragon Gate actually had a superior immortal. This completely extinguished all their vitality. The Dragon Palace had 2 superior immortals and 18 immortal gods. They were invincible in this world. Just forget it. The Supreme Elder of the Yuan clan said with an embarrassed look on his face. Fuck. The Dragon Palace, which had 2 high-level immortals and 2 high-level immortals, might not be able to defeat them even if he led all the immortals of the Yuan clan to fight. If the Dragon King came to destroy the Yuan clan in the future because of his interference in this matter, they would be courting death. When the surrounding immortals heard the Yuan clan's Supreme Elder's words, they were a little stunned and speechless. Now, the Yuan clan no longer had the right to interfere with the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed. If they interfered, they would be courting death. With the Dragon Palace's current strength, unless the Shenyuan clan and the Yuan clan interfered, it would be possible to stop this war. Today, whoever dares to interfere will be the enemy of the Dragon Palace. The Holy Doctor and Medicine Immortal sect will be annihilated by the Dragon Palace today. When Wang Xian saw the Yuan clan's Supreme Elder retract his words, he snorted coldly and shouted loudly. When Bian Jiangta saw the scene, his body couldn't help but tremble. Help me kill him. At this moment, Wang Xian turned to look at Feng Yuan and said to her, All right. Feng Yuan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Wang Xian's body. This was the first time she saw Wang Xian in battle. It was the first time she saw him transform into a divine dragon. On the Transcendence continent, there was a dragon race that was the most powerful existence in the entire continent. Even when she was at her peak, she didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying race. Moreover, she also knew that the divine dragon race was a race that was comparable to their vermilion bird race. Chirp, chirp. A phoenix cry sounded. Feng Yuan's figure moved and directly jumped into the center of the vermilion bird. With a flap of her wings, she directly became 20 meters in size. Hiss. Too strong. Today, the holy medicine immortal sect is completely finished. The surrounding immortal gods and other experts looked shocked when they saw the 2 terrifying creatures, dragon and phoenix, attacking the flat territory. Even if I die today, I will drag one of you down with me. Despair. Bian Jiang too was in complete despair when he saw this scene. The flames on his body dyed the entire sky red. The scene of the flames burning the sky could be seen within a radius of 100 kilometers. Fight to the death. Wang Xian and Feng Yuan saw the aura emitted by Bian Jiang Tuesday. There was no expression on their faces. They moved and attacked instantly. Dragon roar. Phoenix cry. Roar. Roar. Chirp. Chirp. 2 terrifying flames were spat out from Wang Xian and Feng Yuan's mouths. Flames versus flames. Bian Jiangtu waved his arms and the terrifying fire pillars on his arms met the flames directly. He blocked the flames with a cold gaze. Roar. Roar. At this moment, Wang Xian moved his body and flew toward Bian Jiangtu. He swung his sharp metal dragon claws forward. Volcanic descent. Bian Jiangtu waved his arms with an embarrassed expression. In an instant, a terrifying flaming mountain formed in the sky. The flaming mountain smashed towards Wang Xian rapidly.
phoenix feather.
Feng Wan shouted softly. With a flap of her wings, feathers flew towards the volcano.
The feathers rotated slowly. It was beautiful and looked like a flaming flower.
The phoenix feathers landed at the bottom of the flaming mountain and entered it directly. Boom!
In an instant, the flaming mountain erupted into the surroundings. Bian Jiangtu's expression changed drastically as he looked at Wang Xian, who was attacking him. His arm turned into a huge flaming arm in an instant. The flaming red arm crossed in front of him to block his attack. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. His sharp metal dragon claws easily penetrated the flaming red palm and clawed at his body.
Ah! His eyes were wide open. With a loud roar, the flames on his body were retracted into his body.
His entire body was like a lava stone that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Is it useful?
Wang Xian's eyes were like torches. A dazzling golden glow was emitted from the dragon claws. The terrifying golden glow penetrated the dragon claws and clawed towards his body. Bian Jiangtu retreated backward with an embarrassed expression. Crack!
Crack! The dragon claw touched his arm and produced a cracking sound. Hiss!
Instantly, Bian Jiangtu's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His entire arm fell downwards like a rock.
Boom!
His arm landed on the ground. The area within a few thousand meters of the ground was charred black. Ah! At this moment, screams of pain could be heard from the surroundings.
There was more than one scream. An old man was pierced through the chest by a lightning spear.
A middle-aged man was entangled by a flood dragon.
A red-haired old man was hit by Ao Chiyen's ocean-pacifying divine needle and fell heavily to the ground. An old woman was torn into two pieces by Ao shrimp's pincers.
All the surrounding immortals and gods looked at this scene with complicated and even fearful expressions.
I'm not reconciled. Bian Jiangtu turned his head when he heard the screams. His eyes were instantly filled with blood and his face was filled with despair. The experts of the Dragon Palace had killed the immortals and gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Not a single one of them had died. They were not even seriously injured.
He regretted it so much. Bang, bang, bang.
On the battlefield 10,000 meters high in the sky, the terrifying invincible divine dragon used its dragon claws, dragon tail, and dragon flames to attack the burly old man. Behind the divine dragon, the vermilion bird that was emitting terrifying flames blocked every attack that the burly old man released. The flames that were filled with spirituality easily neutralized every attack of the old man. The old man's arms had completely disappeared, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. In order to prevent the powerful attacks of the divine dragon, he could only turn his body as hard as volcanic rocks to block the terrifying dragon claws. Transforming into a body of lava was the most powerful defensive technique of their immortal sect, and also a life-saving battle technique. However, it was easily defeated. The tall and sturdy old man's heart was filled with despair. In the surroundings, a world-destroying battle erupted. The entire battlefield affected an area of 20 to 30 kilometers in the sky that was 10,000 meters high. However, at this moment, the area of the battlefield was rapidly shrinking. Immortal gods fell from the sky one after another. Every immortal god that fell to the ground erupted with a terrifying energy storm. The ground below had been covered by a sea of fire, forming a fire domain. It's over. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect is completely finished. The immortal gods of the two immortal sects are going to be completely destroyed. In addition to the experts being killed, the strongest experts of the two immortal sects aren't even at the infant realm. The Holy Medicine Immortal sect is completely finished. The Dragon Palace will become the strongest immortal sect in the Jianghu. The surrounding immortal gods and experts were numb with shock as they spoke slowly. In the sacred city below, many disciples of the two immortal sects couldn't see the battle in the sky clearly. But after hearing the screams of the immortal gods and the corpses that fell from time to time, they already knew the result. The immortal gods that they were so proud of were being killed and slaughtered. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. All of you, die. At this moment, the red light in the air intensified. A wave of heat directly rushed downwards.
The terrifying temperature even caused some trees to wither rapidly. Be careful. He's going to use up all of his blood essence and transform it into the most powerful attack. Feng Luan, who was standing at 1,000 meters away, saw a terrifying red gas coming out from the top of Bian Jiangtu's head. A vigilant look appeared on her face as she warned Wang Xian loudly. I will transform into a volcano and erupt with the strongest fury. Bian Jiangtu shouted loudly. His voice was filled with determination. Supreme, no. No. The few remaining celestials around were horrified as they shouted loudly. Boom! 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 However, just as their voices rang out, waves of terrifying flames spewed out from the top of Bian Jiangtu's head. It was as though the flames of life had covered an area of 30 to 40 kilometers. At a height of 10,000 meters, it was as though a space had split open and a flaming domain had appeared. Buzz! 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 Wang Xian's body shook as he transformed into a flaming divine dragon and activated the Dragon Pearl. Come over here. Wang Xian hovered in the air. The members of the Dragon Palace immediately came to the space where he was hovering. Chirp, chirp. Feng Wan also let out a cry. She flapped her huge wings and controlled the terrifying flame and lava that erupted from the flat land. He was like a huge volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. Once it erupted, it would unleash an earth-shattering attack. Dodge, dodge! Around him, the immortals and powerhouses who were relatively close to him quickly fled into the distance. The terrifying attack of a superior immortal would be affected even if it was in the surroundings. This was a suicidal attack and an ultimate attack to attack the immortals and gods of the Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, the flames that the Dragon King and the Vermilion Bird released were not inferior to the flat territory. The two of them worked together and completely blocked the terrifying flames. Reborn from the flames. At this moment, Feng Luan's body suddenly moved and flew toward the location of the flame lava. She flapped her wings and began to quickly absorb the flame lava. The flames contained the Bian Jiangtu's essence blood, which was a huge tonic for Feng Luan. There are 3 more, kill them all. Prime Minister Gui's voice sounded. And then the immortals of the Dragon Palace moved. The 3 immortal gods were easily killed by them. When the last 3 screams rang out, the entire world finally quieted down. At this point, the 12 immortal gods from the Saint Medicine sect had all died. None of the members of the Dragon Palace were severely injured. It was a huge crushing victory. Roar! Wang Xian roared. This is the fate of the Saint Medicine sect. He moved and flew towards the holy city. The members of the Dragon Palace immediately followed behind him. Wang Xian reverted to his human form and hovered above the holy city. He looked down at the disciples of the 2 sects. When they saw the Dragon King and the group of immortals standing in the air above them, everyone in the holy city was terrified. What is the Dragon King trying to do? Don't tell me he is really going to destroy everyone from the 2 immortal sects? The surrounding immortals were slightly shocked and looked over in astonishment. Dragon King, you guys killed our 2 immortal sections. What else do you want to do now? An old man raised his head in anger and stared at Wang Xian and the rest in the sky. They deserve to die. Kneel down. Kneel down. Wang Xian roared with a face full of coldness. His aura instantly spread to the area below. In the holy city, the expressions of the 2 disciples and their families changed drastically. It's impossible to make us kneel down. A young man raised his head and roared at the sky with a face full of anger. Bang! However, just as he finished his sentence, he spat out a huge mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Kneel down. Don't make me repeat myself for the 3rd time. Wang Xian's expression didn't change as he stared at everyone below and shouted with a dignified expression. They were disciples of the 2 great immortal sections. Now that they were defeated, it was already merciful of them not to kill them directly. However, they had to pay a little price for their past mistakes. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the holy city changed drastically. Some of them were kneeling on the ground, followed by many others. Even if I die, I will not kneel to the enemy. A young man's face was filled with grief and indignation. Then, in an instant, he was killed by the terrifying pressure. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly knelt on the ground.
They lowered their heads, and their faces were extremely embarrassed.
A thick wave of powerlessness surged into their hearts. They originally thought that today, the Holy Medicine Immortal sect would exterminate the Dragon Gate and shock the entire Jianghu.
But they did not expect that all the immortal sects and gods would be killed, and they would have to kneel in front of their enemies. A deep sense of powerlessness surged into their hearts.
From now on, the world would have no Holy Medicine Immortal sect.
From today onwards, there will be no Holy Medicine Celestial sect and no Holy Medicine Celestial sect in Jianghu. In the holy city, tens of millions of people were kneeling on the streets. Wang Xian, who was hovering in the air, announced with a cold face.
All the disciples and family members of the two great celestial sects trembled. At this moment, no one dared to speak.
If they dared to resist, they would be killed immediately. The Dragon King would not show any mercy. In fact, both parties were hostile forces to begin with. It was reasonable to kill them. Therefore, they did not want to die. They could only kneel in the sacred city and did not dare to move.
Search for all the treasures in the two immortal sections. Take everything that is of value and make up for the loss of the Dragon Gate forging workshop.
Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gui and the other members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King.
The group of immortals moved and flew towards the mountain gates of the two immortal sects. As the two immortal sects with deep foundations, their resources would definitely exceed Wang Xian's imagination.
The number of herbs they planted might not be as much as that of the natural-born immortal sects, but it would definitely not be much less.
Their resources were sufficient to make up for the losses they had suffered previously.
Wang Xian floated in the sky and waited for the members of the Dragon Palace to search.
10 minutes later, Prime Minister Gui and the rest flew out from the Gate of Immortality. Prime Minister Gui even controlled a herbal field within a radius of 10 kilometers.
In the sacred city, everyone knelt on the ground without daring to get up. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily as they waited quietly. Let's go.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards the Dragon Palace. The group of celestial beings from the Dragon Palace immediately followed behind and flew towards the Dragon Palace.
Only after Wang Xian and the rest left did some people in the entire sacred city dare to stand up slowly. They looked at the figures that had disappeared and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a look of worry on their faces. In the future, the world will be at the selfless Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect. Where should we go from here? An old man looked up to the sky and said with a face full of worry.
Some other people also stood up silently and walked into the room.
They were the losers of the battle. They had provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked.
A powerful immortal sect instantly declined.
They had brought this upon themselves. The distant immortal god also watched this scene quietly. His gaze looked towards the sacred city as his gaze flickered. Let's accept the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect. The Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan looked at each other and slowly nodded. Although the experts of the two immortal sects had all died, there were still many experts at the dance stage. Moreover, there were only benefits and no disadvantages in accepting them. At the same time, this was considered a pretty good home for a disciple of an immortal sect who had been exterminated. However, at the same time, the battle on the Jianghu website had shocked everyone. The battle between the 30 immortals and gods resounded throughout the two Jianghu websites. Even in the sky, most people could see this shocking scene. The attacks were as shocking as meteors hitting the earth. The terrifying flames and the screams of the immortals and gods caused people's scalps to go numb.
Luckily, they were fighting in the sky. If they were on the ground, their battle could destroy several provinces.
Several provinces are a bit exaggerated. The most important thing is that the Dragon Palace is too powerful. They are completely overpowered. If they were evenly matched, the destructive power would be great. However, the Dragon Palace is too powerful. For the past 2 days, the disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect have been clamoring that they would destroy the Dragon sect. However, the Dragon King has led the experts of the Dragon Palace to directly destroy them. They can't be arrogant now.
The two disciples of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect knelt in the city for half an hour without daring to move. It is already a blessing that the Dragon King did not kill them. They have humiliated the Dragon King on the Jianghu internet. There is no longer the holy medicine immortal sect in the world. The Dragon Palace will rise to the top of the immortal sect. No one would have thought that the most powerful sect in the world was not the immortal sect that came from the secular world, but the Dragon Palace, which used to be a force in the Jianghu. The strongest person in the Jianghu is undoubtedly the Dragon King. The Dragon King is able to transform into a divine dragon, which is somewhat similar to the bloodline cultivation in the West. It must be because the Dragon King got a great opportunity and obtained the divine dragon bloodline that his cultivation speed is so fast. On the Jianghu website, the disciples of the immortal sects were discussing on the internet in amazement. The impact of this great battle on the Jianghu was too great. The death of 12 immortal gods, including 1 upper immortal and 3 middle immortals, shocked everyone. After the end of the war, the Dragon Palace had become the most powerful force in the pugilistic world. And the Dragon King was the most powerful force in the pugilistic world. Dragon King, we have obtained a lot of good things this time, especially the spiritual herbs and elixirs. There are a lot of them. There are even grade 9 spiritual herbs. Prime Minister Gui came to the Dragon King's hall in the Dragon Palace and reported to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Move all of them to the herb garden. In addition, place the corpses of the immortal gods from the 2 immortal sects at the Dragon Pond and absorb them. Try your best to nurture a few more immortal gods. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne with a smile on his face and said to Prime Minister Gui, "It's the Dragon King. He should be able to nurture 5 to 6 immortal gods." Prime Minister Gui said with a smile on his face. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded and swept his gaze across the surrounding members of the Dragon Palace. Currently, there were 16 immortal level members. It wouldn't be long before there would be more of them. Mo Qinglong, the old devil is here. Continue to build the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop. The workshop will continue to open for business within 3 days. Wang Xian ordered Mo Qinglong. "It's the Dragon King." Mo Qinglong replied respectfully. The Dragon Gate Forging Workshop still needed to continue to be built. With this forging workshop, the resources obtained would be able to increase the number of immortals in the Dragon Palace by at least a dozen. "This is your Dragon Palace?" At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at Feng Yuan. At this moment, he was looking at his surroundings with a face full of surprise. His eyes were burning as he stared at the ancestral tree. Currently, there were 3 branches on the ancestral tree: the soul-returning wood, the eternal wood, and the tree of servitude. Each of the branches was extremely mystical and exuded a powerful energy. The eternal wood, the legendary divine wood of the vermilion bird tribe. The eternal wood. Phew! Feng Yuan took a deep breath and looked around. This Dragon Palace of yours is similar to the legendary Dragon Palace on the supernatural continent. Could it be that you have obtained the inheritance of the Dragon tribe on the supernatural continent? Wang Xian smiled gently and did not speak. He did not know how strong the Dragon tribe on the supernatural continent was. However, he had obtained the invincible divine dragon system. It was definitely not something that the Dragon tribe on the supernatural continent could compare to. So many incredible abilities. Feng Yuan was shocked. She raised her head and looked at the huge koan in the sky. She frowned slightly. This Dragon Palace was simply too mysterious. Wang Xian did not disturb her. He called Prime Minister Gui over and began to settle some matters. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the boiling battle between immortals and gods. During this half a year, the Dragon Palace had completely spread its name throughout the entire Jianghu. Any immortal sect that was famous would be afraid of it. Moreover, when the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop opened for business again, it was built in the cities under the immortal sections. It was completely not built in the real cities. As for the Longmen Forging Workshop, it completely monopolized the business of medicinal pills and refining weapons in the entire Jianghu. In just half a year's time, Wang Xian had obtained a terrifying amount of resources. Name: Wang Xian. Race: 5 elements divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level 9. Dragon energy: 94,000,3421/10,
000 000 000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon chi. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Fire refining technique. Using the fire of origin to refine everything. Water refining technique. Using the water refining technique to refine things for fun. Battle skills. Water clone, elementary. Blade storm, intermediate. Instant water, elementary. In half a year's time, I've increased 100 million dragon chi. I'm still short of 50 million to completely break through. According to Feng Luan, after my strength breaks through, my realm will be extraordinary. According to the realms on the extraordinary continent, I'm not at the immortal realm at all, but the rebirth realm. Above the rebirth realm, I'll be extraordinary. Above the transcendent realm, I'll be at the profound void realm, and above that, I'll be at the longevity realm. According to Feng Luan's estimation, the creatures on Earth at present can only cultivate to the extraordinary realm at most. Above that, the resources on Earth can't reach it at all. During this half a year, if I don't distribute the resources to the members of the Dragon Palace, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough in my strength. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at his attributes. His mind was full of thoughts. In this half a year, not only did Wang Xian's strength improve tremendously, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough, even Lan Qingyue and Xiao Yu's strength had also improved tremendously. Now, Lan Qingyue and her first Kuan had already broken through to the immortal realm. The moment they broke through, they immediately possessed the strength of a middle-level immortal. This was especially so for Kuan, whose body size had reached about 150 meters. It was truly terrifying. In addition, Xiao Yu, Elder Fan, and Sun Lingxiu had also broken through to the immortal realm. Only Tang Yinxian had only reached the half-step immortal realm. Apart from the few girls, the strength of the entire Dragon Palace had also increased tremendously. With all kinds of medicinal pills and the energy from the corpses of the immortal gods of the Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the entire Dragon Palace had increased by 11 immortal gods in half a year. For appeared in the Strange Thorn clan, Ao Yeka had advanced to the Immortal God realm, 2 appeared in the Devil Monkey clan, 2 appeared in the Golden Swordfish clan, and 2 appeared in the Strange Prawn clan. There were 11 immortal gods. Including the previous 16, there were a total of 27 immortal gods in the Dragon Palace. If Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and the others were included, there were a total of 34 immortal gods. 34 immortal gods. This was definitely a terrifying strength. In addition to the immortal gods, the number of half-step immortal god realm experts in the Dragon Palace had increased by more than 80. The number of infant realm experts had reached more than 700. In the past half a year, the Dragon Palace had not only obtained medicinal pills and metal materials, but also a large number of spirit stones. These spirit stones could increase the speed of cultivation. It was also because of this that the members of the Dragon Palace could break through so quickly. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it was highly possible for them to destroy 4 to 5 top 10 immortal sects at the same time. The increase in the strength of the Dragon Palace was equivalent to the increase in the strength of Wang Xian. Therefore, he sacrificed some resources to the subordinates of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue and Ao Yao came to the Dragon King's hall and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Speak. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and spoke in a dignified manner. For the past half a year, he had basically been in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was currently built in the 4 major divisions. The Demon War Division was in charge of combat, Ao Chitian was in charge, and the Demon Monkey Clan was in charge. The Thunder Division was in charge of the Thunder Prawn Clan, which was also the Strange Prawn Clan. They were in charge of combat, and Ao Chi was in charge. The Dragon Guard Division was in charge of the Yuxia clan, which was in charge of patrolling and defending, and Ao Yuxia was in charge. The Dragon Spur Division was in charge of the Strange Demon clan, which was in charge of assassinating and gathering information. Apart from the 4 major divisions, there was also a Dragon Guard, which could also be called an internal expert. They mainly followed Wang Xian.
The Dragon Guard was a golden swordfish clan and Aogn was in charge. In addition, there were two more special positions, the Maid and the Guard of the Palace of Dragon King. The Maid was in charge of organizing some of Wang Xian's things. Aoshur was in charge of the duties similar to that of a young eunuch. In addition, they also had some subordinates who were in charge of the flowers and plants in the Dragon Palace, guarding some places. The entire Dragon Palace had already established a preliminary and perfect order, and the civil servants that Prime Minister Turtle had trained had also been completed. It seemed that the turtles in the Dragon Palace who were carrying turtle shells on their backs were enlightening the creatures of the Dragon Palace and teaching them some knowledge. Dragon King, our AO monster clan, has thoroughly explored the sea area within 1,000 kilometers. There are 3 immortal-level creatures in the black area on the map. One of them is a giant snake that is a superior immortal with 9 heads. At the red area on the map, there are 2 immortal-level creatures. In addition, in the Pacific Ocean deeper in the map, there are many giant squid species. Ao Yao reported to Wang Xian. Compared to the past, Ao Yao had a cold expression. Although he was very intelligent, he did not know how to handle many things. Under the teachings of the civil officials, Ao Yao was now able to take charge of his own affairs and possessed his own powerful intelligence. Upon hearing his report, Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. The resources in Jianghu were getting lesser and lesser. Wang Xian set his sights on the ocean. He had roughly investigated the ocean in the past. Now, he was officially sweeping across the ocean to build an invincible underwater dragon palace. Furthermore, Wang Xian had to start devouring and advance to the Transcendence realm as soon as possible. Alright, bring along the Demon War Division, Thunder Division, and the 5 supernatural beings. We will sweep the area closest to us. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and ordered them. It's the Dragon King. Brother! At this moment, Xiao Yu ran in and shouted at Wang Xian. What's wrong? Wang Xian waved at them and looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. I'm going out tomorrow. Let's go out and play. Xiao Yu walked over. In half a year's time, the little girl was becoming more and more graceful. What? Are you going on a date with that Fengling Tian? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up as he asked with a smile on his face. What? There are many of us here. Brother, don't make wild guesses. Xiao Yu's face was slightly red as she said hurriedly. All right, go. Let one of the guards of the golden swordfish follow you. Wang Xian said dotingly. There's no need. I've already broken through to the immortal realm. Furthermore, I'm your younger sister. Who would dare to provoke me? Better safe than sorry. Dragon King, Mo Qinglong requests an audience. After Xiao Yu left, Ao Shur walked into the Dragon King's hall and greeted him respectfully. Enter. Wang Xian waved his hand and Mo Qinglong immediately walked in. Dragon King, I have something to report. Speak. Regarding the Western Celestial Domain 2 months ago, according to the information we received, the Western Celestial Domain's Celestials frequently appeared in search of resources. Now, they are cooperating with the Wuxia Celestial Sect. The other party has a huge demand for medicinal pills. Currently, we are in contact with them. Hopefully, we can reach an agreement. Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian. The Eastern Immortal Sect and the Western Domain of the Gods were the 2 largest cultivation systems on Earth. At the same time, they were also the 2 most powerful forces on Earth. In the past, the East and the West occupied half of Earth. The 2 forces were evenly matched. The powerful forces in the world were known as the Divine Sects, which also continued the name of the Western continent. However, there was still a big gap between the Divine Sects in the world and the real Divine Domains. The reason why the Divine Sects were called the Divine Sects was because they were a sect, and the Divine Domains were a domain. In this domain, there was not only one God. If the Divine Domains entered the vision of the Wuxia Immortal Sects, it was still related to the Dragon Palace. Half a year ago, the Great War between the Dragon Palace and the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect had completely shaken the entire Earth. The experts of the Celestial Domain had come to inquire about the news. Since then, it was the first time that the Immortals and the Celestial Domain had come into contact with each other. In the following period of time, the Immortal Sects and the Celestial Domain would occasionally contact each other.
It was only half a month ago that the puppet Immortal sect and the Greek ancient celestial domain had completed a cooperation. The Greek ancient celestial domain had ordered a batch of puppet items from the puppet Immortal sect. The Western celestial domain could be considered to have completely entered the eyes of the Immortal sects.
In the past 2 months, the Western divine realm had been in frequent contact with the celestial sect. There were cooperation and disputes between the two major powers. However, there were not many disputes and no celestial immortals were involved.
Let's give it a try. If we can form some cooperation with the Garden of Eden divine realm, it will be very beneficial to us. Wang Xian nodded. There's another matter. The Wuxia sect and the Western divine realm are cleaning up the powerful factions one by one. Mo Qinglong continued to report to Wang Xian.
Oh? Cleaning up the factions?
What factions? Wang Xian asked in surprise. A group of immortal sects are preparing to clean up the other powerful factions in the subcontinent's domain. Meanwhile, the Western powerhouses are cleaning up the non-mainland factions and plundering resources.
At the same time, they are also dividing up the territories and re-establishing the faction from 1,000 years ago.
Mo Qinglong's eyes flickered as he spoke.
Re-establishing the faction from 1,000 years ago? Wang Xian was deep in thought.
In the past, the immortal sects controlled a large portion of the subcontinent's domain, while the divine domain controlled a portion of the European continent's domain.
The two major factions knew about the existence of each other. However, they did not interfere in each other's affairs.
Now that the immortal sects had been reclusive for 1,000 years, it was time for them to rule this continent once again. Furthermore, by wiping out the other factions, they would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources. The various immortal sects wanted to use war to raise their strength quickly. Don't worry about them. We can just expand the sea area. Wang Xian smiled slowly. In order to develop, the various immortal sects wanted to conquer other powers in the world. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace wanted to expand their territory in other sea areas as well. After Mo Qinglong's report, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon King's bedroom. Xiao Xian, we are planning to go to Sister Agaya's place for a few days tomorrow.
Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the other girls said when they saw him walking in.
All right, you guys go ahead and have fun. Coincidentally, I have some matters to take care of. After staying in the Dragon Palace for half a year, the girls were also a little bored. Wang Xian was very relieved when they went out. With Guan Shuqing around, even a superior immortal could easily suppress her.
Feng Wan's strength was even more terrifying. After absorbing the blood essence of Bian Jiangtu, even Wang Xian was no match for her when she took control of her body.
However, before I leave, Wang Xian laughed and pounced on her. Can't you be a little more shameless? Elder Fan and Tang Yinxian rolled their eyes at Wang Xian. They exchanged glances and walked out of the Dragon King Palace immediately.
Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the others were also speechless.
The next morning, Wang Xian arrived at the east gate of the Dragon Palace in front of the group of girls. Behind him were Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Yao, Prime Minister Gui, and Ao Jian, the 9 dragons. At the same time, there were a group of immortals in their clan. Apart from Wang Xian, there were a total of 22 immortals.
Apart from the group of immortal gods, there were also powerful members of the Dragon Palace, 500 nascent realm, and 40 half-step immortal gods. Today, we will occupy the sea area in the east.
Wang Xian moved and jumped onto a dragon carriage at the side. The so-called dragon carriage was made of beast bones and grade 12 metal materials.
There was a dragon chair on it, and Wang Xian sat on it. The 9 dragons moved and came to the front. Their bodies moved and formed 9 green ropes that were pulled on the dragon carriage. The Imperial Emperor personally led the expedition.
Let's go! Wang Xian shouted softly, and the 9 dragons rushed to the front. A group of members from the Dragon Palace followed behind and headed toward the sea area near the island nation. The sea area under the control of the Dragon Palace was about 500 kilometers in radius. After conquering that sea area, the Dragon Palace's territory would increase by about 200 kilometers. The 9 dragons were riding. In the Dragon Palace's territory, the aquatic creatures saw them and immediately respectfully made way for them. This was their king, and all the aquatic creatures had to obey him. This was the first thing they needed to understand after they had gained intelligence. It was also the first thing the civil officials of the Dragon Palace taught them. Wang Xian and the rest of them moved very fast. The 9 dragons swayed their bodies while more than 500 creatures followed closely behind. They were riding on the dragon carriage and were extremely domineering. The Dragon King has arrived. The sea area is right in front of us. Ao Yaoyao's voice sounded after half an hour. He pointed to the front and said respectfully.
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked around. The speed of the 9 dragons had completely slowed down. There is a special energy in the sea area. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and sensed the surrounding sea water with a puzzled expression. This energy was filled with corrosive and radioactive properties. Some weak creatures would undergo some changes if they stayed here for a long period of time. Prime Minister Gue said that this was due to the nuclear radiation causing some changes in the sea area. However, the radiation energy is corresponding. Some creatures will die under the radiation energy, but some will evolve. This is also one of the reasons why the creatures in this sea area are stronger.
There are 2 species here. One is the snake species, the Hydra domain. There are 2 immortal-level existences in the Hydra domain. One is a Hydra, and the other is a 5-headed snake. The second species is a killer crab, a 15-meter-long killer crab. Ao Yao looked at Prime Minister Gue and said to Wang Xian.
In the Hydra territory, the Hydra possessed the strength of a superior immortal.
This was an extremely terrifying race. However, with the strength of Wang Xian and the rest, they could completely surround and annihilate it. By devouring this Hydra, his strength would be able to immediately complete the first transformation of the divine dragon. First, subdue or destroy the race of the killer crabs. Ao Yao, you lead the way. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Yu moved and directly rushed to a position on the left in front of him. Everyone followed behind him.
Soon, Ao Yao stopped and vigilantly stared at the position in front of him. The sea here was about 4,000 meters deep. At the bottom of the sea was a sandy land. Under the sandy land, there were huge holes.
Some of the holes were 2 meters in size, some were 5 meters in size, and some were 7 to 8 meters in size. Beside these holes, there was a plant that looked like a cactus. The plant was black in color and looked like a poisonous substance. It emitted a black glow.
This is the place. Ao Yao looked at the Dragon King. With a solemn expression, he said, Dragon King, these killer crabs are hidden in the hole. The hole is very deep and their attack speed is very fast. They will arrive in an instant. Moreover, the black plant beside them will stick to its body when it comes into contact with it. It has a strong corrosive effect.
Are there many killer crabs in the infant stage?
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area in front of him. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, there were densely packed caves. It was no wonder that there were very few creatures in this area.
There are quite a few. There should be a few dozen of them.
Ao Yao replied. A few dozen? Wang Xian smiled and said, Let's attack. Leave it to us. Upon hearing Wang Xian's order, Ao Qi moved his body. 3 members of the Thunder Shrimp clan, Ao Qi, leaped up.
The 3 immortal-level odd shrimps raised the hammers in their hands at the same time.
Lightning spread.
The hammers of lightning in their hands emitted a lightning glow. Streaks of lightning condensed on them.
Crackle. The hammers of lightning landed heavily on the ground. Streaks of lightning spread forward and spread across an area of 10 kilometers in an instant.
The entire sandy ground turned blue.
Splash! In an instant, the sound of flowing water could be heard from the ground. Claws that emitted black light crawled out of the hole, and the limbs of the killer crab that had furry and sharp thorns crawled out. The killer crab had 10 limbs, and each of its limbs was a terrifying weapon. However, the killer crab that crawled out now had 10 legs supporting its body, and it seemed like it was about to dance as it trembled. Tens of thousands of killer crabs crawled out from the pit and were performing a break dance. The scene looked extremely comical. SSSS. At this moment, a strange sound was heard. Wang Xian looked over and saw a huge killer crab crawling out from the pit in the middle of the pit in anger. It had 10 legs that were 20 meters long and each leg was 1 meter thick.
However, what surprised Wang Xian was that his left leg was completely different from his right leg.
The right leg was like a sharp sword, shaped like a sword.
The left leg was like a piece of bamboo. At the end, it was a sphere. It was as if the right leg could be used to fight and the left leg could be used to support it.
Let me destroy it. The belligerent Aochitian moved his body and attacked the killer crab directly.
Walala!
The cries of the leader of the killer crabs caused the killer crabs to slowly surround and attack him. Their legs were trembling as they looked at Wang Xian and the rest.
Aochi revealed a faint smile.
He waved the hammer of lightning in his hand toward the sky. Bolts of lightning instantly appeared in the middle of the water. The other two immortal-level thunder prawns also waved their hammer of lightning. A bolt of lightning entered the sand once again. The group of killer crabs that had not reached the immortal level started to dance. This scene was very amusing. Bzzz. The leader of the killer crabs saw the look of his subordinates, and his face revealed a furious expression. He stared at Aochitian with cold eyes, and his body stood up straight like a human. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the limbs that were like weapons attacked Aochitian.
Go to hell, you little crab!
A monstrous demonic flame rose from Aochitian's body, and his figure became about 8 meters long. The sea-pacifying needle in his hand directly smashed toward one of his limbs.
The killer crab looked like it was 20 meters long, but in fact, it was mainly the length of his 10 limbs. His body was only about 2 meters long.
Bang, bang, bang.
However, when the sea-pacifying needle smashed toward it, the 4 limbs of the killer crab directly responded.
One was like a sword and the other was like a rod. They crossed and blocked Aochitian's attack. Then, the other 6 weapons attacked Aochitian directly.
6 20-meter-long weapons attacked at the same time. It was as if 6 people were attacking at the same time. Aochitian could not block them at all.
Roar! Aochitian roared. Dark red scales covered his entire body. Dense demonic chi surrounded his body and blocked the killer crab's attack. Pa pa pa. However, the killer crab's body attack frequency was very terrifying. Without breaking through the defense, it attacked again more than a dozen times in an instant. Aochitian's hands wanted to stop it, but he was entangled by the other 4 limbs. Hiss!
The killer crab suddenly kicked backward, leaving a 1-meter-long wound on Aochitian's body, and blood flowed out.
The most terrifying thing was that the fresh blood quickly turned black. It was poisonous. This terrifying killer crab had a terrifying speed. Roar! Aochitian roared to the sky, and dense demonic chi entered the wound directly. The huge wound healed at a terrifying speed.
This killer crab's attack is so strong. It's a kind of sword, a kind of cross attack like a soft stick. It's like the 2 mace in ancient China, and the mace is like a whip. There was a hero in ancient China who used the 2 mace, and 1 weapon in each hand would have a great advantage in battle. However, the killer crab is equivalent to 10 weapons attacking at the same time, and even Aochitian is at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the limbs of this killer crab are similar to that of the bone dragon. It doesn't have any elemental attacks, but it is extremely tough. It can withstand the attacks of the ocean-pacifying divine needles. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. This killer crab was indeed very abnormal. Its limbs were already so terrifying even without any elemental attacks. If he were to take it in as his subordinate, he would definitely be able to defeat it.
Wang Xian was intrigued. In the legends, there were shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the Dragon Palace. Now that there were shrimp, this crab could be taken in as well. If he allowed them to cultivate the demonic dragon transformation and develop towards the direction of the bone dragon, they would definitely become a powerful subordinate. There was a terrifying race in the universe, the insect race. They dominated with their terrifying numbers and powerful physical bodies. The form of this crab general was similar to that of the insect race.
The insect clan was a locust in the universe. Their most terrifying aspect was their reproduction energy.
When their numbers reached a certain level, they could even devour a planet. Secondly, the leader of the insect clan had a terrifying battle form, possessing powerful physical strength.
The goo originated from the insect clan. Thinking about the terrifying goo, one could understand the terror of the insect clan.
The killer crab was similar to the leaders of the insect clan who had terrifying battle forms. If they cultivated the divine dragon transformation, they would definitely become a powerful battle clan that was not weaker than the demon war department. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a roar was heard. Aochiyan's eyes were blood red, and the ocean-pacifying divine needle became 50 meters in size. He held the ocean-pacifying divine needle with both hands and swept it towards the killer crab. Pa! 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 The killer crab's 5 limbs, which were like maces, coiled around the ocean-pacifying needle. Aochiyan's eyes were filled with fury. He smashed the ocean-pacifying needle toward the ground. Boom! A terrifying force landed on the ground at the bottom of the sea. In an instant, sand filled the sky and filled the entire sea area. At this moment, Wang Xian realized that the 10 limbs of the killer crab had all shrunk back into its body. Its 2-meter-sized body was like a turtle. How did it shrink all 10 limbs back into its body? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the ears of the demon monkeys could hold the ocean-pacifying needle. When some creatures reached the immortal realm, they would evolve a special ability. Apparently, the killer crab had also evolved a similar ability. Bang! The killer crab that landed on the ground was not injured at all. It opened its mouth. Sizzle! 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 A sharp sound was heard. In an instant, the surrounding killer crabs rushed toward the leader of the killer crabs. Wait and attack! Wang Xian saw that Aochiyan wanted to attack and immediately stopped him. He moved and came to Aochiyan's side. He stared at the leader of the killer crabs curiously. The actions of the group of killer crabs were a little strange. However, what surprised Wang Xian even more was that a 3-meter-long killer crab came to the leader of the killer crabs and entered its body directly. That's right, it entered its body. Following that, the killer crabs ran over and entered its body directly. Regardless of whether it was 3 to 4 meters or a dozen meters, they easily entered the body of the killer crabs. Mother insect? This reminded Wang Xian of a leader of the insect race who could carry other insects. The killer crab in front of him could actually do it as well. This made Wang Xian exclaim in surprise. In just a few minutes, there are thousands of killer crabs. Impressive! Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He had to subdue this killer crab race. Not to mention its powerful attack power. Even its ability to carry so many items made Wang Xian's eyes light up. Even if he had to subdue it and use it to store items, it was totally worth it. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and his body shook. A terrifying energy directly covered the killer crab's body. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a group of members from the Dragon Palace flew to Wang Xian's side. More than 20 celestials stared at the leader of the killer crab coldly. In an instant, the leader of the killer crab was a little dumbfounded. It raised its head and stared at Wang Xian and the rest with its 2 eyes. Around it, the killer crabs were also lying on the ground in fear. With the might of more than 20 celestial beings, even the leader of the killer crabs was trembling in fear. Surrender or die. Wang Xian sized up the red killer crab with a smile on his face. His cold voice was transmitted into its mind. The leader of the killer crabs moved a little. One by one, its limbs slowly appeared. Following that, it quickly dug into the ground, trying to burrow away. Buzz. Prime Minister Gui saw that an immortal-level cultivator was trying to dig into the ground to escape. He waved his arm and the rich soil energy fell directly into the ground. The sand began to condense and became extremely solid. The 9 dragons swayed their bodies and circled above the leader of the killer crab. In an instant, the leader of the killer crab laid on the ground. Sizzle! 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 When the message of surrender came, Wang Xian showed a satisfied look on his face. Dragon blood essence wave directly fell on the head of the killer crab leader. Bzzz bzzz. Dragon blood essence fell on the head of the killer crab leader. It was a little terrified of the disturbance. Eyes twinkling, staring around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, a thunder spear fell in front of him. 3 killer crabs in the body directly penetrated it. Aochi and the 3 lightning prawns stared at the leader of the killer crabs with lightning flashing in their eyes. Sizzle! 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 The leader of the killer crabs immediately absorbed the divine dragon's blood essence. Dragon King! A voice entered Wang Xian's mind.
Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. His body moved and landed directly in front of the killer crab. The killer crab that didn't extend its limbs was only 2 meters in size. His body wasn't very big. Wang Xian touched it with his hand. It was very hard and had lost its attributes. However, his body was even sturdier. Killer crab, level 13. Talent. Space of the Netherworld. Space of the Netherworld. The Netherworld stone is the material used to refine spatial items. Furthermore, the space hidden in his talent can still store living things. Wang Xian looked at the information of the killer crab and revealed a smile. Take your people. We're going to Hydra territory. Wang Xian said to the killer crab. Bzz. Suddenly, the face of the killer crab showed a look of fear. It kept saying to Wang Xian, "What? Are you saying that Hydra is too scary to mess with?" Wang Xian heard the killer crab leader's words, slightly frowned and asked, "Ci?" The leader of the killer crabs nodded and kept talking to him. Cunning, wise, powerful, and terrifying. How many thousands of years has that Hydra lived? Wang Xian received these messages from the killer crabs and smiled. The intelligence of this leader of the killer crabs was at most that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. In his opinion, the terrifying enemy was merely powerful. As for the cunning and intelligence, even an adult's IQ could deceive the leader of the killer crabs. You don't have to be afraid with us here. Wang Xian patted the leader of the killer crabs on the head and imparted the cultivation method of the demonic dragon transformation to it. The main thing is to forge the bones and cultivate in the direction of the bone dragon. Wang Xian reminded it and continued, "Bring your clansmen and we'll go over." Bzzz. The leader of the killer crab cried out, and tens of thousands of killer crabs swam towards him, lining up to enter his body. Seeing the last killer crab enter, Wang Xian was amazed again. "Go, subdue or destroy the Hydra," Wang Xian said to Aoyao. The Dragon King. Aoyao nodded. Wang Xian sat on the dragon chair of the dragon carriage. The 9 dragons rode on it and flew towards the Hydra's position once again. Wang Xian did not know that this would be the first time he was facing a powerful creature that was as intelligent as a demon. The Sea of Snakes was the name given to the sea ahead by the killer crab, Ao crab, because there were countless snakes there. The area of the Sea of Snakes was about 100 kilometers in radius. In this 100 kilometers, it was the territory of the Hydra. In this area, and even the surrounding area, were all within the jurisdiction of the Sea of Snakes. Because the killer crabs were tough bones, the snakes could not digest them, so the killer crabs could survive nearby. Otherwise, they would have already entered the snake's stomach. Dragon King, we have already entered the area of the Sea of Snakes. We have to be careful. As soon as they entered the area of the Sea of Snakes, Ao crab said to Wang Xian in a panic. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze forward. In the sea area ahead, he could see sea snakes every few hundred meters. Among them, there were not only sea snakes. He even found some powerful terrestrial venomous snakes. Some snakes were 2 to 3 meters long, but there were also snakes that were more than 10 meters long. Some of the snakes had triangular heads, and some of the venomous snakes had sharp teeth that were exposed to the air. There were all kinds of colors. Looking at them, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Why are there venomous snakes on the land? There are even some shui mang among them. Wang Xian frowned slightly and revealed a look of surprise. This place could really be considered a sea of snakes. Many of the snakes were very weak and had not even reached the innate level. However, there were also powerful pythons, weird 2-headed snakes, and even 3-headed snakes. These mutated snakes were all very powerful. Let's continue. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were many sea grasses at the bottom of the sea. Some snakes were hidden within the sea grasses, and their colors were the same as the sea grasses. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing Wang Xian and the rest coming over, some snakes stuck out their tongues and made a special sound in the water. Soon, this sound was heard continuously in the surroundings, as if it was a special signal. Wang Xian looked at the snakes that were spitting out their tongues curiously and sized up the strange sea of snakes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as they were advancing a few thousand meters forward, suddenly, from the undergrowth at the bottom of the sea, dozens of strange snakes that were about 10 meters in size attacked them directly.
Each of the 10 snakes had the strength of the Dan stage. Waves of venom shot towards them directly. Crackle, crackle. The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. A few infant stage members of the Thunder Shrimp clan released bolts of lightning and struck the 10 snakes directly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the 10 snakes died, the dense cries of the snakes were heard again. Moreover, the cries were even louder than before. Continue. Wang Xian was puzzled. The surrounding snakes were merely making their cries. He could not understand what they meant. They kept walking forward at a slow speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When they were about 10 kilometers ahead, suddenly, a stream of black poisonous liquid came from all directions. The poisonous liquid entered the water and turned the surrounding seawater into poisonous liquid. The poisonous liquid surged towards them and surrounded them slowly from all directions. Buzz. At this moment, a strange demon's figure moved and a bright energy swept out in all directions. Although the strange demon was not good at healing with light, the energy carried by the light attribute was still very effective against poison. Furthermore, it was the light emitted by an immortal god. As the light swept past, all the poison disappeared. The Sea of Snakes is filled with danger. It's very dangerous. Ao Crab looked around vigilantly and said to Wang Xian, "Advance." Wang Xian looked at the snakes that were screaming again. He was astonished. The attack from the 10 snakes and the venom was obviously premeditated. In other words, the snakes in the Sea of Snakes were ambushing the intruders? If that's the case, this hydra is indeed extraordinary. Wang Xian looked around. The venomous snakes that were ambushing them earlier left quickly. They were organized and disciplined. This was definitely not something an ordinary immortal creature could do. Wang Xian had seen many immortal creatures before. Perhaps the ones with the highest intelligence and the most experience were the immortal creatures from the wild beast immortal sect. Most of the other celestial beings that he had encountered were as intelligent as Ao Crab. They definitely did not understand so many things. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Wang Xian and the rest continued to move forward, the sound of water breaking could be heard. Wang Xian looked up and saw a dense cluster of poisonous fangs attacking them. In front of them, more than 100 poisonous snakes that were emitting a cold aura were staring at them. Each of the poisonous snakes was 15 meters long and lined up neatly. They had black bodies and pitch-black teeth. What they had attacked earlier was the venom that they had released. The venom was like teeth and was filled with penetrating power. 10 of them are in the infant stage. The rest are all in the Dan stage. Wang Xian sensed their strength and his eyes sparkled. Destroy them! Ao Chitian waved his arm and the group of demon monkeys attacked the 100-plus snakes in front of them. Roar, kill! The group of demon monkeys moved and attacked the venomous snakes with terrifying attacks. The 100-plus venomous snakes were nothing in front of the demon monkeys. One by one, the demon monkeys easily cracked the bodies of the venomous snakes. The two of them were on completely different levels of battle. Could it be that there are more powerful attacks waiting for me ahead? Wang Xian revealed a curious expression. The snakes that were ambushing them were getting stronger and stronger. This time, there were even 10 infant stage powerhouses. 10 infant stage snakes were sufficient to deal with many intruders. This is. Just as Wang Xian and the rest continued to walk forward for about 10 kilometers, they approached the center of the Sea of Snakes. At the bottom of the sea, a pitch-black semisphere was formed. It was a semisphere that was enveloped by black venom. If one wanted to enter it, one had to pass through the black venom. This venom is like a good formation. It used the venom to form a defense. It's really smart. This HYD array is really smart. After layers of defense, only immortal-level creatures can enter it. Wang Xian's face was filled with admiration. If they weren't so strong, they would have died halfway. Could there be an even stronger existence waiting for us behind this venom? Wang Xian guessed in his heart. His eyes were flashing with red and blue light. Something's not right. This is not a layer of defense. The area ahead is filled with venom. In other words, there's a sea of venom within a radius of at least 10 kilometers. The Hydra should live in the sea of venom and establish its own territory. Even if a powerful immortal god was able to barge in here, they could forget about killing him. There was absolutely no mistake. The Hydra had established a perfect defensive space. No wonder Ao Crab said that the Hydra is cunning, wise, and cunning. Just the layers of defense in this sea of snakes can tell the wisdom of the Hydra. The Hydra must have discovered our arrival by now.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked inside with his penetrating eye.
The thick poison blocked his vision. He could only vaguely see the mountains inside. Inside the mountain peak, there were poisonous snakes living inside. Wang Xian even saw more than 10 titan pythons that were more than 20 meters long. Prehistoric creatures, titan pythons. Hiss! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian vaguely heard the sound of the tongues of snakes from inside. An incomparably huge snake swam out from a mountain peak.
1 head, 2 heads.
5 heads. A total of 5 heads. A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. In his blurry vision, numerous huge snakes were gathered around the 5-headed snake. This should be the 5-headed snake that Ao Yao and the rest have detected. It has the strength of a middle-level immortal.
Are there some lower-level immortals other than the 9-headed snake and the 5-headed snake?
Wang Xian was a little uncertain. This sea of snakes was not simple. If there were only 2 immortal-level creatures, he would not dare to believe it.
They are ambushing us.
Wang Xian could not help but sigh at their wisdom when he saw the huge poisonous snakes entering the soil. However, these toxins and ambushes are useless to us. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile and stood up. Enter the area. Prime Minister Gue, seal the ground directly. Ao Qi, attack the ground with lightning. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qi, and the rest nodded their heads.
After entering the poison zone, the poison in the area wasn't too harmful to them.
Attack!
Wang Xian shouted coldly. Prime Minister Gue's turtle shell was covered in a burst of earthy yellow light. The light spread to the front at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The entire ground was as solid as steel.
Crack!
Crack!
In an instant, 3 thunder hammers landed heavily on the ground. The terrifying thunder and lightning penetrated the ground.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area. 70 to 80 infant stage creatures were killed by the thunder and lightning.
Damn it! Who dares to trespass into our Lord Baqi's territory?
The sudden attack caused the 5-headed snake that was entrenched on the mountain peak not far away to reveal a look of shock. It roared loudly. Eh? The human language, the Japanese language?
The 8-headed snake.
Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise as he stared at the 5-headed snake. I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I want the 8-headed snake to come out and submit to me. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? You are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in China.
The 5 heads of the 5-headed snake were exactly the same. A human-like shock could be seen in their blood-red, cold eyes.
Ha!
Wang Xian was even more surprised. This undersea creature actually knew his name.
The 8-headed snake is the mythical beast of the island nation. Not only does this 5-headed snake know the human language, but it also knows its own name. In other words, it interacts with humans. A creature from the sea interacts with humans. This is really unexpected. Wang Xian was thinking about the myths and legends about the island nation. The 8-limbed snake was rumored to have 8 heads and 8 tails. However, there were clearly 9 heads here. It should be the evolution of the 8-limbed snake and the addition of an extra head.
The 8-limbed snake in the myths could change the color of the world. Presumably, the current 8-limbed snake would be even more terrifying. It should not be something an ordinary superior immortal could deal with.
Call your master 8-limbed snake over. Wang Xian looked at the 5-headed snake and said coldly to it.
This 5-headed snake only had a huge tail. Its entire body was about 50 meters long and each of its head was 20 meters long.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. What are you doing trespassing my 8-limbed snake territory? When Wang Xian had just finished speaking, a head with 2 to 3 meters long blood-red pupils extended out from a huge mountain peak 5 kilometers in front of him. It stared at Wang Xian coldly. The head that was revealed was about 7 to 8 meters in size. One could imagine that this 8-limbed snake was about 100 meters in size.
The language of China? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian was shocked again. You actually know the language of China and even know that I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Haha, I am the god of the eight-limbed snake, the supreme god. I naturally know about the Dragon King.
The terrifying head scanned the surroundings of Wang Xian. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. The eight-limbed great god. The supreme god. When Wang Xian heard the words of the eight-limbed great snake, he thought of the gods in the West. Different from the gods of the immortal sects in Wuxia, the powerhouses in the West liked to deify themselves. They claimed that they were omnipotent and established a divine sect to develop believers. Other than the descendants of the gods, the rest were all disciples and servants of the gods. They served the gods for generations. The hierarchy was strict. This eight-limbed snake was obviously imitating the Western powerhouses. It proclaimed itself as a god, established a divine sect, and had divine servants. There should be some believers in the island nation. Wang Xian stared at the eight-limbed snake with a solemn expression. This was an extremely intelligent and powerful undersea creature. Furthermore, it had its own power. This was the first non-human creature that Wang Xian had encountered that was filled with intelligence. Since you know about me, you should submit obediently.
Wang Xian flew up from the dragon throne and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. He stared at the eight-headed hydra coldly.
Dragon King, I am the supreme god. Is it possible for me to submit to you?
I, Bachi, have lived for more than 2,000 years. I have witnessed the vicissitudes of history and the rise and fall of our country. It is impossible for me to submit to you. Furthermore, you do not have the qualifications to make me submit to you.
Dragon King, I advise you to leave this place. A hint of viciousness flashed across the eyes of the Bachi serpent as it roared in a deep voice. Since I am here, how can I leave this place so easily?
All the water tribes in the world are my subjects. All the water domains in the world are the domain of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian revealed a dignified and domineering expression as he stared at the eight-headed hydra coldly. How could he leave? Even if this eight-headed hydra was as intelligent as a demon, even if its strength had reached the level of a superior immortal, Wang Xian was still unafraid. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, it was more than enough to subdue and even destroy the eight-headed hydra. Wang Xian was not sure if his current force was invincible in the entire earth. However, he was still confident that he could be one of the best. Dragon King, I, the eight-limbed snake, am not someone to be trifled with. Boom, boom, boom. The eight-limbed snake let out an angry roar when it heard Wang Xian's words. In an instant, heads shot into the sky one by one.
The 9 heads were 50 meters long from the top of the 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Flames. Black flames emerged from its mouth. Black flames were dancing in its blood-red eyes. This is demonic flame, magic attribute.
Out of the 9 heads, the one in the middle was the largest. It was different from the 5-headed snake. The 9 heads of the 8-headed snake were slightly different. Some of the heads were decayed as if they were corroded by a powerful poison.
The 9 heads were all emitting terrifying demonic flames. In this area surrounded by the green and black poisonous water, the 8-headed snake was like a world-destroying snake. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked Ba Qi at a terrifying speed. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace also moved.
Among them, 3 flood dragons attacked the 5-headed snake directly.
Damn it, Dragon King, let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts.
When the 9-headed snake saw nearly 20 immortals attacking him, including the Dragon King, a superior immortal, its eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment. One-on-one. If you lose in a one-on-one fight, so what?
Wang Xian's face turned cold. The 6 flood dragons immediately came to the opposite position and blocked the Hydra's route.
If I want to escape, you can't stop me.
The 3 heads stared at Wang Xian's position while the rest of the heads scanned their surroundings. Their blood-red eyes were sparkling.
Unless you hide on land, you won't be able to hide in the ocean. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as he stared at the snake and said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect your Dragon King's influence to be so strong. Half a year ago, you only revealed 18 immortals. Now you have more than 20 of them.
The 8-headed snake glanced at the members of the Dragon Palace with fear in its heart. If you submit to me and join the Dragon Palace, I can spare your life. Wang Xian stared at the 8-headed Hydra and said coldly,
Don't even think about it. How can I, the eight-headed Hydra, become someone else's subordinate? I am a god who is high and mighty.
The nine-headed Hydra's huge head twisted and opened its largest mouth. It roared in unison.
Since that's the case, kill.
Wuxia moved his body and a terrifying flame quickly condensed in the air. He attacked the eight-headed Hydra directly. Among the gods, I am invincible.
The head in the middle roared loudly. One of the heads on its left opened its huge mouth and a stream of black liquid met the flame directly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of burning could be heard. Wuxia's expression did not change as he flew over directly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the mountain under the eight-headed Hydra cracked open. Numerous terrifying tails swept toward Wuxia directly. The 9 tails came with an intense whistling sound and arrived in an instant. Wuxia raised his dragon claws to meet them. Earth shields appeared around his body to block the attacks of the other tails. Crackle! Boom! Boom! At the side, streaks of lightning emitted blue rays in the pitch-black poisonous water space. Aochitian and 2 demonic monkeys of the Immortal level turned the ocean-pacifying divine needle into the size of 50 meters and smashed it towards the 3 heads. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A corroded tongue moved, and the entire area of black seawater suddenly surrounded the lightning.
BZT, BZT, BZT. A scalp-numbing sound was heard and the bolts of lightning were actually corroded by the poisonous liquid. Hiss, hiss, this is my territory. Here, I can unleash 150% of my strength. Dragon King, I advise you to get out of our territory or else I'll start a massacre.
The cold voice of the corroded head rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, what responded to it were white shadows. 5 white shadows appeared at the position of its body, and a terrifying claw directly cut open its huge skin and flesh. The 5 white shadows left 5 10-meter-long wounds, each of which was about a meter deep. Roar!
Damn it! The 2 heads let out an angry roar. The surrounding venom surged toward the spot where they were injured. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? AOU and the 4 subordinates were shocked. What a terrifying recovery ability.
Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly. His dragon claw grabbed a tail that was swinging toward him. Crack! Crack! The powerful and sharp dragon claw slowly penetrated one of the 8-headed dragon's tails. Roar! The 8-headed dragon was in pain. Its 9 mouths were wide open and could easily swallow an elephant.
The terrifying demonic flames attacked them directly.
Demonic flames were different from flames. Demonic flames had the effects of corrosion and poison. Coupled with the surrounding poison, the demonic flames were even more powerful. However, the current Wuxia was almost at the peak of the upper-level Immortal. Furthermore, he was a divine dragon of the 5 elements.
Water blast wave.
Wuxia's body trembled. The seawater outside surged violently as he rushed towards the area of the poison. I have used a formation to seal this area. It's wishful thinking if I want to disperse the poison here. I'm practically an immortal being here. Bachi didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. He was 100 meters tall and had 9 heads. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Furthermore, with his life force, he could definitely exhaust his opponent to death. The powerful seawater rushed over, but the poison didn't leak out at all. Wuxia frowned slightly. He didn't expect this Hydra to know about formations. You won't die? Let's see how you won't die after I've absorbed all the venom here.
Wuxia's body moved for a while, and his entire body slowly turned green. With a wave of his dragon claw, seeds were sprinkled around him.
10,000 poison seeds. 10,000 poison seeds were a bunch of precious seeds obtained from the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine sect. These seeds were also used by would attribute cultivators to fight.
The sect of Holy Medicine and Holy Medicine had a few immortals who mainly used poisonous trees to attack with various poisonous plants.
The 10,000 poisonous seeds were one of them. The more toxins they absorbed, the stronger they would be. The dense azure dragon energy entered the seeds directly. The 10,000 poisonous seeds grew at a terrifying speed.
In just a short second, thousands of white vines that were thousands of meters long appeared in the surroundings. The venom in the surroundings had obviously become much thinner. Damn it!
The blood-red pupils of the eight-headed snake changed. 5 of its heads instantly attacked Wang Xian. Hee, he shouted coldly. Numerous poisonous vines were rapidly wrapping around the eight-headed snake.
Get lost!
His 2 tails met the dense vines directly. Pa pa pa! The vines were soft and coiled around the body of the eight-headed snake.
Would fire mass concealment.
Would fire mass concealment was a combined battle technique of the 2 great immortal sections. When the 2 fused together, it could unleash twice the amount of terrifying attacks. Hong!
In an instant, raging flames burned. The most terrifying thing was that the burning flames of the vines crazily drilled into the body of the eight-headed snake.
Ah, bastard! Ba Qi let out a miserable cry and twisted its huge body.
The terrifying flames were burning at the bottom of the sea, covering its 3 tails. Under the siege of the members of the Dragon Palace, the 4 heads could only defend passively. The remaining heads and tails that were fighting against Wang Xian only had 60% of their peak combat strength.
The gap between them and Wang Xian was too big. The gap was too huge. Divine dragons were already top-notch existences of the same level. Wang Xian was also a rare divine dragon of the 5 elements. Even though the 8-headed dragon was gifted, he could still be easily suppressed. Poison explosion.
The 8-headed dragon's body was burning with flames. It was suffering from the attacks of lightning, wind blades, earth spikes, and strange demons. It twisted its body in anger.
It opened its mouth and spat out balls that were half a meter in size from its stomach. Water shield. Wang Xian's expression did not change. A huge shield appeared in front of him. Crack, crack.
The water shield cracked instantly. Black poisonous arrows shot towards him. The black poisonous arrows were extremely terrifying. They were filled with the power of corrosion.
Earth shield.
Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and another 20-meter-sized earth shield appeared in front of him.
Ah! At this moment, a scream came from the side. An immortal-level thunder shrimp was hit by a poisonous arrow, and his entire arm turned dark green instantly. As expected of the superior immortal-level octahedron, even with such a huge gap, it can still cause damage to the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian spat out the wood dragon bead and the fire dragon bead. Kill!
The wood dragon bead revolved rapidly around the fire dragon bead. The dense green dragon aura caused the flames on the fire dragon bead to smash toward the 8-headed hydra as if it had added an accelerant.
Bang!
A tail swept toward the fire dragon bead. Roar!
The fire dragon bead let out an angry roar and suddenly turned into a huge dragon head. The dragon head bit on the tail. In just a short moment, more than half of the tail was bitten off. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! 9-headed snake shadow. 8-headed hydra was in pain again, and its eyes were filled with madness as it shook its body. The surrounding venom surged crazily towards it, and one after another, demonic shadows that looked exactly like him appeared and attacked the surrounding area.
Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even in the ocean of 5,000 to 6,000 meters, the entire seabed was like an earthquake and the powerful 9-headed snake shadow covered the surrounding area. The demon shadow was covered with corrosion and venom. Release your defense behind me.
Prime Minister Gue shouted softly, and the turtle shell on his back flew directly in front of him. The turtle shell instantly grew to about 20 meters, and the members of the Dragon Palace arrived behind him one by one.
The wind shield, the dense demonic chi, the gate of lightning, and the ring sword defense set up powerful defenses in front of the turtle shell.
Bang! 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 The demonic shadow attacked, and the terrifying attack penetrated through the layers of defense. Wang Xian also built up layers of defense in front of himself. Kill! Clang!
The water dragon pearl transformed into a water sword and attacked one of the heads.
Destroy! One of the heads opened its huge mouth, and thick demonic liquid gushed out from its mouth. With all kinds of negative attributes, it went up against the water sword.
The water flow on the water sword kept on fluctuating. Streams of water energy blocked the demonic liquid.
Whoosh! The water sword penetrated through and entered one of the heads. Sword explosion! Wang Xian shouted softly. The water sword instantly exploded into small pieces. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss!
A horrifying scream was heard. One of the heads of Ba Qi was penetrated by countless water swords. "Ah, Lord Eight-Headed Snake, save me." At this moment, a scream came from the side. Eight-Headed Snake turned its head and a cold glint flashed in its eyes. "Ah!" Sharp claws cut off the last two heads of Eight-Headed Snake. "Dragon King!" The remaining 8 heads of Eight-Headed Snake let out a low roar. Wang Xian smiled coldly and moved to the side of the 5-headed snake's corpse. He opened his huge mouth. Ding! Devouring the 5-headed snake has increased the dragon energy by 34 million. The system notification came. Wang Xian stared at the 8-headed snake with a hint of greed in his eyes. As long as he could devour the 8-headed snake, he would be able to level up immediately. When he saw Wang Xian's gaze, the 8-headed snake could not help but shiver. "Dragon King, just you wait," the 8-headed snake shouted. Under Wang Xian's astonished gaze, his huge body actually shrank and finally took on the appearance of a human. However, this human's appearance was very strange. He was holding a beast bone with a human head hanging on it. He had 9 heads and one of them was hanging high up. His body was extremely weak and every head had a middle-aged face. His face was long and thin and looked extremely strange. He even had 9 arms and looked like a monster no matter how one looked at him. After transforming into human form, the 8-limbed snake moved and dived into a mountain peak below. "Go after him." Wang Xian did not hesitate. Letting go of a superior immortal with such high intelligence would definitely be a future trouble for him. His eyes flashed with a blue and red glow. His gaze locked onto the 8-limbed snake's body as he followed closely behind. There are actually so many tunnels. What a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Wang Xian looked down and followed closely behind. The vengeful souls won't disperse. "Dragon King, are you going to kill them all as soon as possible?" Ba Qi's expression changed drastically as he roared loudly. "Surrender or die. You only have these 2 choices." Wang Xian waved his arm and a fireball shot towards him. At this moment, they were in the underground tunnel. Ba Qi's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his arm, he crashed into another tunnel at the side. With a wave of his arm, the tunnel collapsed immediately. However, Wang Xian's eye of penetration could easily penetrate through some soil and sand. He broke through and followed closely behind. Ba Qi's expression changed again. His speed was not slow, but he could not get rid of Wang Xian at all. The 9 dragons with the green dragon attribute could also follow behind and lock onto him. This made Ba Qi's expression extremely awkward. The power of the Dragon Palace was far beyond his imagination. "You want me to submit?" "Impossible." The 9 heads gritted their teeth and fled into the distance. Wang Xian frowned and followed closely behind the 8-headed snake. In terms of endurance, a dragon's patience was definitely not something that an 8-headed snake could compare to. "Little 9-headed snake, don't make me lose my patience. When I catch you, I will cut off your heads one by one." Wang Xian followed behind and spoke slowly. "Escape?" There was no way he could escape, unless a superior immortal came over to help him. However, it was obvious that he didn't have a companion of a superior immortal. The 9 heads of the 8-limbed snake broke out in a cold sweat. Their faces were extremely pale. "I am a god. I have been roaming the world for 1,000 years. How can I submit to others? Even if I commit harakiri, I will not submit." "I didn't ask you to submit. I will devour you as soon as I catch you. After I devour you, I will be able to break through." Wang Xian followed closely behind with a smile. What a pervert! The 9 faces of the 8-limbed snake were extremely embarrassed. With a move of one of his arms, poisonous substances within a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers appeared. He sped up and rushed to the right. The 8-headed 9's actions were completely within Wang Xian's sight. He changed his direction and ignored the poison as he chased after it. "How did you still discover me?" A head was facing Wang Xian as he shouted in disbelief. Wang Xian chuckled and stared at Ba Qi coldly. He didn't say anything and followed closely behind. Ba Qi gritted his teeth and moved for a while. The beast bone staff in his hand emitted a black demonic shadow. In an instant, thousands of identical figures appeared. The demonic shadow avatars flew in all directions. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them. His gaze was still fixated on the real body.
Now, Wang Xian realized that it was a wise choice to modify the penetrating eye back then. Seeing that Wang Xian was still following closely behind, the eight-headed snake continued to flee with a dark expression.
Time passed slowly. Soon, 5 to 6 hours had passed. The 9 foreheads of the eight-headed snake were covered in cold sweat. Looking at Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace who were chasing closely behind, they gritted their teeth and continued to flee forward.
His eyes flickered as he looked around, looking for the best escape location. Fortunately, they were in the sea. The area was larger than the land and the terrain was complicated. It was suitable for escaping. If they were on land, he would have been caught up.
Wang Xian followed behind without changing his expression. The 8-limbed giant snake had 9 heads and could find the most suitable direction in the fastest time possible.
On this point, one had to admit that the 8-headed beast was a demonic beast with extraordinary talent. It had powerful intelligence, turned into a human, and had terrifying strength and means. It was indeed worthy of being called a god and had believers.
Is that the direction of the Dragon Palace?
When Wang Xian saw that the direction of his escape had actually changed to the direction of the Dragon Palace, a thick smile appeared on his face.
Dragon King, you will never be able to catch up to me. Let's just forget about it. We will not interfere in each other's business in the future.
Dragon King, I am willing to give you a portion of my collection. Our feud will end here. Dragon King, can't we discuss this? More than 10 minutes later, the 8-limbed snake was getting anxious and kept shouting at Wang Xian. Wang Xian ignored him and followed closely behind him. He looked ahead and revealed a smile. Dragon King, if you push me too far, I will perish together with you.
After running for a few more minutes, the 8-limbed snake roared furiously. His 9 heads were filled with anxiety. He had been running for 4 to 5 hours but still could not shake it off. If he continued to run, his speed would decrease. This made him anxious. His 9 pairs of eyes were spinning nonstop.
Xiao Lan, come and stop it. When he was within 10 kilometers of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian shouted softly. Kuan, who had been staying around the Dragon Palace, swayed slightly when he heard Wang Xian's voice.
His speed was extremely fast and his body size was terrifying. 150 meters was definitely the largest existence on Earth. Its skin was dozens of meters thick. If it wanted to kill this Kuan, even if 7 or 8 nuclear bombs landed on its body, they might not be able to kill it. Its body moved and its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected everything 10 kilometers in front of it.
The Kuan's body moved, and it swam directly toward the 8 points. The Kuan's body was incomparably huge, and its speed was not slower than the 9 flood dragons. In an instant, it appeared in front of the 8 points.
Ba Qi, who was desperately running for his life, almost wet his pants when he saw Kuan suddenly appear in front of him. It had a terrifying 150-meter-tall body, a gigantic mouth, and terrifying eyes.
Buzz! A gray area appeared on Kuan's head, and its body directly charged toward Ba Qi.
Ba Qi's expression changed slightly. Looking at the gray area, he had a bad premonition. He raised the beast bone staff in his hand and pointed forward.
The 3-meter-thick corrosive poison instantly formed a 1,000-meter-long poison pillar and attacked the Kuan. The terrifying poison sizzled as it landed on the Kuan's body. Its skin was instantly corroded 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide. What? However, Ba Qi suddenly let out a scream. There wasn't a single drop of blood on this terrifying wound. The Kuan didn't even feel the slightest pain. A terrifying force instantly struck over. Boom! It was as if the entire Kuan's strength was concentrated at the point of impact. This force was comparable to a full-strength strike from a middle-level immortal. And this full-strength strike was also a physical attack. In an instant, Ba Qi's body instantly collapsed. His eyes almost popped out.
If it was not for his terrifying physical body and the strength of a high-level immortal, even if he was a middle-level immortal, he would have been reduced to meat paste under this impact. This terrifying creature could concentrate all the strength in its body into one point and release it.
If this Kuan reached 10,000 meters, it could even hit the earth. This was also the terror of the Kuan.
You can die now.
Wang Xian saw the octahedron flying towards him. His sharp dragon claws clawed at its head. One of the octahedron's heads turned around. Feeling the threat of death, his expression changed drastically. How could the Dragon Palace be so terrifying? Plop. His expression changed drastically. Following that, he made a move that stunned Wang Xian. In the air, he resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. He landed on the bottom of the sea and knelt down. I surrender. I surrender. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He extended his hand and the members of the Dragon Palace surrounded him. A look of fear flashed across Ba Qi's eyes. He squeezed out a smile and said, I surrender, Dragon King. I surrender. I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. Didn't you say that you would rather die than surrender? Are you a god who is high and mighty? A teasing look flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Now you can commit suicide by digging your own stomach. Dragon King, I surrender sincerely. I have already enjoyed all the things that I should enjoy. In the future, I will serve the Dragon Palace and fight for the Dragon King. We will destroy the Western Sea God Sea region and unify the sea. Dragon King, you are mighty, Ba Qi said to Wang Xian with a mischievous look. Wang Xian stared at Ba Qi with a twinkle in his eyes. There was a hesitant look on his face. Ba Qi looked at Wang Xian with a feeling as if he wanted to devour him. His expression changed. Dragon King, I have many underlings who can join the Dragon Palace. In the future, I will fight for you. Please give me a chance, Dragon King. The eight-limbed snake said hurriedly. Furthermore, I have collected many treasures over the past 2,000 years. If you kill me, these treasures will be gone. Give me a chance to serve you. He shouted loudly. The longer he lived, the more afraid he would be of death. The eight-limbed snake was the same. He was afraid that he would be swallowed by Wang Xian, so he shouted loudly. All right. In the end, Wang Xian decided not to swallow the eight-limbed snake. He was still lacking more than 10 million dragon qi. As long as he had some treasures, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. The eight-limbed snake was still useful. Besides him and Shu Qing, there were no other upper-level, immortal-level members in the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, the eight-limbed snake had lived for a long time and understood a lot of things. His intelligence and knowledge were even higher than Prime Minister Gue. If he had not met him, he would have been an invincible existence in his territory. There were millions and millions of snakes in the Sea of Snakes. However, there was one thing that these snakes were of little value. They didn't have any special abilities and couldn't be compared to the lightning of the thunder shrimp, the swordplay of the golden swordfish, and the violent attacks of the demon monkeys. Why are there poisonous snakes on land in your Sea of Snakes? Wang Xian thought of the poisonous snakes in the Sea of Snakes and asked curiously. Dragon King, in my territory, there are the most poisonous creatures on Earth. All the poisonous snakes and even the poisonous scorpions have been captured by me into the Sea of Snakes. They are mainly used to quench the poison to increase my toxicity and help me in my cultivation. Unfortunately, the most poisonous poison now can only be used on a mid-level immortal. Ba Qi said to Wang Xian with a smile. Quench the poison? Wang Xian looked at the poison on the arm of the thunder prawn. This entire arm was pitch black. If Ao Qi and the other thunder prawn had not used lightning to block the poison, the thunder prawn would have been poisoned to death. Hee. Ba Qi looked at the thunder prawn at the side. One of his arm turned into a poison and entered his body along his pale arm to suck out the poison. That's right. I raised all kinds of poisonous snakes to be poisoned. I have developed a method to extract the poison. Even if an immortal is careless, he will be poisoned to death. Ba Qi said with some pride. Ao Yao, can you smear poison on your claws? Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao and asked him. As long as it's not corrosive poison, yes. Ao Yao replied. If you apply poison on your claws, it can increase your lethality by a level. Even those who are half a step away from the level of celestials can assassinate celestials. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Poison was very useful. It could be used to poison a sword, poison a weapon, poison fog, etc. It was definitely a terrifying killing weapon in battle. As for using poison, it wasn't that it wasn't fair. In a battle between martial artists, the victor would be the king. As long as one could win, one would be the king. The history books were written by the victors and those who died would be the losers. Therefore, poison was very useful. Why don't the Dragon Palace set up a poison department in the future? In the ancient dynasties, there were not only civil servants and generals but also some technical personnel. Technical personnel were also extremely useful. This venomous snake clan could become technical personnel and be used to refine poisons in the future. Wang Xian stared at Ba Qi. Seeing his gaze, Ba Qi couldn't help but shiver. Swallow this. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and passed a drop of blood essence to Ba Qi. Ba Qi stared at the blood essence and his breathing became heavier. The transformation of a snake into a dragon was something that all snakes dreamed of. However, when he sensed the special energy contained within, Ba Qi's expression changed drastically. He looked extremely embarrassed. The submission that he wanted was not to be controlled or become a slave. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to regain his freedom in the future. 1, 2. Wang Xian stared at the 8-headed snake and counted indifferently. I'll swallow, I'll swallow. The 8-headed snake's expression changed. In the face of life and freedom, he would naturally choose life. The 8-headed snake gritted its teeth and absorbed the blood essence. Something's not right. When Wang Xian sensed that the 8-headed snake was being controlled, his expression changed slightly. All 9 of your heads are separate life forms. You're really cunning. Wang Xian stared at him coldly with a cold expression on his face. Since that's the case, I shall kill the rest of your 8 heads. No, no, no. At this moment, his other 8 heads shook their heads in horror. Give them to us. Give them to us to consume as well. Humph. Wang Xian snorted coldly. He finally understood why the 8-headed snake possessed such intelligence. The 9 heads were all individual lives. They shared the same thoughts, but their learning speed was 9 times faster than other living creatures. If he controlled one of them, the other 8 would not be controlled. Wang Xian squeezed out 8 drops of blood essence and placed them in his mouth. They then absorbed it. After absorbing it, the 9 heads immediately lowered their heads and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Dragon King. Yes. In the future, when the Dragon Palace establishes the Poison Dragon Tribe, you will be in charge of refining all kinds of poisons. Yes, Dragon King. The 8-headed heads bowed respectfully. Now go and bring all your subordinates here. Build a nest near the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian continued to give him orders. Yes, Dragon King. I want to bring some of the items that I have collected over. In addition, there are still some matters that need to be dealt with on land. Please give me a few days, Dragon King. Ba Qi said respectfully. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Once he absorbed his blood essence, he would be 100% loyal. There would definitely not be any betrayal. Therefore, Wang Xian was not worried at all. Although this expedition did not allow him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength, it was a significant improvement for the entire Dragon Palace. Especially Ba Qi, he would be of great use to the future development of the Dragon Palace. Let's go back. The Dragon Palace had 2 new Immortal God-level members. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the battle this time. He moved his body and flew directly toward the Dragon Palace. Kuan, who was at the side, shook his body slightly. The gray flesh on his body that had been destroyed was wriggling slowly. A wound that was 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide would definitely be a devastating blow to other creatures. However, to Kuan, who was more than 150 meters tall, it was just a small wound. There was not even any blood flowing out. The strong points of the Kuan were their physical defense, strong vitality, and unparalleled strength. They didn't possess elemental attacks, but they had an unparalleled attack method, which was to hit with strength. They could instantly burst out a terrifying strength and hit a single point. This was the most terrifying attack method of the Kuan. When its strength reached a certain level, it could destroy everything. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace returned to the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Mo Qinglong came up to welcome him directly. How is it? Wang Xian asked directly. During this period of time, Mo Qinglong was discussing the cooperation with the Garden of Eden. Dragon King. The Garden of Eden wants someone with weight to go over and talk to them. Mo Qinglong said with a slightly bitter tone. His strength had yet to reach the level of an immortal. Oh? We're just telling them the conditions. What else do we need to talk about?
Wuxia raised his eyebrows. He didn't care too much about the success of this collaboration. It was just an attempt.
After all, the other party was from the Western divine realm. Both parties had no understanding of each other at all.
They directly asked for a person of importance to come over. I didn't even meet their god. Mo Qinglong said bitterly. Contact them. I'll go over and talk to them.
Wuxia thought for a moment and said, in the Western European continent, there were a total of 7 major divine domains. The Garden of Eden divine domain, the ancient Greek divine domain, the Golden Pagoda divine domain, the Northern European divine domain, the Roman divine domain, the Dark divine domain,
and the Holy Blood divine domain.
There were quite a few gods in each divine domain. They were different from the immortal sections. These gods were high and mighty, and they had their own disciples. Their levels were almost the same: lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods.
The power of the divine realm was much stronger than that of the immortal sections. Each divine realm had more than 10 or even 20 immortal gods.
It was even said that the strongest divine realm in Northern Europe had more than 30 gods. Overall, if Wuxia had not destroyed the Cauldron of Yu and the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine Immortal sect, the difference between the powers of the immortal sects and the divine realm was not that great. However, Wuxia had destroyed 2 cauldrons at once, causing the power of the divine territory to be slightly stronger than that of the celestial sect. The Garden of Eden divine territory could be considered a relatively strong divine territory. Moreover, their divine territory was suitable for the growth of plants and had many spiritual herbs. When he was collaborating with the celestial sect in the Western divine territory, Wuxia had considered collaborating with the Garden of Eden. Once the collaboration was successful, the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the number of celestials by at least 10. However, he did not have much hope for the collaboration to be successful.
Dragon King, we have contacted the people from the Garden of Eden. They said that if they want to talk, they would like you to head to the island country. Their god will be there to take care of things.
On the second day, Mo Qinglong said to Wuxia, "Island country, is it? Let's go." Wuxia thought for a moment before nodding. "Activate the floating island and head to the island country. Get ready, we will head there now." "It's the Dragon King." Mo Qinglong nodded. Wuxia moved his body and flew towards the sea above the Dragon Palace. He landed on the floating island beside him. The floating island was moving at a very fast speed. It was not too far from here to the island country. Whoosh! 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 Wuxia stood on the island. Suddenly, he saw a group of people flying past in the sky not far away. Among them, there were 4 to 5 immortals leading the group.
Ha! Wuxia had a surprised look on his face.
Dragon King, they are people from the celestial sect of Jianghu. Recently, the celestial sect of Jianghu has joined forces to wipe out the forces in the subcontinent. Mo Qinglong explained to him. Wuxia nodded slowly. He had heard from Ajaya a few days ago. After the celestial sect of Wuxia forbade them from attacking, they were short of resources. Subsequently, some celestial sects joined forces and decided to attack other forces. Destroying these forces would allow them to obtain huge amounts of resources. In just a month's time, the celestial sect of the pugilistic world had conquered more than half of the subcontinent. Many forces with celestial beings had been wiped out. The might of the Wuxia Immortal sect had once again spread across the entire world. The mysterious eastern country, which had been sleeping, had awakened once again. All the forces that had immortals in the subcontinent had been wiped out. Those who had surrendered had surrendered. The floating island was close to the imperial capital of the island nation. A huge snowy mountain in the distance could be seen clearly. "Contact them," Wuxia said to Mo Qinglong. "Dragon King, we have already contacted them. Their people will be here to fetch us soon." Mo Qinglong replied. "Okay." Wuxia nodded. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the 2 of them flew over on their Pegasus. The 2 of them were dressed in golden continental European night attire, and they were equipped with night swords. They exuded a pure continental aura. The Pegasus was extremely white and was at least 3 meters tall. It exuded an innate aura. "This must be the Dragon King. Please follow us." The two knights gave a standard knight's bow and said to Wang Xian, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded. The two of them mounted their horses and flew directly towards the snow mountain.
Wang Xian followed behind them. Ao Jian and the gold race were followed by the two immortals. Mo Qinglong was at the back.
They came to a small mountain peak beside the snow mountain. Cherry trees covered the entire mountain peak, making it very beautiful. There were houses halfway up the mountain.
Two knights landed on a platform on a mountain peak and jumped down directly. "Dragon King, please?" Wang Xian nodded. His gaze swept across the surroundings. There were many wooden houses that were unique to the island nation. He walked straight to the front.
"Haha! Dragon King, please come in." When he came to a room in the middle, a hearty laughter could be heard. Wang Xian entered the room and saw more than a dozen people sitting inside. 11 men and 2 women were among them.
6 men wore divine crowns on their heads and divine staffs on their sides. They were extremely luxurious.
2 women had flower baskets and holy bottles beside them. "Hello, Dragon King. I am known as the God of Light, the right hand of God. This is the God of flowers, the God of wood, the God of heaven, the God of trees, the angel." One of the white-bearded old men was emitting a faint glow. He introduced to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. "Hello, everyone." Wang Xian smiled faintly and sat down at the seat that they had indicated.
His gaze landed on 5 middle-aged and old men.
These 5 men were dressed in black. In the middle of their attire, there were ferocious poisonous snakes. They were the local deities of the island nation.
"Dragon King, have a taste. Our Garden of Eden has used a special method to store the divine wine for 500 years. The effect of this wine is not weaker than a grade 6 elixir." In the middle of the table sat a burly old man. The old man was called an angel, and he was also of the light attribute. The God of Light, who was known as the right hand of God, was obviously respected by the old man.
The gods in the West inherited their position of God. The position of God was fixed. For example, in the Nordic divine territory, there were the God of thunder, God of fire, God of war, God of reproduction, God of protection, God of light, God of darkness, God of forest, and so on. It was the same as the gods in the legends. However, they were not those people in the legends. Instead, they were cultivated. "Oh, is that so?"
Wang Xian picked up the red wine beside him with a smile and took a sip. "It does have medicinal effects."
"Haha, Dragon King, we didn't brew this wine for its medicinal effects. It seems that you don't know how to taste wine, Dragon King."
The angel smiled and shook her head gently. She drank the red wine slowly. It was a standard red wine etiquette. However, Wang Xian was not interested in it. Compared to wine, he preferred to drink tea.
"I heard that you have a lot of spiritual herbs in the Garden of Eden. I'm sure you have heard of our Dragon Gate Forge. I wonder if you have any intention of cooperating." Wang Xian went straight to the point. The actions of the Celestials from the celestial domain were filled with the etiquette of the European continent. They were like gentlemen. Wang Xian was not used to this feeling.
"Dragon King, what do you think of our divine wine?"
The angel did not answer him directly. Instead, he pointed at the red wine beside him and asked, "One bottle is equivalent to a grade 6 elixir." Wang Xian replied directly, "That's right. This is brewed using the brewing method of grade 6 spiritual herbs." The angel said with a smile, "This requires 500 years of precipitation to reach such a stage." Wang Xian picked it up and shook it gently.
What the angel meant was that they could use their own methods to refine items that were comparable to elixirs.
Naturally, Wang Xian could understand. Their brewing method could indeed be comparable to elixirs, but it had a huge drawback. It required a long period of time to settle down. This was a huge drawback. That's right. This requires a few hundred years of settling down. That's why we asked the Dragon King to come over and have a discussion. The angel chuckled and asked, "May I know how the Dragon King intends to cooperate?"
"It would be even better if we can open the shop in the divine territory. If we can't open it, we'll give you 2 sets of ingredients. One of the ingredients will be the medicinal pill." Wang Xian said directly. This was the condition for the refinement, and it was very suitable. If he were to find another alchemist to refine it, he would definitely not give them as little as he did.
The angel exchanged a glance with the group of celestials beside him. Following that, He nodded to Wang Xian slowly and said, "It's very reasonable. We will discuss this matter with our godly king later. It shouldn't be a big problem." All right then. Since that's the case, here's some good news from all of us. It's just some small things. I'm sorry for not paying my respects. Wang Xian did not expect things to go so smoothly. With a gentle wave of his arm, numerous straight daggers flew to the table beside them. A level 12 spirit weapon was quite valuable due to its exquisite quality. Haha. Thank you, Dragon King.
The group of immortals raised their wine glasses at Wang Xian with smiles on their faces.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He took a sip of red wine and chatted with them for a while before leaving.
This Dragon King is quite bold.
The angel opened the exquisite dagger and revealed a smile. The Dragon Palace is the strongest faction in Wuxia's immortal sections. They are proficient in alchemy and weapon refinement. This collaboration is a good thing for them and us.
The flower god beside him wove a flower on the dagger and said with a smile.
However, the specific collaboration still needs to be discussed. The angel turned to look at the 5 island immortals dressed in black.
Wuxia's Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, Yongchang Immortal Sect, Great Flood Immortal Sect, and Beast Immortal Sect are all very powerful. What do you plan to do?
Okra's angel, we won't submit to them. We invited the gods of the Garden of Eden's divine realm over because we want to discuss the cooperation. A thin and frail elder with a small mustache said to the angel with a smile. It has been decades since any immortal god appeared in the various major god realms. Currently, the most important thing for us is the resources. Tell me, how do we cooperate?
The angel Okra picked up her wine cup and said calmly, "Now that the subcontinent has been completely occupied by the immortal sects, our 9 Snakes Association has quite a lot of power and spies. We will be useful in the future. I heard that the ancient Greek god realms killed 2 immortal gods from the puppet immortal sect." The thin elder smiled and said, "As you know, we have been enemies with China for generations."
Okay. We will help you solve this problem. Okra's angel nodded. Then we will invite the gods to come here tonight. The thin elder narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, by the way, we will invite this Dragon King to come with us later. With this Dragon King around, this matter will be much easier," Okra's angel said with a smile. "After all, this Dragon King is from the Wuxia Immortal Sect. Will he?" The thin and frail old man said hesitantly. "This Dragon King doesn't have a good relationship with the Wuxia Immortal Sect. Don't worry, leave it to us." Okra's angel revealed a faint smile. "Then thank you to the gods of the Garden of Eden." As the thin and frail old man spoke, he placed an item beside him. The eyes of the angel of Okra sparkled. After opening it, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "Everyone, see you tonight." After the gods of the Garden of Eden left, the 5 elders slowly stood up. Their expressions were as sinister as that of a venomous snake. The celestial sect of China has appeared, and the Western gods are still ruling the world. It's too difficult for us to survive in the crevices. Only when they fight will we have a chance to survive. The world is currently short of resources, and the ancient Greek gods killed the puppet immortal sections. In the future, there might be another war between the immortals and gods. More than 1,000 years ago, the Western gods were defeated, and the immortal sects even fought to the west. It would be interesting if a second war between the East and the West broke out. The 5 old men stood there in a gloomy manner. Their eyes were flashing with a venomous snake-like smile. Xiao Yu. When Wang Xian returned to the floating island, he saw Xiao Yu and a group of young men and women on the floating island. Feng Lingtian was among them.
"Brother, why are you here?"
When Xiao Yu saw Wang Xian flying over, she asked curiously as well.
They flew over to take a look out of curiosity when they discovered that the floating island had appeared by the sea.
"There are some matters that need to be taken care of. Why are you guys also on the island?" Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and realized that they were all elite disciples of the major immortal sections. He stroked Xiao Yu's head with a smile on his face. "Dragon King."
The group of core disciples of the immortal sects looked at Wang Xian with some restraint and greeted him respectfully. Feng Lingtian also shouted nervously. The person in front of them was the superior immortal king dragon, the most powerful force in the entire Jianghu and the owner of the Dragon Palace. The reason why they were able to be together with the younger sister of the Dragon King was also because of Feng Lingtian. This made them both nervous and excited. Mem, why are there so many of you here? Wang Xian asked curiously. Brother, we were originally going to Sanya. In the end, the Wild Beast Immortal Sect and the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect came to the island to subdue the forces of the island. That's why we came here. Xiaoyu smiled as she held Wang Xian's hand. Subdue the forces of the island? A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Subdue what forces? The Nine Snakes Association. I'm not too sure either. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lingtian, who was at the side. Dragon King, currently the major immortal sects are unifying all the major forces in the subcontinent. Our 4 major immortal sects are prepared to subdue or destroy the forces of the island nation. They will give us a reply today. Feng Lingtian said respectfully to Wang Xian. The forces of the island nation? Which forces? Wang Xian frowned slightly and asked them. The Nine Snakes Association is the strongest force in the entire island nation. They have 5 celestials and they are not weak. If they don't give us a reply tonight, we will destroy them. A young man chimed in. The Nine Snakes Association? 5 celestials? Wang Xian was stunned and his eyes flickered. The Nine Snakes Association, if he did not guess wrongly, should be the people of the octahedron. And those 5 immortals should be the 5 immortals that he saw at the gods in the Garden of Eden today. It seemed that everything was not as simple as he had imagined. P.S. The last 2 shifts will be very late. I don't know when it will be so late. There will definitely be one tomorrow morning. For the sake of resources, Wuxia's Jianghu forces wanted to unify the subcontinent. At present, India's side was directly destroyed under the attacks of the Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan. Some other forces, such as the Netherworld Fire God sect, were directly destroyed or subdued by the other immortal sects. As soon as the immortal sects appeared, the weak Wuxia was like a sleeping dragon, easily destroying the powerful subcontinent forces. Currently, in the entire subcontinent, only the forces of the island nation had not been subdued. This time, the Wild Beast Immortal Sect, together with the Great Hong Immortal Sect, the Yongchang Immortal Sect, and the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, went to conquer the island nation's most powerful force, the Nine Snakes Association. The Nine Snakes Association was the most powerful force in the island nation. It had a total of 5 immortal gods, a force that could not be underestimated. However, the Nine Snakes Association was nothing in the face of the 4 powerful immortal sections. The 4 immortal sects could easily wipe them out. Tonight, the Nine Snakes Association would give a reply to the 4 immortal sects. Wang Xian pondered for a while and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you going over tonight? Yes, I'm going over to have some fun. What's the matter, brother? Xiaoyu asked Wang Xian curiously. It's nothing. I'll go over with you tonight. Wang Xian shook his head. If the Nine Snakes Association was really going to submit to the 4 great immortal sects, why would they meet the gods in the Garden of Eden today? Yes, all right, brother. All right, 2 immortal gods from the puppet immortal sect were killed by the gods from the ancient Greek divine realm. The ancient Greek divine realm said that the puppet immortal sect was too greedy and violated the treaty. Xiaoyu nodded. She suddenly recalled the news she received today and told Wang Xian. The gods from the ancient Greek divine realm have killed the immortals from the puppet immortal sect. Wang Xian's gaze turned cold as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He knew a little about the 2 immortals from the puppet immortal sect. They were definitely not the kind of people who would dare to ask for too much. They definitely did not have the guts to violate the treaty with a divine realm. A while ago, Wang Xian had a lot of contact with the 2 immortal gods of the puppet immortal sect. The 2 of them were considered good people and they were considered good friends. The forging workshop of the Dragon Gate and many other things were built with the help of their disciples. Speaking of which, among the immortal sects, other than the natural-born immortal sect, their relationship was the best. Moreover, after he destroyed the Holy Doctor and Holy Medicine immortal sect, the 2 immortal gods from the puppet immortal sect came over to seek refuge with him. In the future, they would only follow the orders of the Dragon Palace. Back then, Wang Xian didn't take a fancy to the strength of the puppet immortal sect and rejected them.
When he wanted to forge something, the two immortal gods immediately followed him with great respect.
He could be considered as a lackey of the Dragon Palace. He didn't expect that he would lose his life because of a collaboration.
Divine realm.
A cold glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes.
Those who are not of the same race would have different thoughts. Wang Xian did not agree with this statement. However, sometimes this statement was not wrong.
You guys can play here. I will come and look for you at night.
Wang Xian's mind was filled with thoughts. He nodded his head and looked at Feng Lingtian. After sensing his strength, he said to him, "Cultivate well. Your current strength is still too weak."
Yes, it's the Dragon King.
Feng Lingtian's face turned slightly red as he nodded his head hurriedly. Xiaoyu smiled at the side and didn't say anything.
Wang Xian's figure moved and returned to his room on the floating island. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Ao Jian, send someone to inform the strange demon clan and get them to investigate all the information in the divine realm."
"It's the Dragon King." Ao Jian nodded his head and immediately ordered his subordinates to report to the Dragon Palace. Ancient Greek divine realm. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled with an inexplicable luster.
Dragon King, the Garden of Eden has sent an invitation. In the evening, the demonic azure dragon walked into the room and reported to Wang Xian.
"Oh, an invitation? Let me see."
Wang Xian took the invitation with slight curiosity.
Cherry Blossom Peak. Wang Xian stared at the invitation with a face full of curiosity. With a move of his body, he flew to the location outside. At the leisure area, Xiao Yu and a group of core disciples of the Immortal sect were resting on the island. "Xiao Yu, are you guys going to Cherry Blossom Peak tonight?" Wang Xian saw Xiao Yu and Feng Lingtian chatting. He came to her side with a smile and asked her, "Huh? Brother, how did you know?" "It's fine. You guys go first."
Wang Xian saw Xiao Yu's curious look and said with a smile.
Xiao Yu did not ask any further and continued to play. At night, Wang Xian flew towards the location of Cherry Blossom Peak. Cherry Blossom Peak was located next to the snow mountain of the island nation. It was the same mountain that Wang Xian went to in the afternoon, but it was not the same room.
"Please, Dragon King."
When they arrived at the location of Cherry Blossom Peak, an old man looked at Wang Xian and said respectfully, "Okay."
Wang Xian nodded and followed closely behind as they walked into a cave that was surrounded by cherry blossoms.
When they entered the cave, they saw a huge banquet hall. However, there was no banquet held in the entire hall at this moment. The people from the 4 great immortal sects were sitting in the banquet hall. The gods from the Garden of Eden were also sitting in the hall.
One was on the left while the other was on the right. There were 5 old men from the 9 Snakes Association sitting in the middle.
When Wang Xian arrived, he instantly felt that the atmosphere was extremely solemn.
"Haha, Dragon King, please take a seat here."
When the Angel of Ochre saw Wang Xian, she smiled at him and said.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and walked toward the seat beside the Angel of Ochre without any expression on his face.
In the hall, the immortals from the 4 major immortal sects were stunned when they saw Wang Xian.
Xiao Yu was not too surprised when he saw Wang Xian. He was just very surprised.
"Haha. Everyone from Wuxia Immortal sect. Don't make things difficult for others." At this moment, the skinny elder who was sitting in the middle of the hall laughed out loud when he saw Wang Xian. The 10 immortals from the Wild Beast Immortal sect, Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, Great Flood Immortal sect, and Yongchang Immortal sect, who were sitting across from Wang Xian, had ugly expressions when they saw Wang Xian's sudden arrival. They glanced at Xiao Yu. An elder from the Wild Beast Immortal sect asked in a deep voice, "Dragon King, what are you going to do?" "It has nothing to do with me. I was just invited here."
Wang Xian smiled faintly at the Ochre Angel and took a sip of the tea on the table.
The Ochre Angel and the surrounding gods raised their eyebrows slightly. "Dragon King, the friends of the 9 Snakes Association are our allies in the Garden of Eden. Now, your Wuxia Immortal sect wants to destroy them. Dragon King, you have some status in Wuxia. Please say something."
"It's not good for me to get involved in the matters of our Wuxia Immortal sect."
When Wang Xian heard the Angel of Ochre's words, he finally understood. The Garden of Eden wanted to use him to solve the 9 Snakes Association's matter.
He didn't know what agreement the Nine Snakes Association had reached with them. When he thought about the matter of the puppet Immortal sect, his voice was a little cold.
Dragon King, no matter what, we can be considered partners in the future. This shouldn't be a big problem for you, right?
Hearing Wang Xian's rejection, the Angel of Ochre frowned and said with a twinkle in her eyes,
Cooperation is cooperation. It shouldn't have anything to do with other things, right? Wang Xian said to them indifferently.
His words caused the faces of the gods in the Garden of Eden to change slightly. Their eyes turned cold. Dragon King, are you clearly not sincere about cooperating? Don't confuse cooperation with other things.
Wang Xian shook his head lightly. In that case, it seems that there is no need for cooperation between us. The Angel of Ochre looked at him coldly and said.
Wang Xian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Wang Xian didn't have high hopes for cooperation from the start. It would be best if it could succeed. If it failed, there wouldn't be any losses.
Wang Xian hated being used by others. Cooperation was cooperation. There was no need to get involved in other things. If both parties were sincere, he would help the other party even if the other party did not ask for his help. However, the cooperation was not completely confirmed yet. To ask for his help was asking for too much. Furthermore, because of the puppet Immortal sect, Wang Xian was extremely unhappy with the Western Divine Realm.
He. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the immortals from the four great immortal sects heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Wang Xian gratefully before turning to the 5 elders from the Nine Snakes Association. A cold smile appeared on their faces. Garden of Eden, this is a matter of the East. It's best for the Western Divine Realm not to interfere.
The elder from the Berserk Beast Immortal sect stared coldly at the Ochre Angel as he spoke. What do you mean by meddling in your affairs? The Nine Snakes Association is an ally of the Garden of Eden. If you want to destroy them, we will naturally take action. Ochre said with an embarrassed expression. Wuxia Immortal sect, don't think that we 9 snakes will be afraid of you. A superior immortal. Our invincible lord is also a superior immortal. We are not afraid of you. Seeing that Wang Xian was ignoring the Garden of Eden, the frail elder growled in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. Let us give it a try. Today we are only here to warn you. Choose to live or choose to die. This time the 4 immortal sects are here. Next time, it might not be just the 4 immortal sects.
The elder from the Wild Beast Immortal sect stared at them without any fear. His gaze swept across the gods in the Garden of Eden. It is best for your Garden of Eden not to interfere. The 4 immortal sects are not afraid of your divine realm.
Not afraid? Then are we afraid of you? The Ochre Angel lightly patted the table and looked at the thin and frail elder. Tell your excellency, with all the powers of the Nine Snakes Association and our Garden of Eden, are you afraid of the 4 immortal sects?
The Ochre Angel, even if we don't include you, we are not afraid of them at all. HMPH, our excellency will not submit to any power. Our excellency is the strongest existence in the world.
The thin and frail old man's eyes were filled with a fiery glow as he shouted coldly.
Is your lord an octahedron?
When Wang Xian heard their words, he could not help but ask with a smile. That's right, the omnipotent octahedron god. The god with endless lifespan and wisdom. The strongest existence in the world. The thin and frail old man looked at Wang Xian and swept his gaze across Wang Xian with pride. The 8-limbed god of a superior immortal is indeed very strong. Wang Xian said faintly. HMH, of course.
The thin and frail elder snorted coldly and said with pride. Dragon King, since you know that the Nine Snakes Association is very strong, you might as well form an alliance with us. The cooperation between us can continue. The Ochre Angel looked at Wang Xian and said with a solemn face.
No, I don't trust you guys now. That's why I won't cooperate with you guys.
Wang Xian shook his head and said with a smile on his face.
The faces of the gods in the Garden of Eden changed. A cold expression appeared on his face. Since we won't cooperate, our Garden of Eden doesn't care about it at all. Do you really think that we want to cooperate with the Dragon Palace? If you guys didn't come looking for us back then, we wouldn't have cooperated with you guys. Now. Dragon King, you are really interesting. Wang Xian smiled. He stood up slowly and said, if we can cooperate, we will cooperate. If we can't cooperate, we won't cooperate. Don't think too highly of yourselves. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Moreover, I don't believe in the credibility of your divine realm. He, Dragon King. Don't make so many excuses if you don't want to cooperate. Upon hearing Wang Xian's last sentence, an icy look appeared in the eyes of the Ochre Angel as she spoke coldly. That's right. Do you really think that the Garden of Eden is begging to cooperate with you? Do you really think that you are someone? In the eyes of the divine realm, you, Dragon King, are nothing more than this. The god of flowers, who was beside him, spoke coldly. Upon hearing her words, a hint of coldness appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he stared coldly at the god of flowers. What's wrong, Dragon King? Don't tell me you still want to make a move. The flower god stared at Wang Xian fearlessly. The gods in the Garden of Eden stared at him fearlessly. Your dragon palace's strength is only similar to our Garden of Eden. If we add in our allies, the ancient Greek divine realm and the Nine Snakes Association, we wouldn't be afraid of your dragon palace at all. Are you guys on good terms with the ancient Greek divine realm? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard their words. All right, we don't have any time to chat with you guys today. Today, the divine realm of the Garden of Eden will tell you Chinese gods that the Nine Snakes Association is our ally. If you guys dare to make a move, consider the consequences. The Angel of Ochre stood up and swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the people from the 4 great immortal sections. His tone was filled with a strong warning. The puppet immortal sect is my friend. Just as OCR's angel finished her sentence, Wang Xian suddenly said something out of the blue. Why? Could it be that the Dragon King still wants to avenge the people from the puppet immortal sect? OCR stared at Wang Xian and said with a cold smile. Although we are not close friends, we have a good relationship. We will investigate it thoroughly. If it was intentional killing, we will consider avenging them. Wang Xian said faintly. Then, Dragon King, you might not have the ability to do so, OCR's angel said with a cold smile. There is something fishy about the killing of 2 immortals from the puppet immortal sect. The Grand Elder of the Xian Yuan clan is even planning to investigate this matter. The elder from the Wild Beast Immortal sect said from the side. So what if they are dead? So what if they are found out? Ochre said coldly. That's right. He's already dead. So what if he's found out? Wang Xian sighed slightly. Let's collect some interest first. Clang. Clang. As he finished speaking, Ao Jian and another immortal god from the Golden Swordfish clan beside him drew their long swords. Their bodies were instantly filled with killing intent. Ha! All the immortal sects in the hall were slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The immortal gods in the Garden of Eden were also filled with astonishment. They stared at Ao Jian and the other 2 people beside Wang Xian in disbelief. Even the 10 immortal gods and the core disciples of the Wild Beast Immortal sect were filled with astonishment. The 2 immortal gods from the puppet immortal sect can be considered my friends. Wang Xian walked slowly to the center of the hall. They were killed by the gods of the ancient Greek divine realm. Regardless of the reason, just kill them. However, I'm still a little unhappy. This makes my thoughts a little illogical. You guys have a better relationship with the ancient Greek divine realm. Coincidentally, the puppet immortal sect and the ancient Greek divine realm were killed because of business cooperation. We didn't have a good agreement because of business cooperation and business matters. In that case, I'll kill all of you to make me feel better. Stunned. Shocked. Everyone in the room was shocked when they heard what Wang Xian said. What the Dragon King said was too overbearing. The ancient Greek divine realm has a good relationship with you guys. I am not happy that my friend, the celestial god of the puppet immortal sect, was killed. Since our business is not doing well, I will use you guys to make up for the unhappiness in my heart. Wang Xian's way of doing things was completely the same as the ancient Greek celestial realm. 2 celestial gods from the puppet immortal sect were killed. The ancient Greek celestial realm directly said that the puppet immortal sect didn't keep their word and was pushing their luck. Now, I will also kill all the gods in the Garden of Eden celestial realm. Can also be said that you guys didn't keep your word. This overbearing way of doing things shocked the 4 great celestial sections. At the same time, they also felt very good.
Damn it, you can kill the people of our Wuxia immortal sect, but why can't we kill you?
Anyway, it was a kind of nihility.
Although this method was very comfortable among all the immortal sects in Wuxia, none of them dared to do this because every divine realm was stronger than the immortal sections. If the immortal sects didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to contend with the divine realm. But now, the Dragon King dared to do it. This made them feel a sense of relief.
The disciples of the 4 immortal sects stared at Wang Xian with admiration. Some of the female disciples wanted to marry him. When the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden heard Wang Xian's words, their faces instantly turned cold. When they saw Ao Jian and Ao Jian, who were full of killing intent, behind Wang Xian, they looked embarrassed.
Dragon King, do you mean to kill us?
The eyes of the Angel of Ochre sparkled as she said coldly, "Do you really think you can kill us with just the 2 of you? That's more than enough."
Wang Xian turned his body to the side and released a terrifying pressure instantly. The power of a superior immortal instantly filled the entire room as traces of killing intent brewed in the air.
The faces of the gods in the Garden of Eden changed slightly. Each of them held the divine staffs in their hands tightly and pointed them at Wang Xian. "Dragon King, do you want to be enemies with the Garden of Eden?"
"So what if we are enemies? You guys are too annoying,"
Wang Xian said coldly. "Stop it, Dragon King. This is the territory of the 9 Snakes Association. Don't be impudent in our territory." The expressions of the 5 elders changed instantly. They stood up immediately and stood beside the gods in the Garden of Eden. They stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression.
"This is my territory,"
Wang Xian said to the elder indifferently.
"Your territory?"
"Hehe. Our Lord Ba Qi is not afraid of you, Dragon King," the elder said with a sinister look in his eyes.
"Then call Ba Qi over. Otherwise, I will make my move." Wang Xian smirked at the 5 elders of the 9 Snakes Association and said with a mocking look in his eyes.
He spat out 3 dragon balls which contained a terrifying power. The 3 dragon balls were suspended in the air and could launch a terrifying attack at any time.
"Dragon King, if you dare to make your move, the Garden of Eden will not let you off."
Sensing the power of the 3 dragon balls, the faces of the gods in the Garden of Eden changed slightly as they spoke with a solemn expression. Crack, crack. At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The thin elder of the 9 Snakes Association was holding a cracked snake head in his hand. "Dragon King, you forced me to do this. Our great god of 8 orbs doesn't have a good temper. If you anger him, even if you are the Dragon King, you will have to pay a heavy price."
The thin elder said coldly, "Why did you call me?" At this moment, a slightly impatient voice came from underground.
Ochre's angel was slightly delighted, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately shouted, "Lord Ba Qi, we are the gods of the Garden of Eden. We hope to cooperate with the 9 Snakes Association to deal with some fellows who are courting death."
"Lord Ba Qi, someone is disrespecting the 9 Snakes Association and wants to kill us and all the guests of the Garden of Eden." The thin and weak elder hurriedly shouted, "Superior Immortal, there really is a Superior Immortal in the 9 Snakes Association."
"Hiss, it can't be. A small force actually has a Superior Immortal." The sudden appearance of the voice startled everyone from the 4 great immortal sections. Even the 10 immortal gods frowned.
They had heard of Ba Qi from the 9 Snakes Association, but they had always treated him as a mythical creature.
If these mythical creatures really existed, then to the 4 great immortal sects they were also a very powerful existence.
After all, they were powerful upper-level immortals.
Crack, crack, crack. A crack appeared on the ground, and a long hand stretched out from the ground. With a gentle wave of its white and slender arm, a hole appeared. A head appeared. The head was somewhat slender, and its face was extremely pale. It had a pair of extremely cold eyes. However, what was even more shocking was that after the head appeared, a second, third, and fourth head appeared. Everyone around had shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at the 9 heads with solemn expressions. The monster gave off a cold and gloomy expression. 9 heads and 9 arms. It gave off an extremely sinister feeling. "Great God Ba Qi, it's him. He wants to kill us. And he also wants to kill our distinguished guests in the Garden of Eden." The skinny elder quickly laid his body on the ground and spoke to Ba Chi as though he was in awe of God.
The other 4 elders were also lying on the ground. Their respect was as though they were slaves.
He wants to kill all of you and him. When the Ba Chi serpent came out, a few of the 9 heads had already spotted Wang Xian. However, he did not greet him immediately. As an extremely intelligent 8-headed snake, he knew what was best for him.
Yes, Lord 8-headed snake. We are currently cooperating with the 9-headed snake society. This Dragon King actually wants to destroy us. Please help us, Lord. In the future, the Garden of Eden will definitely reward you handsomely.
When Okra saw the 8-headed snake appear, he glanced at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Is that so?" Octavia slowly nodded his head. His 9 heads stared at the Octavia angel. Suddenly, the 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time, and their terrifying tongues swept towards the Octavia angel.
The Octavia angel was instantly stunned. His pupils dilated and a look of terror appeared in his eyes.
However, Octavia was a high god after all. His strength was definitely not something a god could withstand.
Lord Ba Chi, are you trying to?
The 9 terrifying tongues became 7 or 8 meters long, wrapping around Okra's body. A dense amount of light energy surged from his body as he roared loudly, wanting to break free.
Lord Ba Chi!
The faces of the other Garden of Eden gods changed dramatically, and the divine staffs in their hands began to emit terrifying power. Kiki, a bunch of bastards who want to die.
The 8-limbed serpent's 9 arms were like venomous snakes, directly growing longer. The serpent heads instantly bit onto the bodies of the Garden of Eden gods.
In less than a second, the bodies of the gods turned pitch black. The terrifying poison caused the lower gods to instantly lose all their offensive power.
The Dragon King said that he wants to kill you all, so let's kill you all.
Swoosh! 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 Within the entire room, terrifying arms began to wrap around the gods of the Garden of Eden. The arms were like snakes, easily wrapping around the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden. The 8 gods seemed powerful, but to the 8 gods they were nothing. A high god, especially a powerful high god like the 8 gods, could easily destroy 2 gods and 6 demigods. "Milord, you!" The skinny old man's face changed dramatically, especially after what Lord Ba Chi had just said. The Dragon King said that he wanted to kill all of you, so he would kill all of you. You said that the Dragon King wants to kill you? Ba Chi didn't move at all. A tongue came to the skinny old man's side, wrapping around his body. "Milord, no."
Great God Ba Chi!
The thin and weak elder's face was filled with terror, but he did not dare to resist. Trash!
Ba Chi's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Snakes were cold-blooded animals. His tongue coiled up and the mouth of one of the heads actually expanded to 2 to 3 meters in size, directly swallowing the elder's body.
"Ah!" A terrified scream rang out. The thin and weak elder was swallowed into his stomach without any resistance. A cold and gloomy feeling spread throughout the entire house. No matter what, the old man was a lower-level immortal. He was actually swallowed directly.
In an instant, the gods in the Garden of Eden revealed a horrified expression.
These 9-headed monsters actually swallowed even their own subordinates.
Was it just because of that sentence about the Dragon King wanting to kill you?
What the hell was this situation?
Dragon King, I've eaten all of these useless things.
Ba Chi licked his tongue and looked extremely terrifying. His 9 heads turned towards Wang Xian and said respectfully, "What?
What?"
When the gods in the Garden of Eden heard Ba Chi's words, they felt a chill down their spines again. They looked at Wang Xian in a daze. What was the relationship between Ba Chi and the Dragon King?
Why was it like this?
Don't waste it. Just kill them and bring them back to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian felt that it was a waste when he saw Ba Chi devouring an immortal god directly. He told Ba Chi directly,
"It's the Dragon King." Ba Chi nodded his head and looked at the other 4 elders who were lying on the ground. "Dragon King, how should we deal with these 4 people who offended you?"
"You can deal with your subordinates yourself." Wang Xian took a glance at the 5 subordinates of Ba Chi. There was a thick stench of blood on their bodies. Although they were still a lot weaker than Ba Chi, they had definitely killed many people and committed many bad deeds.
Wang Xian did not have a good impression of such sinister and evil people. Kiki, I don't need these useless people in the future. Bachi smiled and stuck out his tongue. His long tongue rolled up the four old men. Come, come, enter my stomach and sacrifice your lives for your god. Yes, yes. The four elders trembled, but they did not resist at all. They lay on the ground and were rolled up by the tongue and entered Bachi's mouth. Hiss! Everyone around felt their scalps go numb. This was simply too abnormal and terrifying. No, no, Bachi Dragon King. If you dare to kill us, our Garden of Eden will definitely not let you off. Don't kill us, don't kill us. When the gods of the Garden of Eden saw 8 points devouring their subordinates in a crazed manner, their bodies trembled and their faces were filled with fear as they spoke. Kiki, Garden of Eden's divine realm, am I, 8 points, afraid of you? 8 points extended his tongue and flicked it gently. An illusion flashed and directly pierced through his body. No, no. Seeing that Bachi dared to kill him directly, Osare's angel widened his eyes in fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a loud sound, Bachi's tongue pierced through the remaining 7 gods in an instant. There was no emotion in his eyes. Has everything been settled? Wang Xian asked Bachi. Dragon King, everything has been settled. Bachi lowered his 9 heads and said respectfully to Wang Xian. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the people from the 4 great immortal sections. I'll leave this place to you guys. Oh right. Let's announce to the public that the Garden of Eden is cooperating with our Dragon Palace. Because they went back on their word. They demanded too much and were annihilated by our Dragon Palace. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoyu. Are we going back? We'll play for a few more days. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. Okay. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Following that, he flew out. Bachi placed the corpses in his interspatial ring and followed behind him respectfully as he flew towards the floating island. Hiss, this is too terrifying. One of the disciples from the 4 great immortal sects widened his eyes as he looked at the fresh blood around him. He was tongue-tied. What a terrifying octahedron. If you want to subdue or destroy the 9 Snakes Association, at least let one of the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan take action. Otherwise, that terrifying existence has actually been taken in as a subordinate by the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King's strength is really unfathomable. He actually dared to directly destroy the gods of the Garden of Eden. Haha! This is so satisfying. The ancient Greek divine realm killed 2 immortal gods with just a sentence like the puppet immortal sex lion opening its mouth. Now, the Dragon King directly killed 8 immortal gods and returned them to the Western divine realm. Although they are not from the ancient Greek divine realm, their relationship with the ancient Greek divine realm is better. This is so satisfying. If the gods in the Garden of Eden didn't say that their relationship with the ancient Greek divine realm is better, the Dragon King might not have killed them. The immortals and disciples of the immortal sect said happily. The reason why the puppet immortal sect was killed by the gods of the divine realm was obviously unreasonable. This time, the Dragon King used the same reason to kill the people of the divine realm, which made them very happy. Although the relationship between the immortal sects was not very good, they were at least on the same side. When they faced the Western divine realm, they also shared a common enemy. The Dragon King's behavior undoubtedly boosted the momentum of the Eastern immortal sect. Miss you, has this place been occupied by your brother? At this time, an elder of the Wild Beast immortal sect asked Xiaoyu politely. No, the territory of the Dragon Palace is not on the surface. My brother will not occupy this place either. You guys can occupy this place. Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. The territory of the Dragon Palace was in the ocean. This was something that Wang Xian had already decided on. He would only occupy the ocean and ignore the matters on the land. All right. Then thank the Dragon King on our behalf. The elder from the Wild Beast immortal sect nodded his head happily. The surrounding immortals and gods also thanked little Yu. Even Feng Lingtian's father had many thoughts in his mind. Now that the Dragon King's power was becoming more and more terrifying, no one dared to provoke the Dragon King's sister in the entire Jianghu.
Even the Yuan clan and Shenyuan clan had to greet little Yu respectfully. No one responded to the title of the Dragon Palace's eldest princess. It wasn't an exaggeration to call her the princess of the entire Jianghu. Right now, Xiao Yu's strength had already reached the realm of an immortal god. In the entire Jianghu, the person with the strongest background was Xiao Yu. With a powerful and terrifying elder brother, no one in the entire Jianghu dared to provoke him. In fact, because of the relationship between the son of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect master and Xiao Yu, the entire Yellow Heaven Immortal sect benefited greatly. And the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect's Feng Lingdian had become the most famous gigolo in the entire Jianghu, a man who lived off women. Every time Feng Lingdian heard this title, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, but unfortunately it would still take him a long time to break through to the immortal god realm. Moreover, Xiao Yu's talent and strength were too terrifying, and he was completely unqualified to compare with them. Secondly, with his powerful background, his father, who was at the middle immortal level, could be easily destroyed under Xiao Yu's background. Especially today, when the Dragon King once again displayed his invincible strength and unparalleled dominance. A terrifying and evil upper-level immortal was his subordinate. Because of the puppet immortal sect, he directly killed the people from the Garden of Eden. It was simply a tyrannical comparison. If this matter is announced, it will probably cause a sensation. The people from the 4 great immortal sects looked at each other and whispered. This matter would indeed cause a huge sensation. The Dragon King killing the 8 gods of the Western divine realm would cause a huge sensation in the entire world. Just as they thought, that night, the people from the 4 great immortal sects released the news of the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden being killed. This news quickly spread throughout the entire world. And among the immortal sects in Jianghu, it caused a huge sensation. It's simply too domineering. The Dragon King is indeed the Dragon King. Killing him is good. They killed 2 immortal gods of the puppet immortal sect because of a huge demand from the puppet immortal sect. Then we can use the same reason to kill the 8 immortal gods. It's simply too satisfying. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King, for avenging the disciples of the puppet immortal sect. Killing them was good. Killing them was too good. Kill those arrogant fellows. Awesome, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. As expected of the Dragon King style, supporting the Dragon King this time. The Dragon King is getting more and more powerful now. This time, he really avenged our Wuxia immortal sect. The Dragon King is indeed worthy of being the Dragon King. The Shenyuan clan and the Yuan clan are still investigating the specific reason. When they will find an explanation for the puppet immortal sect, the Dragon King directly killed 8 of their immortals. It was awesome. The Jianghu website was in an uproar. In the past 1 or 2 days, because the immortal gods of the puppet immortal sect had been killed by the divine realm, it had caused a great sensation in the Jianghu. The disciples of the puppet immortal sect were especially sorrowful, but they had no way at all. They could only ask the Shen Yuan clan, the Yuan clan, and the wild beast immortal sect to help them vent their anger. They were originally from the same root. The matter of the puppet immortal sect had indeed aroused the sympathy of the disciples of the other immortal sects, and they all denounced the ancient Greek divine realm. However, today the wild beast immortal sect, the Yellow Heaven immortal sect, the Great Flood immortal sect, and the Yongchang immortal sect announced that the Garden of Eden and the Dragon Palace would cooperate on the medicinal pills. Because they had demanded too much, they had been directly killed by the experts of the Dragon Palace. When this news came out, everyone was dumbfounded. In the beginning, when the disciples of the immortal sects heard that the puppet immortal sect had been killed by them because they had asked for too much, they started to curse. This was the most rubbish reason, the most unbelievable reason. However, it was useless even if they cursed again. However, today, the Dragon King used this reason to give back to the Western immortal sects. Awesome. That was awesome. This made everyone sigh at the Dragon King's domineering attitude. Back then, the Holy Medicine Immortal sect ambushed the Dragon Gate forging workshop, killed the disciples of the Dragon Gate, and was annihilated by the Dragon King. At that time, everyone felt that the Dragon King's actions were domineering and arrogant. After half a year, they once again experienced the Dragon King's domineering attitude. This time, All the disciples of the Immortal sect supported the Dragon King's actions online.
This Dragon King?
In the Shenyuan clan, the Yuan clan was discussing the matter of the puppet Immortal sect. When they heard the news, they were speechless. The Dragon King directly killed the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden. It's not a good thing for us. It might cause a conflict between the Immortal sects and the Divine Realm. The Grand Elder of the Shenyuan clan slowly shook his head and said,
This is the Dragon King's doing. Even if they want to take revenge, they will find the Dragon King. But now, the Dragon Palace has to mobilize the power of the 2 divine realms to contend with the Dragon King.
Yes, the Dragon King is too strong. The wild beast Immortal sect sent news that the Dragon King has subdued a superior immortal from the island nation. Now, the power of the Dragon Palace is unfathomable. The 2 Immortal sects sighed slightly. The Dragon King's action could be considered to have solved the problem of the puppet Immortal sect. However, at this moment in the far west,
the Divine Realm was a domain of its own. In the vast western domain, the 7 divine realms occupied a huge space.
The Divine Realm of the Garden of Eden was one of the more powerful divine realms. There were more than 20 immortal gods in the entire Divine Realm.
The Divine Realm of the Garden of Eden looked like a garden at a glance. There were all kinds of trees growing inside. The entire Divine Realm was full of vitality.
In the center of the divine territory, there were many dreamlike buildings.
In the center, a piece of white metal that was more than 10 meters in size was hanging in the sky.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, information appeared on the white metal. When the divine servants guarding the side saw the information, they were shocked and immediately flew into a hall. What? The Okra angels and the others were killed by the Wuxia Dragon King. An angry voice sounded in the Divine Realm. A burly old man flew out of the hall with a huge golden hammer in his hand. He stared at the message on the white metal. His face was extremely gloomy. Soon, the gods in the Divine Realm rushed over one by one. When their eyes swept over, they revealed shocked expressions. The gods had fallen. 8 of them had fallen. This was a huge matter for the entire Divine Realm. In the Western Divine Realm, the death of every god would cause a huge commotion. Now that 8 gods had fallen, it was no different from an earthquake. In particular, the reason why the 8 gods had been killed was so absurd. This was clearly a provocation to their Divine Realm.
Very soon, this news spread throughout the 7 great divine realms, causing the entire Divine Realm to boil.
Everyone's gaze fell on the ancient Greek Divine Realm. Because of all the reasons, it was still caused by the ancient Greek Divine Realm. The 7 divine realms were not united. There were also all sorts of differences and disputes.
They did not unite to go to the east to take revenge. Instead, they quietly waited for the result.
Just like how the puppet Immortal sect dealt with it, they quietly waited. The other divine realms also had an attitude of not caring about their own matters.
Only the people from the ancient Greek Divine Realm and the Garden of Eden Divine Realm had extremely ugly expressions. Furious roars sounded in the Divine Realm.
Dragon King, our Dragon Palace has added another 6 immortals. Time passed very quickly. It had been 2 days since the last time they killed the gods of the Garden of Eden. Prime Minister Gui came to Wang Xian's side and said happily,
The 8 corpses of the gods of the Garden of Eden were absorbed by the dragon pool and turned into energy. This allowed the 6 members of the Dragon Palace to reach the realm of immortals. This dragon pool could be said to be a huge cheating device. As long as it absorbed energy, a large amount of dragon blood could be produced.
Now, with the addition of the 8-limbed and crab generals, the number of immortals in the Dragon Palace had reached an astonishing 42. It might not be long before the immortals in the Dragon Palace can overturn the entire world. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. This would take 4 to 5 years at most, or even faster.
How is the search for information about the Western Divine Realm coming along?
And about the invasion of the other seas? How are the preparations going?
Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gui.
Dragon King, the strange demon has not gotten much information about the Western Divine Realm. The Divine Realm is a huge formation. Once we enter, we will be discovered. We are already making preparations for the invasion of the other seas.
Tomorrow, Ao Qitian will lead a group of immortals and members of the Dragon Palace to battle. I believe that we will be able to completely control the entire subcontinent's seas in no time. Prime Minister Gui replied.
Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. He couldn't be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the ocean. When there were no creatures of the superior immortal level, he didn't need to take action at all. The fastest way for the Dragon Palace to develop was to use the corpses of immortals to nurture immortals. This was also the reason why Wang Xian took action to kill the gods in the Garden of Eden.
It wasn't just because their actions made him unhappy. It wasn't just because of the matter with the puppet immortal sect.
Brother, the Grand Elder of the Xian Yuan clan asked me to inform you of something. At this moment, Xiao Yu's voice came from above. Wang Xian looked up and smiled. What is it?
Here, this is an envelope. The Grand Elder of the Xian Yuan clan said that the ancient Greek divine realm and the Garden of Eden divine realm wanted to talk to us about the 8 gods being killed by the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian threw an envelope over and said to him, Oh, I thought they would attack us directly.
The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He opened the envelope and read the contents. The ancient Greek divine territory and the Garden of Eden divine territory invited the Dragon Palace to Wuwei Island to talk about the gods being killed in the Garden of Eden.
The 8 gods were killed. Naturally, the Garden of Eden divine territory wanted to take revenge. However, with their current strength, they were no match for the Dragon Palace. Moreover, even if they wanted to take revenge, they didn't know the exact location of the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace was located at the bottom of the vast ocean. Everyone knew that the Dragon Palace was located in the ocean, but no one knew the exact location.
Hence, they had this invitation letter. I've already killed them. How do I solve this? The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. I want to go over and take a look.
He moved his body and flew out directly. He shouted coldly, let's go.
Whoosh. In the Dragon Palace, the 9 dragons moved. Behind them was a golden dragon chair. 4 golden swordfish celestial beings were standing on the left and right. Wang Xian leaped lightly and landed on the dragon chair. He looked down at the sea with a smile on his face. Let's go. Wang Xian felt that he was now a big shot. He was riding on a powerful divine beast and had 4 bodyguards by his side. The current battle was no longer like the past. When it came to a battle, they would fight directly. Instead, they would discuss it in advance. If they couldn't reach an agreement, a battle might break out.
Unknowingly, the ignorant kid from a few years ago had become a peerless powerhouse who was now awe-inspiring.
Wuwei Island was quite far away from here. For immortals and gods, it would take at least half an hour's journey. Wuwei Island was located at the junction between the east and the west, where the subcontinent and the European continent were connected. The entire Wuwei Island was only 10 kilometers in circumference. At this moment, in the east of the island, a group of immortals and gods were stepping on auspicious clouds or spirit swords, looking at the position in front of them. The Xian Yuan clan and the Yuan clan's supreme elder were in the center. The 2 of them had a Xian Yuan sword and an earth fan, and their bodies were filled with an otherworldly aura. In front of them, a group of people were riding Pegasus. In the center, a burly old man was riding a 5-meter-long black Pegasus. The old man was holding a huge hammer in his hand, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. His eyes were cold as he stared forward. Next to him, a group of 12 people were standing at the very front, each of them wielding different weapons. There were some who stood atop crows, some who rode on enormous sea beasts, and one who sat atop a levitating throne. His right hand was wielding an enormous divine staff, and on his left and right was a black crow that was 2 meters in size. Each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. 3 of them had the power of a high god. The Yuan clan and the Xianyuan clan faced their group, but their faces didn't change in the slightest. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace hasn't arrived yet?
The muscular elder with the enormous hammer in his hand shouted coldly. Mad God, there's no need to be anxious. We've already notified him. He'll arrive soon. The supreme elder of the Yuan clan said calmly. Roar, roar.
At this moment, roars sounded one after another. Everyone looked over and their pupils constricted slightly. 9 20-meter-long flood dragons soared into the air. Their enormous bodies and powerful auras caused fear to rise in people's hearts.
Behind the 9 flood dragons was a throne with a person sitting on it.
The speed of the 9 flood dragons was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of them.
Other than the 9 terrifying dragons, the 4 swordsmen holding golden swords were seated on the left and right side of the throne.
Haha! It seems that everyone has arrived so quickly. Wang Xian stood up and swept his gaze across the 2 groups of people in front of him. They should be the divine territory of the Garden of Eden and the ancient Greek divine territory. What brings you here today?
HMPH Dragon King, you know the answer, but you still ask. Do you think that the matter of killing the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden will be resolved just like that?
The old man with the huge hammer in his hand pointed in the air. A terrifying aura was emitted. Mad God! Let the gods of the ancient Greek divine realm tell us why they killed the 2 immortals of our Wuxia sect. The Grand Elder of the Shen Yuan clan said to him indifferently.
How can the lives of 2 immortals be compared to the lives of the 8 of us?
The old man roared furiously. A huge wave that was 100 meters high rose from the bottom of the sea. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you have the guts, then kill me. Wang Xian's gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across the gods of the 2 major celestial realms. If you want to call me over, just tell me what you want. With that name, you ancient Greece can kill 2 people directly. So what if I kill 8 people? Since you're already dead, just tell me what you want now. In the sky above Wuwei Island, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The 2 forces were emitting a terrifying aura. Wang Xian stood on the dragon throne and stared at all of them with a domineering expression. His face revealed a cold expression.
When the gods from the Garden of Eden and ancient Greece heard Wang Xian's words, their faces revealed a gloomy expression.
He was already dead. What else did he want?
He was extremely powerful.
Bang! Mad God's huge hammer struck the void once again. The terrifying energy caused the waves to churn. He stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. Dragon King, you killed the gods of the Garden of Eden. You are trying to start a war. Mad God growled in a low voice with a ferocious expression. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. We can fight at any time. You guys can set a time and place. Arrogant. Is this the attitude of the Western immortal sects today? On the other side, the old man who was sitting on the throne looked coldly in the direction of the Shen Yuan clan and the Yuan clan.
Master of Olympus, the cause of this incident is all because of you. The puppet immortal sect is the Dragon King's friend. You used an absurd reason to kill 2 of their immortals. That's why today's incident happened.
The elder of the Yuan clan said with a smile on his face.
All right. It seems like we can't come to an agreement today. The elder held up the scepter beside him coldly and said with a cold expression. I would like to know how you guys are going to talk about this.
Wang Xian crossed his arms and looked at all of them. Kill the gods of the Garden of Eden's divine territory and give us sufficient resources as compensation. Otherwise, we will be enemies. As the mad god spoke, the black warhorse raised its front hooves and looked like it was about to attack.
What wishful thinking. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost.
Wang Xian laughed out loud and shouted at them directly. Good. Dragon King, our ancient Greek divine realm will remember this. There will be plenty of time in the future. All of you will pay a heavy price for this. The Master of Olympus stood up coldly and stared at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian did not show any signs of weakness as he swept his gaze across all of them. If you want to start a war, I will accompany you at any time. Let's go.
The gods swept their gaze across Wang Xian with murderous intent. Their bodies moved and they flew into the distance.
Dragon King, although you have vented your anger over this matter, you have to be careful in the future. The Western Divine Territory is very powerful. The Grand Elder of the Shen Yuan clan watched as the people from the Divine Realm left. He turned his head slowly and said to Wang Xian,
Hee. Thank you for your reminder. Wang Xian cupped his hands.
This time, our Eastern Immortal sect has formed a conflict with the Western Divine Realm. The feud between the East and the West has existed for a long time. 1,000 years ago, the Western Divine Realm was defeated by our Immortal sect. For more than 200 years, he had to submit to us.
However, the distance between the 2 parties is too great. The West belongs to them. Later on, They gave birth to a powerful godly king in the West to get rid of our suppression. Soon after, our immortal sect entered the world of the cauldron to survive. The Western divine realm also established the divine realm with divine objects and entered the divine realm. The Western divine realm was only born not too long ago. Now, the changes in the West are even greater than ours. They directly rule the entire Western world. They are gods, and ordinary people worship them.
The supreme elder of the Yuan clan said slowly. If there is sufficient spiritual energy on Earth, it might even evolve into a fantasy world.
Wang Xian said with a smile. The two of them nodded in agreement. If there was sufficient spiritual energy, the technological world would disappear and become a fantasy world. Oh right, Elder Yuan, your Yuan clan is good at formations. I wonder if we can trade some grade 2 formations with you. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he asked the supreme elder of the Yuan clan. Formations?
We do have grade 2 formations. However, the rarity of grade 2 formations is not inferior to a celestial artifact. If the Dragon King wants it, he can exchange it with a celestial artifact.
The supreme elder of the Yuan clan replied with a smile. I want 7 grade 2 formations. Any kind of formation with any effect is fine. I wonder if you guys have any. A glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he asked with a smile. Yes, of course. It would be even better if the Dragon King could produce an Earth-type celestial artifact. The Grand Elder of the Yuan clan said.
All right, we might not have 7 Earth-type formations. If you have the materials, I can help you refine them too.
Wang Xian nodded his head immediately. Deal. The formation is located in our Yuan clan. Please follow us, Dragon King. All right.
Wang Xian was all smiles. He sat on the dragon throne and followed the Yuan clan members as they flew towards the gate of immortality.
Look, that's the Dragon King. Oh my god. He's so domineering. Those 9 dragons are immortal-level existences. Now, they are actually pulling the throne for the Dragon King.
The 9 dragons are riding on the throne. They are simply too powerful.
When they arrived at the Yuan clan's gate of immortality, the disciples of the Yuan clan below looked at the gigantic 9 dragons in shock. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. When they arrived at the Yuan clan's celestial mountain, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan handed the 7 formations to Wang Xian.
He handed over the 7 immortal-level artifacts 2 days later.
Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and caused a commotion once again. He flew towards the dragon palace. The 10 level 2 formations have been gathered. The buildings that need to be upgraded in the Dragon Palace have been completed. With the addition of these 7 formations, the Dragon Palace will be upgraded to level 2. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. A level 2 Dragon Palace had doubled its effectiveness. This upgrade would bring great benefits to the members of the Dragon Palace.
The cultivation speed could be doubled and reach a terrifying level.
Initially, he thought that the Yuan clan might not agree to it due to some conflict with them. However, from the looks of it now, it was completely different from what he had imagined. The celestial artifact was also a rare treasure for the Yuan clan.
After arriving at the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian hovered above the Dragon Palace and swept his gaze downwards.
Dragon Palace. Level 1.
Dragon Master, Wang Xian, Level 9, 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings.
Dragon King Palace. Level 2. Increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 600%. Dragon Transformation Pool. Level 2. Absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Dragon Blood. 143232. Dragon Gate. Level 2. Only a fish can become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate. Effective against creatures below level 12.
Ocean Pacifying Needle, Level 2 Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Pacify the Dragon Palace for 20 miles. Increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 100%.
Dragon Cave. Level 2. With 2,000 Dragon Caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 400%. Dragon Field. Level 2. Practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 200%. Dragon Array. Level 1. Spirit Gathering Array. Level 1. Double the gathering of spiritual power. Water Array. Level 1. Able to resist attacks below level 12. Spirit item. Ancestral tree.
Level able to return souls to creatures below level 13. Activated creature intelligence. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 100%.
I still need to upgrade the last array formation. Once the array formation is upgraded, the entire Dragon Palace can be upgraded to level 2.
Wuxia was excited. After the Dragon Palace was upgraded to level 2, apart from doubling its various functions, the Dragon Palace would have an ability.
Moving. A level 2 Dragon Palace could move under the sea.
In other words, he could move the position of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Wuxia waved his arm and threw the formation compasses above the Dragon Palace.
7 level 2 formations found. Do you want to fuse them? Fuse. The fusion is complete. 10 level 2 formations of the Dragon Palace have been fused. The Dragon formation has been upgraded to level 2. All the buildings in the Dragon Palace have been upgraded to level 2. The Dragon Palace has met the requirements to be upgraded to level 2.
The voice of the system came one after another, and in an instant, the Dragon Palace below started to undergo a terrifying change. The Dragon Palace, which originally occupied an area of 10 kilometers, suddenly became bigger, and all the buildings inside became bigger like miracles. The Dragon King Palace, the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Ocean Pacifying Needle, the Dragon Gate, the Dragon Field, the Dragon Cave, and all the other buildings were all expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Even the mountains in the Dragon Palace had undergone great changes. All the members of the Dragon Palace came to the sky of the Dragon Palace in shock and felt the great changes in the Dragon Palace.
The spiritual chi in the Dragon Palace was increasing at a crazy speed.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the entire Dragon Palace was covered by array formations of various colors, and the entire area became extremely illusory. This was an array formation. A level 1 Dragon Palace only had 2 array formations, the Spirit Gathering Array and the Water Area Array. The Water Area Array could withstand the attacks of creatures below level 12. All kinds of changes were made to the buildings, and the array formation also underwent earth-shaking changes. The entire Dragon Palace was as beautiful as a holy land.
The water tribe around the Dragon Palace sensed the changes in the Dragon Palace, and they all gathered around as if they were worshipping.
The Dragon Palace was expanding at a very fast speed. Everything inside was expanding. It has doubled in size now, but it still hasn't stopped. Wuxia looked at the expansion of the Dragon Palace with joy on his face.
The current 20-kilometer radius was already a huge area in his eyes. However, it wasn't over yet.
Wuxia stood in the sky above the Dragon Palace and waited slowly.
2 hours later, the expansion of the Dragon Palace finally stopped.
Ding! The Dragon Palace has been upgraded to level 2. All the construction effects have been doubled. New functions have been activated. The system's voice was heard. It meant that the Dragon Palace was completely completed. Dragon Palace. Level 2.
Dragon Master, Wuxia, Level 9, 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace, Level 2, increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 1,200%.
Dragon Transformation Pool. Level 2, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Dragon blood. 143,232.
Dragon Gate. Level 2, a fish can only become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate, effective against creatures below the transcendent level.
Ocean Pacifying Needle. Level 2, Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Set 100 kilometers of calm in the Dragon Palace. Increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 200%. Dragon Cave. Level 2, with 2,000 Dragon Caves. The cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 800%.
Dragon Field. Level 2, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field, increase comprehension by 400%.
Dragon Array. Level 2, Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, movement, spirit item, ancestral tree. Level, able to return souls to creatures below transcendent level. Activate spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increase the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%.
Attached dragon transformation pool to nurture dragon species.
Current dragon species: golden swordfish, thunder shrimp, demon monkey, demon, hydra, dragon turtle, Wuxia, clam girl, golden lobster.
Hiss, this is the effect of the upgrade.
Wang Xian looked at the changes in the entire Dragon Palace after the upgrade. He was shocked. Now that the Dragon Palace's range had increased to 50 kilometers, it had increased by 5 times. The effects of all kinds of buildings had doubled. In other words, ordinary members of the Dragon Palace would cultivate 8 times faster in the Dragon Cave than in the outside world. This was a terrifying increase.
His cultivation speed in the Dragon King Palace was 12 times faster than in the outside world. In addition, the improvement of the Dragon Array was completely different from when it was at level 1. It had become the Dragon Palace's Great Array.
The defense of this Great Array could withstand the attacks of creatures below the transcendent level. In other words, even a superior immortal could not enter the Dragon Palace.
The effects of the ancestral tree were still abnormal. The special effect of the opening of the dragon pool made Wang Xian's eyes burn with excitement.
Nurturing a dragon seed.
In other words, when a creature entered the dragon pool, it could transform into another race through this ability.
For example, a turtle could choose to evolve into a demonic monkey or a strange demon under the function of nurturing a dragon seed. This was a perverse ability, and it was also the foundation of the Dragon Palace's strength.
Currently, there weren't many departments in the Dragon Palace. It was extremely difficult to find another race that was exactly the same.
With this method to nurture a dragon seed, one could nurture a fish into a demon monkey and form a fixed race. If that's the case, the Dragon Palace will become stronger and stronger in the future. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a fiery glow. As for upgrading the Dragon Palace to level 3, Wang Xian took a brief look. It was not something that he could upgrade at this moment.
All the items that he needed were extraordinary items.
Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace. The 100-meter-tall, ocean-pacifying divine needle was extremely majestic and looked like the pillar of the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon King Palace had expanded by 5 times. The moment he entered, he could feel the obvious spiritual energy. It was not weaker than the spiritual energy in the 9 cauldrons. The dragon chair became more than 50 meters long, and a divine dragon coiled from head to tail, looking very domineering. The ancestral tree and the Dragon Palace had completely merged into one. The ancestral tree had also received a great improvement this time. The effects of the soul-returning wood, the tree of servitude, and the endless wood were all very abnormal. Because of the endless wood, the cultivation speed of the fire element in the entire Dragon Palace had doubled again, which was very abnormal. Unfortunately, only Guan Shuqing was a fire attribute cultivator in the Dragon Palace. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Lan Qingyue, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls suddenly returned and entered the Dragon Palace.
Little Xian, how did the Dragon Palace undergo such a huge change?
Lan Qingyue looked around in shock with an incredulous expression.
They didn't know that Wang Xian had obtained the system.
After leaving for a few days, the entire Dragon Palace had turned into a huge city. It was even more majestic and magnificent.
The spiritual energy has doubled. The defensive and concealment effects have also reached the peak below transcendence.
Guan Shuqing's eyes were flickering with flames. It was obvious that Feng Luan had taken over her body. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. What kind of power could cause such a terrifying change to the Dragon Palace? She moved her body and looked at everything around her. She looked at the endless wood, the ocean-pacifying divine needle, and the dragon pond behind her.
Wang Xian didn't answer them. He looked at their shocked expressions and smiled at the side.
Soon, the Dragon Palace would rule the entire ocean. Wang Xian, I heard from Xiaoyu, Qingyu, Guan Shuqing, and the rest that you were once resurrected here.
Feng Wan came to the side of the dragon pool. Her eyes were sparkling as she stared at the dragon pool.
There was not much dragon blood there, and it was emitting a mysterious power. There were 9 divine dragons coiled around the 9 dragon pillars. They looked like real divine dragons. Yes. Wang Xian looked at her and suddenly guessed something. Do you want it? To rebuild my body. After this period of training, I have already made preparations.
Feng Wan's eyes flickered as she said. She could be considered to have taken over Guan Shuqing's body. After a few months, there were many things that she could not do besides not getting used to it. She needed her own body, needed to return to the supernatural world, and needed to improve her strength quickly.
She needed revenge. How do you need to rebuild your body? Are there any losses to Shuqing's body? Wang Xian frowned slightly and asked her.
I need to take half of the vermilion bird essence blood. However, with our current strength, even if we split it equally, we still have the strength of a superior immortal. Feng Wan said to Wang Xian, also, I need the blood essence in the dragon pool. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had. The blood essence here is extremely sacred. I can absorb it and convert it into vermilion bird's blood. I can use the blood essence here to reconstruct my body.
Sure.
Wang Xian nodded slowly. He didn't want Shuqing to occupy the same body with another person,
especially when they were on the bed. Shuqing was initially very cooperative, but she suddenly stopped moving. Then, he knew that there must be a change of people. However, he couldn't stop at that time and could only continue.
Feng Wan, whose body was trembling, didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone leave.
At first, Wang Xian felt that it was very exciting. However, he felt slightly uncomfortable after experiencing it a few times. He felt like he was a corpse. Dragon King. At this moment, the voice of Prime Minister Gue and the rest was heard.
Wang Xian looked over and saw Ao Qi Tian and Ao Qi dragging a huge corpse.
Two of the corpses were more than 20 meters long. They were a huge shark with a huge head. Each tooth was about 7 to 8 meters long and looked extremely intimidating. These are the immortal level creatures that we killed in the Indian Ocean. There are a total of 4 of them. These 4 creatures are not intelligent and have no attributes. However, their vital energy and blood are very rich and their strength is terrifying, Ao Qitian reported to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian looked at the 4 corpses and initially thought that he would be unable to enter the dragon cave to slowly absorb the blood essence of the 4 lower-level immortal-level creatures. He looked at Feng Luan beside him and said, the blood essence of the 4 lower-level immortal-level creatures should be able to heal your body, right?
It's best to have these immortal-level creatures. After rebuilding my body, I no longer need to increase the strength of my body.
Feng Luan nodded her head and looked at the 9 dragon pillars. The 9 dragon heads that were entrenched on the dragon pillars had glistening blood flowing out of their mouths. Every drop of blood was extremely noble. When will it be carried out? Wang Xian asked her. Since everything is complete, let's do it now. Feng Luan took a deep breath. Her eyes were sparkling as she said to Wang Xian.
Mem, how confident are you?
Wang Xian took a look at her and asked hesitantly. Don't worry, Shuqing will not suffer any losses. I have a 50% confidence. Feng Luan said. 50%?
Isn't that too low? Should we wait a little longer?
Wang Xian looked at her expression and reminded her. I am not nirvana. Instead, I am resurrected from the dead. This is a miracle in itself. Unless there is an extremely heaven-defying treasure, I will be in danger of dying. Don't worry. This is my choice.
Her eyes were filled with determination. As an empress, a 50% chance of success was already very big in her eyes. All right, if there's anything I can help you with, just tell me directly.
Wang Xian nodded and said, all right, I'm going to start. Later, I'm going to separate from Shuqing's body. As Feng Luan spoke, the spot between her brows suddenly lit up. Wang Xian saw that she was so eager to rebuild her body. He watched helplessly from the side to prevent any accidents from happening. A faint flame surrounded Guan Shuqing's body. The flame did not have the slightest warmth. Instead, it was filled with vitality.
This was the fire of nirvana, the fire of life.
The clothes on her body were directly turned into ashes under the flame. The spot between her eyebrows twitched violently as if something wanted to jump out from the middle. Hiss!
A soft sound was heard. Wang Xian saw red blood flying out from the area between his eyebrows.
The blood of the vermilion bird.
Wang Xian took a look and saw Guan Shuqing's body falling to the side. He quickly used his hand to support her.
Guan Shuqing called out softly. She grabbed his arm and called out softly, Xiao Xian.
Yes, it's done.
Wang Xian looked at Guan Shuqing and revealed a happy smile on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
At this moment, Lan Qingwei and the rest saw the situation over here and flew over quickly. Xiao Xian, Sister Feng Wan is very pitiful.
Guan Shuqing hugged Wang Xian's arm and said to him,
Let's see. It's fate for people from two worlds to meet.
Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at the dragon pool.
The vermilion bird's blood essence entered the dragon pool. Feng Wan took the initiative to absorb the blood essence and began to condense her physical body.
To condense a physical body with just a drop of blood essence was something that only a terrifying powerhouse could do. Even Feng Luan, who was at her peak, could not do this, let alone now.
Fortunately, there was dragon blood in the dragon palace. This dragon blood belonged to an ownerless object. It was just a pure energy body and could be easily absorbed.
Gradually, an illusory head appeared in everyone's sight.
It had an exquisite face, noble and cold.
Even though it did not open its eyes, it still gave people a feeling of looking down on the world.
This was the powerful aura that came from being in a high position for a long time. Even Wang Xian was far from it.
So beautiful! Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest looked at the condensed head and could not help but be stunned.
There were no flaws at all. It was completely flawless and as exquisite as a work of art.
After condensing a head, Feng Luan's blood essence has been consumed by more than half. Suddenly, Sun Lingxiu, who was at the side, frowned and exclaimed, This is bad. Perhaps the energy in the blood essence is not enough. Feng Luan's behavior is similar to nirvana. The phoenix's body is extremely weak before nirvana. This is because they need to store the energy and use it during nirvana. When Feng Luan and Shuqing occupy a body together, they might be able to succeed. But now... Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled with a gray glow. The cultivation of the Kuan was to enhance the strength of the physical body. Therefore, Lan Qingyue knew more about the physical body than Wang Xian. Then what should we do?
If Sister Feng Wan's blood essence and energy are insufficient, she can't reconstruct her body at all. Why don't we let her enter my body again?
Guan Shuqing asked anxiously. In the past few months, Feng Luan and she had shared the same body. The two of them were able to communicate with each other. At the beginning, Feng Luan was extremely cold and arrogant. But as time passed, the two of them gradually began to talk. Feng Luan taught Guan Shuqing many things. She even imprinted her own cultivation method, artifact refinement, and pill refinement techniques into her mind. The Empress didn't know how long she had been asleep. Although the two of them occupied the same body, it didn't prevent them from talking and communicating. In the past month, they could even share the same perspective.
It was also because of Feng Luan that Guan Shuqing was able to reach the realm of a superior immortal.
The relationship between the two of them had far surpassed that of friends. Phoenix Nirvana requires blood essence. What else do you need? Wang Xian frowned as he stared at Feng Luan in the dragon pool and asked.
Buzz. Lan Qingwei waved her arm and a faint gray energy entered Feng Luan's body. Suddenly, the area of her head burst into flames.
Other than the blood essence, she also needs flames. As long as she has enough flames, she will be able to achieve nirvana successfully. Lan Qingyue said immediately. Flames? Wang Xian opened his mouth and the dragon pearl came directly to the top of Feng Luan's head. Streams of flame liquid flowed directly into her head.
As expected, under the enhancement of the dragon pearl's flames, Feng Luan's body was rapidly condensing.
Guan Shuqing saw that it was effective. She waved her arm, and similarly dense and terrifying flames turned into flame water, slowly landing above her head. Terrifying flames poured out, and Feng Luan began to condense below her head, her neck, arm, and chest. She floated above the dragon pool. Above her head was powerful flames, and below her was dragon blood, slowly gathering. The position of the heart is not weaker than the human head. If I want to reconstruct it, the energy required may be extremely terrifying.
When she was condensing her chest, her speed slowed down again. Even with the help of Wang Xian and the rest's powerful flames, it was still very slow. The drop of vermilion bird essence blood even started to flicker. What should we do?
Guan Shuqing looked worried. The success rate of 50% was not high to begin with, and the probability of failure was already 50%.
If they failed, they would really be annihilated this time.
Don't worry. I have another idea. Wang Xian stroked Guan Shuqing's head and moved to the dragon throne of the Dragon King Palace. He looked at the endless wood on the ancestral tree.
When he obtained the endless wood, it was only the size of a chopstick.
Now it was 2 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. Wang Xian broke half of it and flew to the sky above Feng Luan again. He threw the endless wood at Feng Luan's chest. Buzz! The endless wood entered her chest directly. Following that, half of the endless wood lit up on her chest like a blood vessel.
Her heart began to beat slowly.
We did it! The girls were pleasantly surprised. The endless wood belonged to the divine wood, even if it was several levels higher than a transcendent item. This kind of wood was originally a dead wood. It could only be revived because of the ancestral tree and regain its previous terrifying power. Even though it was only a twig, it was still extremely powerful.
The endless wood entered her body as though it had turned into blood vessels. It slowly connected her head and limbs. The speed of her lower body was increasing. It was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Wang Xian revealed a smile as he sized up the empress who had reconstructed her body.
There were no clothes on her body at all.
Perfect. It was simply too perfect. Boom. At this moment, a powerful pressure was emitted from Feng Luan's body. A vermilion bird phantom appeared around her and flew around her body.
A pair of bright eyes opened and there was a vermilion bird jumping in them. A majestic aura spread out in all directions.
What a powerful aura! Even though Feng Luan only had the strength of a high-level immortal, she still had the urge to make people kneel down and worship her.
She was like an ancient emperor patrolling the world.
People could not help but laugh as they knelt on the ground.
The flames in Feng Luan's eyes gradually receded and the aura on her body disappeared. However, her outstanding temperament was still incomparably noble. Her fiery red long hair fluttered behind her and her entire body was as white as snow.
Thank you. She looked at Wang Xian and thanked him. No need. Wang Xian felt that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He nodded his head in a daze. Pervert. Guan Shuqing, who was at the side, twisted Wang Xian and shouted loudly.
All the girls looked over and realized that Wang Xian was staring at Feng Luan's body with glowing eyes.
Feng Luan was stunned for a moment. She couldn't react at all. When she lowered her head to look at her body, her face was flushed red. Even her entire neck had turned pink. She looked extremely attractive.
Her body moved and flames covered her body. A vermilion bird-shaped armor covered her entire body.
The fiery red armor and fiery red hair made her look like a female god of war in an instant. This made Wang Xian's eyes light up again.
Humph!
Lan Qingyue and the rest snorted in dissatisfaction as they stared at Wang Xian coldly. Ahem, as long as it works.
Feng Luan took a glance at Wang Xian as her eyelashes fluttered nonstop.
This reminded her of what had happened during this period of time. Although it was not her body, there was no difference between it and her own body. She took a deep breath and shielded herself from those thoughts. When she thought of the Empress of the extraordinary mainland, who commanded billions of lives, men were no different from women in her eyes. No man dared to pursue her. Those who could stand with her were old men who had lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years, 7,000 or 8,000 years.
Other than these old monsters, the other men could only kneel in front of her and worship her.
Sister Feng Luan. Guan Shuqing ran over happily. Feng Luan smiled and stroked Guan Shuqing's hair happily. All right, everything has been completed. I'll get someone to prepare some delicious food. Let's celebrate. Wang Xian said happily. The upgrade of the Dragon Palace and the return of the Empress. All right, let's go. Let's celebrate. Guan Shuqing and the other girls said happily as they flew towards the Dragon King Palace. Feng Luan didn't fly in front. Instead, she came to Wang Xian's side. After glancing at him, she immediately looked ahead. I feel that my body has the brand of your Dragon Palace. It's because your body is formed from the items in my Dragon Palace.
Using dragon blood to form a body and endless wood to form a heart, Feng Wan's body could be considered a member of the Dragon Palace. If she died, Wang Xian could revive her through the soul returning wood. Feng Wan looked around and said softly, "I'll be leaving in a few days." "Leaving? Where to?" Wang Xian asked in surprise. "Back to the Transcendence continent." Feng Wan replied. "What? You found the way back?" Wang Xian asked in surprise. "In the past few days, I have investigated and found a way back. After opening it, I can return. Monthly ticket. Monthly ticket. Thank you, thank you." "Sister Feng Wan, are you going back?" At the huge dining table in the dragon bedroom, Guan Shuqing asked Feng Wan in surprise. "I'll go back when I reach the transcendent realm." Feng Wan nodded and a cold look flashed in her eyes. "That's my world. I have some things to deal with." Guan Shuqing looked at her expression and pursed her lips. She knew what was going on. There was only one empress who appeared in the history of time. Her talent and strength were definitely unparalleled in the history of time. However, such an empress was betrayed and only a drop of her blood essence escaped. If Wang Xian didn't accidentally obtain the vermilion bird's blood essence, and if he didn't activate the vermilion bird's blood essence with his divine dragon bloodline, she wouldn't be able to revive. She would be completely destroyed in the future. She wanted to take revenge on these enemies. She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. When you return, it might not be the world you were in the past. Wang Xian looked at Feng Wan and said slowly. As she sat there, she naturally exuded a sense of nobility. This kind of nobility was something that even a Jiaya could not compare to. It was possible that she was only missing a crown. Feng Wan was slightly silent and did not speak. She did not know how long she had been dead for, whether it was 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. It was possible that the empire back then had already fallen. It was also possible that the enemy back then had already died. "It might not be long before I go to the Transcendence continent. Do you want to go there together after a period of time?" Wang Xian continued to speak to Feng Wan. On Earth, even if Wang Xian devoured all the aquatic creatures, it would only allow him to stay in the supernatural realm. He had to enter a higher world. He thought that he had to cross the void to search for a higher world. However, there was a path now. He would enter a stronger world from this path. Long Shao was in the universe. Earth was only his first step. He had to go out eventually. Feng Wan shook her head slowly. "What I'm about to do is too dangerous. You're still too weak." Hee. Wang Xian laughed when he heard her words. A strong sense of confidence appeared on his face. He stared at the Empress with a burning gaze. "Do you know how long it took me to reach this step from an ordinary person?" 3 years, less than 3 years. "Do you know about Qingyue's talent? Do you know Lingxiu's talent? The current you is inferior to them." Feng Wan frowned and looked at Lan Qingwei and Sun Lingxiu. Wang Xian's words made a dignified empress unhappy. However, she could feel a mysterious power from Lan Qingyue's body. This power was still very weak now, but it would be extremely terrifying in the future. There was also Sun Lingxiu. That dense light energy was as holy as a god. She had to admit that this guy's 2 women had even greater potential than her in the future. Not to mention this guy opposite her. There was a dragon race on the transcendental continent. She didn't know much about that dragon race, but she also knew that they were the top existences on the continent. "At the very least, you guys still can't keep up with my pace," the Empress said with some dissatisfaction. Hee. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. "Sister Feng Wan, why don't we go to your world together in the future?" Guan Shuqing also suggested. Feng Wan hesitated for a moment, but she still shook her head. "I want to go there. There are many things that I need to deal with." Seeing Feng Wan refuse again, Guan Shuqing and the others had no choice. In the following period of time, the group went to the Dragon Palace to play and cultivate. After the Dragon Palace became 50 kilometers long, it became even more beautiful and glorious. A few beautiful girls played with some aquatic creatures and went to the floating island to play. Every day they were extremely happy. During this period of time, Tang Yinchuan's strength had broken through to the immortal god realm. Her cultivation method was a little strange. Her water attribute and sound waves were stronger in support, but weaker in battle. Furthermore, Tang Yinxian had a group of dolphin companions in the Dragon Palace. These dolphins had yet to officially join the Dragon Palace and had been cultivating in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia had passed the water dragon transformation technique to them. In the Dragon Palace, these dolphins cultivated very quickly. In just over a year's time, more than a dozen of them had broken through to the infant stage while the rest were at the Dan stage. Similar to Tang Yinxian's characteristics, these dolphins' attacks were very weak, and their defensive support energy was quite abnormal. After killing the 8 gods of the Garden of Eden, the previous negotiations also collapsed, but the other side did not take any revenge. Their strength did not dare to take revenge either. During this period of time, Ao Qitian had been on a crusade in all directions. Very quickly, the entire sea area around the subcontinent was ruled. The sea area in the eastern hemisphere of the earth was all within the Dragon Palace. The number of immortals and deities in the Dragon Palace had also directly reached 52. A year had passed, and the entire world was calm and tranquil. The divine realm and the immortal sects had more frequent contact. Even the world network had been opened up, and the warriors of the entire world could communicate in it. At present, there were more than 200 million cultivators in the world with more than 100 million warriors in the West. The Eastern Immortal sect was like an immortal, high and mighty. The Western divine realm was like a god, looking down on all living things. However, this world was still a technological society. It was just that the rules were gradually set by the immortals. Boom, boom, boom. A year later, in the morning, a terrifying pressure filled the entire Dragon Palace. All the members of the Dragon Palace instantly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the array formation in the Dragon Palace began to tremble. Wang Xian, who was in the bedroom of Long Xiong, had a change in expression. He immediately flew out. "I've broken through." A majestic voice was heard. Wang Xian, Xu Qing, Lan Qingwei, and the rest saw Feng Luan floating in the middle of the Dragon King Palace. There was a small vermilion bird between her brows. The vermilion bird was circling around her body, exuding a terrifying aura. Hiss! She's really fast. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan in astonishment. He still needed 10 million dragon qi to break through. Sister Feng Luan, Guan Shuqing and the other girls flew over. "I'm leaving." Feng Luan, who had broken through to the Transcendence realm, had undergone a huge change. Transcendence of mortals. This is what a true immortal should be like. I feel that the energy in his body is sufficient to kill me instantly. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. "If we are fated, we will meet again on the Transcendence continent." Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said to her, "If we are fated, we will meet again." Feng Luan nodded. A transcendent aura was slowly emitted from her body. "Perhaps one day, when I reach the peak again, I will look for you guys." Domineering, transcendent, and fierce. At this moment, the Empress was showing her prowess. "I'm leaving." She was obviously not a person who was good at parting. Her body moved, and she directly disappeared, flying toward the west. "Sister Feng Luan, we will look for you." Guan Shuqing and the others shouted loudly. "When I reach the peak and become the Empress, I will look for you. At that time, we will meet again. Wait for me to step onto the peak and become the Empress." A domineering voice echoed in the Dragon Palace as his figure disappeared. Wang Xian looked towards the place where she disappeared. He knew where Feng Luan went, the deepest part of the ocean, 10,000 meters under the sea. There was a passageway there. According to Feng Luan, it was a spatial passageway. It was a passageway opened up by a terrifying Almighty with the power to break the heavens. As for which mighty figure it was, she did not know. However, she was certain that the experts of the transcendent continent could not do it. Once her strength reached the level of a transcendent, she would be able to circle the earth in half an hour. Her speed was extremely terrifying. In a trench 10,000 meters deep under the sea, a sacred figure of flames appeared in the sky above the abyss. She looked down at the trench and spread her arms slightly. Chirp! A phoenix cry sounded and she directly dived down. The terrifying flames directly collided with a black vortex below. Boom! The strange vortex seemed to cause even space and time to tremble. The vortex slowly opened up under the powerful flames. Feng Luan's eyes shone brightly.
Flames shot out from her eyes. She waved her arms and two huge wings appeared behind her.
The wings moved towards the vortex. The vortex slowly split open and the scene of another world appeared.
Feng Luan's eyes revealed a look of desire. Not good. The spiritual energy is attacking. The spiritual energy on Earth is thin, but after opening the passage to the transcendent world, the spiritual energy from the transcendent world will rush into Earth. Feng Luan's expression changed slightly. This attack was the most violent when the passage was just opened.
It was like the moment the dam opened and released water, it would cause a terrifying impact.
Under this terrifying impact, it would directly cause the death of living creatures. And although Feng Luan's strength was extraordinary, this was not a dam, but the impact of two worlds. The terrifying spirit chi directly surged towards Feng Luan, causing a trace of fear to appear in her eyes. Chirp, chirp. Her name was called out, and the vermilion bird flame emitted a terrifying radiance on her body. Boom! However, at the instant of the spirit chi's impact, the flame on her body seemed to have been directly poured into a basin of water, and was almost extinguished.
No! A rarely seen panic appeared in Feng Luan's eyes. She knew that she had acted rashly. She should have opened the passageway and waited for the spirit chi's impact to calm down before rushing over. Now she was undoubtedly courting death.
Buzz!
At this moment, a red light suddenly lit up at the location of her heart. The light was like a flame that covered her entire body.
This is... Feng Luan was slightly stunned. A smile slowly appeared on her face. This is the third life you've saved me. She looked ahead and slowly squeezed into the passage under the flame. After Feng Luan entered, the impact of the spiritual energy did not close. Once the passage between the two worlds was opened, it would be difficult to close it, especially under the impact of the spiritual energy. The impact of the spiritual energy would only disappear when the spiritual energy on Earth was on par with the spiritual energy on the supernatural continent. Ha! A day later, when Wang Xian came out from the Dragon Palace, his mind suddenly stirred. His gaze was fixed on the position of the dragon array in the Dragon Palace, and his eyes were sparkling. The spiritual energy has changed. It is getting stronger every moment. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and quietly sensed the changes in the spiritual energy.
He stayed in the Dragon Palace. The spiritual energy here was 12 times that of the outside world, so the changes in the spiritual energy were very obvious.
Now that the spiritual energy was increasing at a terrifying speed, it was unexpected that the spiritual energy in the outside world had also undergone a huge change.
His body moved and he arrived outside the Dragon Palace. He felt the fluctuation of the spiritual energy and looked towards the west. Following the concentration of the spiritual energy, Wang Xian flew in this direction.
Hiss! When he arrived at the 10,000-meter deep trench at the bottom of the sea, Wang Xian stared ahead and took a deep breath.
What a terrifying spiritual energy. I even have a feeling of not being used to it here. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were numerous corpses floating around. Spiritual energy was a great tonic for every living creature. However, if one replenished too many good things, it could also make one die. It was just like an ordinary person who consumed a grade 8 elixir. Not only would they not improve their cultivation, but they would also die. The terrifying spiritual energy impact would kill the living creatures. The spiritual energy impact was not like the spiritual energy waterfall when the 9 cauldrons appeared. Compared to the spiritual energy impact, the spiritual energy waterfall was like a small stream, and this was a vast ocean. It should be Feng Luan who opened the passage between the two worlds, allowing the spiritual energy of the transcendent world to flood into Earth.
According to Feng Luan, the spiritual energy of the transcendent continent is 50 times more than here.
In other words, the spiritual energy on Earth is equal to that of the supernatural continent, and the area of the supernatural continent is 100 times larger than Earth. The territory of the Feng dynasty was equivalent to the size of Earth.
This is a great opportunity for Earth, and it is also a great opportunity for humans on Earth. In the future, Earth will officially transition from the era of technology to the era of cultivation. Wang Xian took a deep breath. The real-world change was about to begin. The spiritual energy around here is the most terrifying. However, the effect of cultivating here will be very poor. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, it might even damage one's body. The Dragon Palace is just right and not too far away. There is also the Dragon Palace Array.
There is no need to move the Dragon Palace here. Next, we will enter the Dynasty of Evolution. I didn't expect that this incident was because of the Empress.
Wang Xian smiled. The impact of the spiritual energy this time was of great benefit to the Dragon Palace. It could shorten the gap between the Dragon Palace and the supernatural continent.
In the next period of time, all members of the Dragon Palace cultivate quickly.
Wang Xian's figure moved and returned to the Dragon Palace. He immediately announced that all the members of the Dragon Palace had started to cultivate in seclusion. Currently, there were aquatic creatures breaking through the Dragon Gate every day to become members of the Dragon Palace. After that, when the dragon caves in the Dragon Pool had gathered to a certain extent, the more outstanding members of the Dragon Palace would be allowed to enter the Dragon Pool. They would be allowed to choose the direction of evolution.
They would be allowed to evolve into demon monkeys, strange demons, golden swordfish, yakshas, and thunder prawns. This would allow the few races to continuously increase their combat strength.
The business of the Dragon Gate Forging Workshop was getting worse by the day. Wang Xian decided to close it down and everyone went into seclusion to cultivate.
Wang Xian even called Xiao Yu over and asked her to go into seclusion to cultivate.
The rich spiritual energy gradually covered the entire earth. This made all the forces and immortals look excited.
Even the ordinary people were excited when they heard that the spiritual energy on earth was increasing.
The great cultivation era was coming. The Eastern Immortal sect began to recruit disciples because they did not need to worry about resources now. The powerful spiritual energy was enough to maintain their cultivation. In the West, the Divine Realm's spirit locking array was directly opened. In the past, the Divine Realm was not for outsiders to obtain because it was used to seal off spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in the outside world was already more abundant than the spiritual energy inside. The spirit locking array was used to countersuppress the spiritual energy.
The true appearance of Asgard.
All the people were martial artists. Ha ha ha, I am the Thunder Immortal, the immortal god of the G-clan. All beings come to worship me. I am Ling Tianxian, the immortal god of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. I am Xian Yuan, a sword that breaks mountains. Xian Yuan Broken Mountains, the Xian Yuan clan.
I am the supreme of the boundless four directions, the Yuan clan. Time slowly passed. In a month's time, the spiritual energy had calmed down and the spiritual energy on Earth had reached a terrifying level. 50 times the amount of spiritual energy on Earth, 50 times the amount on Earth in the past. To those cultivators, this was simply a great opportunity that had fallen from the heavens.
2 months. In just 2 months, the Wuxia Immortal sect had increased by 10 immortal gods. Those half-step immortal gods with powerful and deep foundations finally obtained an opportunity under this terrifying spiritual energy. They took the final step and stepped into the immortal god realm. It was not only the Wuxia Immortal sect, but also the divine realm. It didn't take long for some experts to become gods and obtain divine seats. This was the best ERA for warriors. We can hear the voices of immortal gods every day. They are really high profile. Yes, each of them is extremely arrogant. Humph. They don't know how to be low profile at all. Inside the Dragon Palace, a group of girls pouted and said disdainfully when they heard the faint immortal voice.
The human world is very interesting now. In the past, we used to call each other Brother Tai, but now we call each other fellow Taoists. How interesting.
In the past, we practiced martial arts, but now we call ourselves immortal cultivators. Because in this era, everyone has the chance to become immortal, so we call each other fellow Taoists directly.
Haha. That voice just now belonged to that guy, Feng Lingtian. Xiao Yu Hihi, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Do you miss him? Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the other girls teased. Even Tang Inxian joined in.
Regardless of how the girls were like in the past, they gathered together every day now. Everyone was more lively.
All right, sisters-in-law, Big Brother is about to break through. Xiao Yu's face was slightly red. She quickly spoke to them and looked at Wang Xian, who was in the middle of the Dragon King Palace.
Apart from them, all the members of the entire Dragon Palace were gathered around. The 80 immortal gods in the Dragon King Palace were standing there respectfully. In the outside world, the group of people from the Immortal Sect's divine realm had broken through to the Immortal God realm. In the Dragon Palace, the speed of their breakthrough was even more terrifying.
Now in the outside world, the spirit gathering array was basically useless because of the rich spiritual energy. With the low-level spirit gathering array on Earth, it was no longer enough to gather spiritual energy. But the Dragon Palace was different. The spiritual energy density in the Dragon King Palace was still 12 times that in the outside world, and the Dragon Cave was 8 times that in the outside world. Under this terrifying increase, the Dragon Palace had dozens of immortal gods in just 2 months. With time, the number of immortals in the Dragon Palace could reach hundreds or even thousands. Therefore, when the group of girls heard the news of him being a god, they found it a little funny.
Finally, I'm going to break through. Wang Xian looked at the dragon energy that was only a few hundred away, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had finally completed the first change of the divine dragon. He was finally going to take the first step into the divine dragon, which was also the most important step. Originally, a divine dragon would possess the strength of the first transformation when he was born. However, due to the system, he needed to cultivate on his own.
In other words, entering the first transformation of the divine dragon was equivalent to becoming a newborn divine dragon.
Roar!
Breakthrough. The moment the dragon energy reached 1 billion, Wang Xian's body turned into 15 meters in size.
Ding! The spiritual energy has reached 1 billion. The first transformation of the divine dragon has been completed. Your level has increased and you have advanced to transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first transformation of the divine dragon. The system has been upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first transformation of the divine dragon and comprehending the supernatural powers.
Ding!
The host is the divine dragon of the 5 elements and has comprehended the supernatural powers of the 5 elements. Ding! The system has all been upgraded. Upgrading in progress. At this moment, a series of system notifications rang out. It was the first time Wang Xian had heard the system talk so much. It was also the first time he felt that this was a freaking system.
At this very moment, Wang Xian's body underwent a huge transformation.
His body grew from 15 meters to 25 meters. His body was emitting a 5-colored glow.
Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Finally, the 5-colored glow slowly blended together and formed a circular shape. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out from Wang Xian's body. It was a suppressive and endless suppressive force. His golden head was extremely sacred. 6 fiery red dragon whiskers were emitting a dazzling luster.
His golden claws were emitting a terrifying sharpness, as though they could tear apart the starry sky.
The earthen yellow dragon scales were emitting a thick and heavy aura, giving off an indestructible feeling.
At his abdomen, the green radiance was extremely dazzling. A rich vitality was spreading throughout his body. Her aqua-blue tail was filled with intelligence.
The 5-elemental divine dragon.
This terrifying aura was several times stronger than when the Empress, Feng Luan, had advanced. If she were still here, she would probably be filled with shock.
5-elemental divine abilities, burning the river and boiling the sea, shattering the void with gold, descending of the wood world, water crisis, and the wrath of the earth. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. The golden glow flickered with an icy-cold sharpness.
Ding! The system upgrade is completed. The ancestor of all trees, Ancestral Tree, has comprehended the supernatural ability Soul Capture, Endless Vision, and Spirit Possession. Name Wang Xian. Race: 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human.
Level: extraordinary first level, first change of the divine dragon transformation. Dragon Crystal 0/100. Supernatural ability: ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level.
Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method: divine dragon transformation. Avatar: burn the river and boil the sea, break the void, descend the wood realm, storm the city with water, fury of the earth, soul capture, endless eyes, spirit possession. Dragon Palace, Level 2.
Dragon Palace members 2655.
Ding, system mission activated. Main mission. Rule the Ocean of Worlds, build the Dragon Palace of Worlds, and restore the glory of the Divine Dragon. Ding, the system has issued a mission to unify the Earth's ocean. Reward, Thorned Dragon Species. Ding, the system shopping mall has been activated. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian's mind seemed to have exploded. A terrifying scene appeared in his mind. A huge battle, a terrifying battle. Thousands of divine dragons and countless members of the Dragon Palace were engaged in a battle against the densely packed and endless bug race.
A sea of bugs, an endless sea of bugs.
Blood flowed like a river, and the battle erupted. There was no sky, no earth, and only an endless void.
This battle could no longer be described as tragic.
Hong! In the end, the endless sea of bugs was destroyed, and thousands of divine dragons and members of the Dragon Palace were also killed and injured. My divine dragon clan, exterminating the world bug clan, is a great merit. One day, the invincible divine dragon, the invincible clan, will rule the ocean and become the master of the oceans. A voice rang in his mind. Soon after, he saw a drop of blood condensed from the blood on the battlefield. It traveled through time and space and disappeared. Oh! At this moment, Wang Xian slowly regained his senses. His face was filled with shock and joy.
The real system. To be precise, the system that Wang Xian obtained in the past did not wake up at all.
Just like him, he had not even reached the level of a newborn divine dragon. Now, after he had completed the first transformation of the divine dragon, the system could be considered to have truly woken up.
Furthermore, he had some understanding of the system from the scene in his mind. Those divine dragons of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th transformations had already fallen in the battle with the insect race.
The insect race, Wang Xian vaguely understood from the divine dragon transformation that this was a race that destroyed the world. They were born to kill and devour. This race was extremely terrifying. Even the top races in the universe had to be afraid of them. There were not many top races in the universe. The only race that could fight against the insect race was the divine dragon race. For some reason, the divine dragon race had a war with the insect race. The insect race was exterminated, and only the weak or impure divine dragons of the divine dragon race were still alive. However, the dragon gods of the divine dragon race who had reached the 9 transformations of the divine dragon had created a system. It could be said to be a system, or it could also be said to be a divine weapon that assisted the growth of the divine dragon.
There was a weapon spirit inside the divine weapon. This weapon spirit didn't have any emotions, only the rules that the dragon gods had established. This was also to prevent other powerful races from intercepting the supreme treasures belonging to the dragon god clan. From the picture in his mind, he got a message from the mouths of the dragon gods.
A dragon god of the dragon god clan owned a dragon palace. The members of the Dragon Palace were different from each dragon in the Dragon Palace. If they had prepared earlier and formed the most perfect army, they would not have died together with the Bug Clan. Now, in this system, there was not only the treasures of the dragon gods of the Dragon Palace, but also a supreme treasure. This supreme treasure was the foundation of the Bug Clan. It was also the most powerful place of the Bug Clan, which was the Bug Nest.
However, the bug nest was modified by the dragon gods and turned into a dragon pool.
As long as they had subordinates and energy, the Dragon Palace could create powerful members of the Dragon Palace without limit. This was also the reason why the last voice said that there would come a day when the invincible divine dragon and the invincible dragon god clan would rule the oceans of the myriad realms. Now, the system will release missions and reward items. Similarly, there is also a system store which can be exchanged for items collected by the group of divine dragons. In the future, the elevation of the Dragon Palace will be easier. The elevation of my strength will also be easier.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he thought of the changes in his attributes. Name, Wang Xian.
Race, 5 elemental divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary first level. First change of the divine dragon transformation. Dragon crystal, 0/100. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Divine ability. Burn the river and boil the sea. Gold crack the void. Descend of the wood realm. Water danger storm city. Wrath of the earth. Soul capture. Endless sight. Spirit possession. Dragon Palace, Level 2. Dragon Palace members, 2,655. Level changed to Transcendent Level 1. The first transformation of the Divine Dragon transformation, the Dragon Chi disappeared and turned into dragon crystals. With 8 divine abilities, Burn the river and boil the sea as Fire Dragon AoE attack. Gold crack the void as Gold Dragon AoE attack. Can also attack single target. Descend of the Wood Realm as Green Dragon AoE attack. Water Danger Storm City as Water Dragon AoE attack. The Fury of the Earth was an area of effect attack from the Earth Dragon. As for the soul-absorbing, endless sight, and spirit-attaching divine abilities, they came from the soul-returning wood, endless wood, and the tree of servitude. Soul-absorbing, the eyes could absorb souls, the souls of the members of the Dragon Palace, and the souls of other people. After absorbing them, they could obtain information about them. They could also put them on the soul-returning wood and resurrect them. Endless Eyes was an eye bloodline technique. Wherever one looked, they would directly attack with flames. Moreover, the flames would never be extinguished. It was an extremely terrifying eye bloodline technique. As for the spirit-attaching ability of the Changshu, it could make a plant have spirituality. The spirit-attaching ability could greatly enhance the cultivation of spiritual herbs and the use of the wood element in battles. Take the divine ability of the Descent of the Wood World as an example. After the spirit-attaching ability was released, all the trees in the wood world would have spirituality and burst out with even more terrifying power. Phew, with my current strength, even the current Empress is no match for me. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of confidence. Out of the 8 divine abilities, each one of them was extremely powerful. They could completely suppress existences of the same level. Feng Luan had once said that after transcendence, there was a difference between the first stage and the second stage. The difference between the first stage and the second stage could be said to be the difference between the Dan stage and the infant stage. With his current strength, he could definitely fight against opponents of a higher level. Let's see what's in the system store. Wang Xian had a thought. Open the treasury. Ding! Host strength is the first change of the Divine Dragon transformation. You can only check the treasures of the first change of the Divine Dragon transformation. Elixirs, treasures, dragon seeds, formations, and materials. There were a total of 5 options. Wang Xian had a thought and opened the elixirs. Dragon Blood Pill. An extraordinary Tier 3 item. After consuming it, the price will be increased by 10 dragon crystals. The exchange price will be 10 dragon crystals. 1,000-year-old Dragon Blood Herb. An extraordinary Tier 3 item. After consuming it, the price will be increased by 11 dragon crystals. The exchange price will be 11 dragon crystals. Dragon. Wang Xian had completely lost interest after scanning through 2 of them. Consuming it would increase the price by 10 dragon crystals. The exchange price would be 10 dragon crystals. His brain was pumping as he tried to exchange for this. It seems like these elixirs are meant to upgrade the items of the members of the Dragon Palace. That's not right. With the Dragon Pond around, it's not of much use to the members of the Dragon Palace. It's useless. Wang Xian shook his head in disappointment and opened the treasure column. There were more items in the treasure column. There were a few thousand of them. There were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and dark spirit pearls which could be cultivated into dragon pearls. However, the price was too high, at least 100 dragon crystals. There were also some protective items such as necklaces, bracelets, dragon scales, and some attack-type dragon teeth and claws. There were also pill furnaces and weapon forging tables. The items inside weren't very useful to him. Being at the top of the universe, the Divine Dragon's true form was extremely powerful, and they could use very few weapons. When he opened the dragon seed, he found out that it was the most precious treasure in the treasure. Thorned dragon seed? Known to be the strongest assassination dragon seed. Mad dragon seed? Known to be the strongest combat dragon seed. Imperial dragon seed?
Known to be the strongest defense dragon seed. Arrow dragon seed?
Known to be the strongest long-range attack dragon seed. There weren't many dragon species. There were 15 of them, and they were the subordinates of the strongest dragon palace in the dragon god Dragon Palace. These were the dragon species that the dragon god had painstakingly nurtured, and each of them was no weaker than the dragon god. They were the strongest in assassination, single combat, defense, long-range attack, support, fire element, water element, and the other 7 elements. Once these dragon species were all cultivated, they would be absolutely invincible. However, to cultivate one of these dragon species, they would need a large amount of dragon blood.